Sleepy Hollow and Miscellanies by Washington Irving. Sleepy Hollow. Having pitched my tent, probably for the remainder of my days, in the neighborhood of Sleepy Hollow, I am tempted to give some few particulars concerning that spellbound region, especially as it has risen to historic importance under the pen of my revered friend and master, the sage historian of the New Netherlands. Beside, I find the very existence of the place has been held in question by many, who, judging from its odd name and from the odd stories current among the vulgar concerning it, have rashly deemed the whole to be a fanciful creation, like the lubber land of mariners. I must confess there is some apparent cause for doubt, in consequence of the coloring given by the worthy Diedrich to his descriptions of the hollow, who, in this instance, has departed a little from his usually sober if not severe style, beguiled very probably by his predilection for the haunts of his youth, and by a certain lurking taint of romance whenever anything connected with the Dutch was to be described. I shall endeavor to make up for this amiable error on the part of my venerable and venerated friend by presenting the reader with a more precise and statistical account of the hollow, though I am not sure that I shall not be prone to lapse in the end into the very error I am speaking of, so potent is the witchery of the theme. I believe it was the very peculiarity of its name and the idea of something mystic and dreamy connected with it that first led me in my boyish ramblings into Sleepy Hollow. The character of the valley seemed to answer to the name. The slumber of past ages apparently reigned over it. It had not awakened to the stir of improvement which had put all the rest of the world in a bustle. Here reigned good, old, long-forgotten fashions. The men were in homespun garbs, evidently the product of their own farms and the manufacture of their own wives. The women were in primitive short gowns and petticoats, with the venerable sunbonnets of Holland origin. The lower part of the valley was cut up into small farms, each consisting of a little meadow and cornfield, an orchard of sprawling, gnarled apple trees, and a garden, where the rose, the marigold, and the hollyhock were permitted to skirt the domains of the capacious cabbage, the aspiring pea, and the portly pumpkin. Each had its prolific little mansion teeming with children, with an old hat nailed against the wall for the housekeeping wren, a motherly hen under a coop on the grass plot, clucking to keep around her a brood of vagrant chickens, a cool, stone well with the moss-covered bucket suspended to the long balancing pole, according to the antediluvian idea of hydraulics, and its spinning wheel humming within doors, the patriarchal music of home manufacture. The hollow at that time was inhabited by families which had existed there from the earliest times, and which, by frequent intermarriage, had become so interwoven as to make a kind of natural commonwealth. As the families had grown larger, the farms had grown smaller, every new generation requiring a new subdivision, and few thinking of swarming from the native hive. In this way that happy golden mean had been produced, so much extolled by the poets, in which there was no gold and very little silver. One thing which doubtless contributed to keep up this amiable mean was a general repugnance to sordid labor. The sage inhabitants of Sleepy Hollow had read in their Bible, which was the only book they studied, that labor was originally inflicted upon man as a punishment of sin. They regarded it, therefore, with pious abhorrence, and never humiliated themselves to it but in cases of extremity. There seemed, in fact, to be a league and covenant against it throughout the hollow as against a common enemy. Was anyone compelled by dire necessity to repair his house, mend his fences, build a barn, or get in a harvest, he considered it a great evil that entitled him to call in the assistance or his friend. He accordingly proclaimed a bee or rustic gathering, whereupon all his neighbors hurried to his aid like faithful allies, attacked the task with the desperate energy of lazy men eager to overcome a job, and, when it was accomplished, fell to eating and drinking, fiddling and dancing for very joy that so great an amount of labor had been vanquished with so little sweating of the brow. Yet, let it not be supposed that this worthy community was without its periods of arduous activity. Let but a flock of wild pigeons fly across the valley, and all Sleepy Hollow was wide awake in an instant. The pigeon season had arrived. Every gun and net was forthwith in requisition. The flail was thrown down on the barn floor. The spade rusted in the garden. The plow stood idle in the furrow. Every one was to the hillside and stubble field at daybreak to shoot or entrap the pigeons in their periodical migrations. So, likewise, let but the word be given that the shad were ascending the Hudson, and the worthies of the hollow were to be seen launched in boats upon the river setting great stakes, and stretching their nets like gigantic spider-webs half across the stream to the great annoyance of navigators. Such are the wise provisions of nature, by which she equalizes rural affairs. A laggard at the plow is often extremely industrious with the fowling piece and fishing net, and, whenever a man is an indifferent farmer, he is apt to be a first-rate sportsman. For catching shad and wild pigeons there were none throughout the country to compare with the lads of Sleepy Hollow. As I have observed, it was the dreamy nature of the name that first beguiled me in the holiday rovings of boyhood into this sequestered region. I shunned, however, the populous parts of the hollow, and sought its retired haunts far in the foldings of the hills, where the Picantico winds its wizard stream, sometimes silently and darkly through solemn woodlands, sometimes sparkling between grassy borders and fresh, green meadows, sometimes stealing along the feet of rugged heights under the balancing sprays of beech and chestnut trees. 1,000 crystal springs, with which this neighborhood abounds, sent down from the hillsides their whimpering rills, as if to pay tribute to the Picantico. In this stream I first essayed my unskillful hand at angling. I loved to loiter along it with rod in hand, watching my float as it whirled amid the eddies or drifted into dark holes under twisted roots and sunken logs, where the largest fish are apt to lurk. I delighted to follow it into the brown accesses of the woods, to throw by my fishing gear and sit upon rocks beneath towering oaks and clambering grapevines, bathe my feet in the cool current, and listen to the summer breeze playing among the treetops. My boyish fancy clothed all nature around me with ideal charms, and peopled it with the fairy beings I had read of in poetry and fable. Here it was I gave full scope to my incipient habit of daydreaming, and to a certain propensity to weave up and tint sober realities with my own whims and imaginings, which has sometimes made life a little too much like an Arabian tale to me, and this working-day world rather like a region of romance. The great gathering place of Sleepy Hollow in those days was the church. It stood outside of the hollow, near the great highway, on a green bank shaded by trees, with the Picantico sweeping round it and emptying itself into a spacious mill pond. At that time the Sleepy Hollow Church was the only place of worship for a wide neighborhood. It was a venerable edifice, partly of stone and partly of brick, the latter having been brought from Holland in the early days of the province, before the arts in the New Netherlands could aspire to such a fabrication. On a stone above the porch were inscribed the names of the founders: Frederick Philipson, a mighty patroon of the olden time, who reigned over a wide extent of this neighborhood and held his seat of power at Yonkers, and his wife, Katrina Van Cortlandt, of the no less potent line of the Van Cortlandts of Croton, who lorded it over a great part of the Highlands. The capacious pulpit, with its wide-spreading sounding board, were likewise early importations from Holland, as also the communion table, of massive form and curious fabric. The same might be said of a weathercock perched on top of the belfry, and which was considered orthodox in all windy matters, until a small pragmatical rival was set up on the other end of the church above the chancel. This latter bore, and still bears, the initials of Frederick Philipson, and assumed great airs in consequence. The usual contradiction ensued that always exists among church weathercocks, which can never be brought to agree as to the point from which the wind blows, having doubtless acquired, from their position, the Christian propensity to schism and controversy. Behind the church, and sloping up a gentle acclivity, was its capacious burying ground, in which slept the earliest fathers of this rural neighborhood. Here were tombstones of the rudest sculpture, on which were inscribed, in Dutch, the names and virtues of many of the first settlers, with their portraitures curiously carved in similitude of cherubs. Long rows of gravestones, side by side, of similar names, but various dates, showed that generation after generation of the same families had followed each other and been garnered together in this last gathering place of kindred. Let me speak of this quiet graveyard with all due reverence, for I owe it amends for the heedlessness of my boyish days. I blush to acknowledge the thoughtless frolic with which, in company with other whipsters, I have sported within its sacred bounds during the intervals of worship, chasing butterflies, plucking wild flowers, or vying with each other who could leap over the tallest tombstones, until checked by the stern voice of the sexton. The congregation was, in those days, of a really rural character. City fashions were as yet unknown, or unregarded, by the country people of the neighborhood. Steamboats had not as yet confounded town with country. A weekly market boat from Tarrytown, the farmer's daughter, navigated by the worthy Gabriel Requa, was the only communication between all these parts and the metropolis. A rustic belle in those days considered a visit to the city in much the same light as one of our modern fashionable ladies regards a visit to Europe, an event that may possibly take place once in the course of a lifetime, but to be hoped for, rather than expected. Hence the array of the congregation was chiefly after the primitive fashions existing in Sleepy Hollow, or if, by chance, there was a departure from the Dutch sunbonnet, or the apparition of a bright gown of flowered calico, it caused quite a sensation throughout the church. As the dominie generally preached by the hour, a bucket of water was providently placed on a bench near the door, in summer, with a tin cup beside it, for the solace of those who might be athirst, either from the heat of the weather or the drouth of the sermon. Around the pulpit and behind the communion table sat the elders of the church, reverend, gray-headed, leathern-visaged men, whom I regarded with awe as so many apostles. They were stern in their sanctity, kept a vigilant eye upon my giggling companions and myself, and shook a rebuking finger at any boyish device to relieve the tediousness of compulsory devotion. Vain, however, were all their efforts at vigilance. Scarcely had the preacher held forth for half an hour on one of his interminable sermons, than it seemed as if the drowsy influence of Sleepy Hollow breathed into the place. One by one the congregation sank into slumber. The sanctified elders leaned back in their pews, spreading their handkerchiefs over their faces, as if to keep off the flies, while the locusts in the neighboring trees would spin out their sultry summer notes, as if in imitation of the sleep-provoking tones of the dominie. I have thus endeavored to give an idea of Sleepy Hollow and its church, as I recollect them to have been in the days of my boyhood. It was in my stripling days, when a few years had passed over my head, that I revisited them in company with the venerable Diedrich. I shall never forget the antiquarian reverence with which that sage and excellent man contemplated the church. It seemed as if all his pious enthusiasm for the ancient Dutch dynasty swelled within his bosom at the sight. The tears stood in his eyes as he regarded the pulpit and the communion table. Even the very bricks that had come from the mother country seemed to touch a filial chord within his bosom. He almost bowed in deference to the stone above the porch, containing the names of Frederick Philipson and Katrina van Cortlandt, regarding it as the linking together of those patronymic names, once so famous along the banks of the Hudson, or rather as a keystone, binding that mighty Dutch family connection of yore, one foot of which rested on Yonkers, and the other on the Graden. Nor did he forbear to notice with admiration the windy contest which had been carried on, since time immemorial, and with real Dutch perseverance, between the two weathercocks, though I could easily perceive he coincided with the one which had come from Holland. Together we paced the ample churchyard. With deep veneration would he turn down the weeds and brambles that obscured the modest brown gravestones, half sunk in earth, on which were recorded, in Dutch, the names of the patriarchs of ancient days, the Ackers, the Van Tassels, and the Van Worts. As we sat on one of the tombstones, he recounted to me the exploits of many of these worthies, and my heart smote me, when I heard of their great doings in days of yore, to think how heedlessly I had once sported over their graves. From the church, the venerable Diedrich proceeded in his researches up the hollow. The genius of the place seemed to hail its future historian. All nature was alive with gratulation. The quail whistled a greeting from the cornfield. The robin caroled a song of praise from the orchard. The loquacious catbird flew from bush to bush with restless wing, proclaiming his approach in every variety of note, and anon would whisk about, and perk inquisitively into his face, as if to get a knowledge of his physiognomy. The woodpecker, also, tapped a tattoo on the hollow apple tree, and then peered knowingly round the trunk, to see how the great Diedrich relished his salutation, while the ground squirrel scampered along the fence, and occasionally whisked his tail over his head, by way of a huzzah. The worthy Diedrich pursued his researches in the valley with characteristic devotion, entering familiarly into the various cottages, and gossiping with the simple folk, in the style of their own simplicity. I confess my heart yearned with admiration to see so great a man, in his eager quest after knowledge, humbly demeaning himself to curry favor with the humblest, sitting patiently on a three-legged stool, patting the children, and taking a purring grimalkin on his lap, while he conciliated the good-will of the old Dutch housewife, and drew from her long ghost stories, spun out to the humming accompaniment of her wheel. His greatest treasure of historic lore, however, was discovered in an old goblin-looking mill, situated among rocks and waterfalls, with clanking wheels and rushing streams, and all kinds of uncouth noises. A horseshoe, nailed to the door to keep off witches and evil spirits, showed that this mill was subject to awful visitations. As we approached it, an old Negro thrust his head, all dabbled with flour, out of a hole above the water wheel, and grinned, and rolled his eyes, and looked like the very hobgoblin of the place. The illustrious Diedrich fixed upon him, at once, as the very one to give him that invaluable kind of information never to be acquired from books. He beckoned him from his nest, sat with him by the hour on a broken millstone, by the side of the waterfall, heedless of the noise of the water and the clatter of the mill, and I verily believe it was to his conference with this African sage, and the precious revelations of the good dame of the spinning wheel, that we are indebted for the surprising though true history of Ichabod Crane and the Headless Horseman, which has since astounded and edified the world. But I have said enough of the good old times of my youthful days. Let me speak of the hollow as I found it, after an absence of many years, when it was kindly given me once more to revisit the haunts of my boyhood. It was a genial day, as I approached that fated region. The warm sunshine was tempered by a slight haze, so as to give a dreamy effect to the landscape. Not a breath of air shook the foliage. The broad Tappan Sea was without a ripple, and the sloops, with drooping sails, slept on its grassy bosom. Columns of smoke from burning brushwood rose lazily from the folds of the hills on the opposite side of the river and slowly expanded in mid-air. The distant lowing of a cow, or the noontide crowing of a cock, coming faintly to the ear, seemed to illustrate, rather than disturb, the drowsy quiet of the scene. I entered the hollow with a beating heart. Contrary to my apprehensions, I found it but little changed. The march of intellect, which had made such rapid strides along every river and highway, had not yet, apparently, turned down into this favored valley. Perhaps the wizard spell of ancient days still reigned over the place, binding up the faculties of the inhabitants in happy contentment with things as they had been handed down to them from yore. There were the same little farms and farmhouses, with their old hats for the housekeeping wren, their stone wells, moss-covered buckets, and long balancing poles. There were the same little rills, whimpering down to pay their tributes to the Picantico, while that wizard stream still kept on its course, as of old, through solemn woodlands and fresh green meadows. Nor were there wanting joyous holiday boys to loiter along its banks, as I have done, throw their pinhooks in the stream or launch their mimic barks. I watched them with a kind of melancholy pleasure, wondering whether they were under the same spell of the fancy that once rendered this valley a fairyland to me. Alas! Alas! To me everything now stood revealed in its simple reality. The echoes no longer answered with wizard tongues. The dream of youth was at an end. The spell of Sleepy Hollow was broken. I sought the ancient church on the following Sunday. There it stood on its green bank among the trees. The Picantico swept by it in a deep dark stream, where I had so often angled. There expanded the mill pond as of old, with the cows under the willows on its margin, knee-deep in water, chewing the cud, and lashing the flies from their sides with their tails. The hand of improvement, however, had been busy with the venerable pile. The pulpit, fabricated in Holland, had been superseded by one of modern construction, and the front of the semi-Gothic edifice was decorated by a semi-Grecian portico. Fortunately, the two weathercocks remained undisturbed on their perches at each end of the church, and still kept up a diametrical opposition to each other on all points of windy doctrine. On entering the church, the changes of time continued to be apparent. The elders round the pulpit were men whom I had left in the gamesome frolic of their youth, but who had succeeded to the sanctity of station of which they once had stood so much in awe. What most struck my eye was the change in the female part of the congregation. Instead of the primitive garbs of homespun manufacture and antique Dutch fashion, I beheld French sleeves, French capes, and French collars, and a fearful fluttering of French ribbands. When the service was ended, I sought the churchyard, in which I had sported in my unthinking days of boyhood. Several of the modest brown stones, on which were recorded in Dutch the names and virtues of the patriarchs, had disappeared, and had been succeeded by others of white marble, with urns and wreaths, and scraps of English tombstone poetry, marking the intrusion of taste and literature and the English language in this once unsophisticated Dutch neighborhood. As I was stumbling about among these silent yet eloquent memorials of the dead, I came upon names familiar to me, of those who had paid the debt of nature during the long interval of my absence. Some, I remembered, my companions in boyhood, who had sported with me on the very sod under which they were now moldering. Others who in those days had been the flower of the yeomanry, figuring in Sunday finery on the church green. Others, the white-haired elders of the sanctuary, once arrayed in awful sanctity around the pulpit, and ever ready to rebuke the ill-timed mirth of the wanton stripling who, now a man, sobered by years and schooled by vicissitudes, looked down pensively upon their graves. Our fathers, thought I, where are they? And the prophets, can they live forever? I was disturbed in my meditations by the noise of a troop of idle urchins, who came gambolling about the place where I had so often gambled. They were checked, as I and my playmates had often been, by the voice of the sexton, a man staid in years and demeanor. I looked wistfully in his face. Had I met him anywhere else, I should probably have passed him by without remark. But here I was alive to the traces of former times, and detected in the demure features of this guardian of the sanctuary the lurking lineaments of one of the very playmates I have alluded to. We renewed our acquaintance. He sat down beside me, on one of the tombstones over which we had leaped in our juvenile sports, and we talked together about our boyish days, and held edifying discourse on the instability of all sublunary things, as instanced in the scene around us. He was rich in historic lore, as to the events of the last 30 years and the circumference of 30 miles, and from him I learned the appalling revolution that was taking place throughout the neighborhood. All this I clearly perceived he attributed to the boasted march of intellect, or rather to the all-pervading influence of steam. He bewailed the times when the only communication with town was by the weekly market boat, the farmer's daughter, which, under the pilotage of the worthy Gabriel Requa, braved the perils of the Tappan Sea. Alas! Gabriel and the farmer's daughter slept in peace. 2 steamboats now splashed and paddled up daily to the little rural port of Tarrytown. The spirit of speculation and improvement had seized even upon that once quiet and unambitious little dorp. The whole neighborhood was laid out into town lots. Instead of the little tavern below the hill, where the farmers used to loiter on market days and indulge in cider and gingerbread, an ambitious hotel with cupola and verandas now crested the summit, among churches built in the Grecian and Gothic styles, showing the great increase of piety and polite taste in the neighborhood. As to Dutch dresses and sunbonnets, they were no longer tolerated or even thought of. Not a farmer's daughter but now went to town for the fashions. Nay, a city milliner had recently set up in the village, who threatened to reform the heads of the whole neighborhood. I had heard enough. I thanked my old playmate for his intelligence, and departed from the Sleepy Hollow church with the sad conviction that I had beheld the last lingerings of the good old Dutch times in this once favored region. If anything were wanting to confirm this impression, it would be the intelligence which has just reached me, that a bank is about to be established in the aspiring little port just mentioned. The fate of the neighborhood is therefore sealed. I see no hope of averting it. The golden mean is at an end. The country is suddenly to be deluged with wealth. The late simple farmers are to become bank directors and drink claret and champagne, and their wives and daughters to figure in French hats and feathers, for French wines and French fashions commonly keep pace with paper money. How can I hope that even Sleepy Hollow can escape the general inundation? In a little while, I fear the slumber of ages will be at end. The strum of the piano will succeed to the hum of the spinning wheel, the trill of the Italian opera to the nasal quaver of Ichabod Crane, and the antiquarian visitor to the hollow, in the petulance of his disappointment, may pronounce all that I have recorded of that once favored region a fable. The birds of spring. My quiet residence in the country, aloof from fashion, politics, and the money market, leaves me rather at a loss for important occupation, and drives me to the study of nature and other low pursuits. Having few neighbors, also, on whom to keep a watch and exercise my habits of observation, I am fain to amuse myself with prying into the domestic concerns and peculiarities of the animals around me, and, during the present season, have derived considerable entertainment from certain sociable little birds, almost the only visitors we have, during this early part of the year. Those who have passed the winter in the country are sensible of the delightful influences that accompany the earliest indications of spring, and of these, none are more delightful than the first notes of the birds. There is one modest little sad-colored bird, much resembling a wren, which came about the house just on the skirts of winter, when not a blade of grass was to be seen, and when a few prematurely warm days had given a flattering foretaste of soft weather. He sang early in the dawning, long before sunrise, and late in the evening, just before the closing in of night, his matin and his vesper hymns. It is true, he sang occasionally throughout the day. But at these still hours, his song was more remarked. He sat on a leafless tree, just before the window, and warbled forth his notes, free and simple, but singularly sweet, with something of a plaintive tone that heightened their effect. The first morning that he was heard was a joyous one among the young folks of my household. The long, death-like sleep of winter was at an end. Nature was once more awakening. They now promised themselves the immediate appearance of buds and blossoms. I was reminded of the tempest-tossed crew of Columbus, when, after their long dubious voyage, the field birds came singing round the ship, though still far at sea, rejoicing them with the belief of the immediate proximity of land. A sharp return of winter almost silenced my little songster, and dashed the hilarity of the household. Yet still he poured forth, now and then, a few plaintive notes, between the frosty pipings of the breeze, like gleams of sunshine between wintry clouds. I have consulted my book of ornithology in vain, to find out the name of this kindly little bird, who certainly deserves honor and favor far beyond his modest pretensions. He comes like the lowly violet, the most unpretending, but welcomest of flowers, breathing the sweet promise of the early year. Another of our feathered visitors, who follows close upon the steps of winter, is the pee-wit or pewee or phoebe bird. For he is called by each of these names, from a fancied resemblance to the sound of his monotonous note. He is a sociable little being, and seeks the habitation of man. A pair of them have built beneath my porch, and have reared several broods there for 2 years past, their nest being never disturbed. They arrive early in the spring, just when the crocus and the snowdrop begin to peep forth. Their first chirp spreads gladness through the house. "The Phoebe birds have come," is heard on all sides. They are welcomed back like members of the family, and speculations are made upon where they have been, and what countries they have seen during their long absence. Their arrival is the more cheering, as it is pronounced, by the old weather-wise people of the country, the sure sign that the severe frosts are at an end, and that the gardener may resume his labors with confidence. About this time, too, arrives the bluebird, so poetically yet truly described by Wilson. His appearance gladdens the whole landscape. You hear his soft warble in every field. He sociably approaches your habitation, and takes up his residence in your vicinity. But why should I attempt to describe him, when I have Wilson's own graphic verses to place him before the reader? When winter's cold tempests and snows are no more, green meadows and brown furrowed fields reappearing, the fishermen hauling their shad to the shore, and cloud-cleaving geese to the lakes are a-steering. When first the lone butterfly flits on the wing, when red glow the maples, so fresh and so pleasing, oh, then comes the bluebird, the herald of spring, and hails with his warblings the charms of the season. The loud piping frogs make the marshes to ring. Then warm glows the sunshine, and warm glows the weather. The blue woodland flowers just beginning to spring, and spicewood and sassafras budding together. Oh, then to your gardens, ye housewives, repair, your walks border up, sow and plant at your leisure. The bluebird will chant from his box such an air, that all your hard toils will seem truly a pleasure. He flits through the orchard, he visits each tree, the red flowering peach, and the apple's sweet blossoms. He snaps up destroyers wherever they be, and seizes the caitiffs that lurk in their bosoms. He drags the vile grub from the corn it devours, the worms from the webs where they riot and welter. His song and his services freely are ours, and all that he asks is, in summer, a shelter. The plowman is pleased when he gleams in his train, now searching the furrows, now mounting to cheer him. The gardener delights in his sweet simple strain, and leans on his spade to survey and to hear him. The slow lingering schoolboys forget they'll be chid, while gazing intent, as he warbles before them, in mantle of sky blue, and bosom so red, that each little loiterer seems to adore him. The happiest bird of our spring, however, and one that rivals the European lark in my estimation, is the boblink or bobolink as he is commonly called. He arrives at that choice portion of our year, which, in this latitude, answers to the description of the month of May, so often given by the poets. With us, it begins about the middle of May and lasts until nearly the middle of June. Earlier than this, winter is apt to return on its traces and to blight the opening beauties of the year, and later than this, begin the parching and panting and dissolving heats of summer. But in this genial interval, nature is in all her freshness and fragrance. The rains are over and gone, the flowers appear upon the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. The trees are now in their fullest foliage and brightest verdure. The woods are gay with the clustered flowers of the laurel. The air is perfumed by the sweetbriar and the wild rose. The meadows are enameled with clover blossoms, while the young apple, the peach, and the plum begin to swell, and the cherry to glow among the green leaves. This is the chosen season of revelry of the bobolink. He comes amidst the pomp and fragrance of the season. His life seems all sensibility and enjoyment, all song and sunshine. He is to be found in the soft bosoms of the freshest and sweetest meadows, and is most in song when the clover is in blossom. He perches on the topmost twig of a tree, or on some long flaunting weed, and as he rises and sinks with the breeze, pours forth a succession of rich tinkling notes, crowding one upon another, like the outpouring melody of the skylark, and possessing the same rapturous character. Sometimes he pitches from the summit of a tree, begins his song as soon as he gets upon the wing, and flutters tremulously down to the earth, as if overcome with ecstasy at his own music. Sometimes he is in pursuit of his paramour, always in full song, as if he would win her by his melody, and always with the same appearance of intoxication and delight. Of all the birds of our groves and meadows, the bobolink was the envy of my boyhood. He crossed my path in the sweetest weather, and the sweetest season of the year, when all nature called to the fields, and the rural feeling throbbed in every bosom. But when I, luckless urchin, was doomed to be mewed up, during the livelong day, in that purgatory of boyhood, a schoolroom, it seemed as if the little varlet mocked at me, as he flew by in full song, and sought to taunt me with his happier lot. Oh, how I envied him! No lessons, no tasks, no hateful school. Nothing but holiday, frolic, green fields, and fine weather. Had I been then more versed in poetry, I might have addressed him in the words of Logan to the cuckoo. Sweet bird, thy bower is ever green, thy sky is ever clear, thou hast no sorrow in thy note, no winter in thy year. Oh, could I fly, I'd fly with thee, we'd make on joyful wing our annual visit round the globe, companions of the spring. Farther observation and experience have given me a different idea of this little feathered voluptuary, which I will venture to impart, for the benefit of my schoolboy readers, who may regard him with the same unqualified envy and admiration which I once indulged. I have shown him only as I saw him at first, in what I may call the poetical part of his career, when he in a manner devoted himself to elegant pursuits and enjoyments, and was a bird of music and song and taste and sensibility and refinement. While this lasted, he was sacred from injury. The very schoolboy would not fling a stone at him, and the merest rustic would pause to listen to his strain. But mark the difference. As the year advances, as the clover blossoms disappear, and the spring fades into summer, his notes cease to vibrate on the ear. He gradually gives up his elegant tastes and habits, doffs his poetical and professional suit of black, assumes a russet or rather dusty garb, and enters into the gross enjoyments of common, vulgar birds. He becomes a bon vivant, a mere gourmand, thinking of nothing but good cheer, and gourmandizing on the seeds of the long grasses on which he lately swung, and chaunted so musically. He begins to think there is nothing like the joys of the table, if I may be allowed to apply that convivial phrase to his indulgences. He now grows discontented with plain, everyday fare, and sets out on a gastronomical tour in search of foreign luxuries. He is to be found in myriads among the reeds of the Delaware, banqueting on their seeds, grows corpulent with good feeding, and soon acquires the unlucky renown of the ortolan. Wherever he goes, pop, 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 the rusty firelocks of the country are cracking on every side. He sees his companions falling by the thousands around him. He is the reed bird, the much sought-for titbit of the Pennsylvanian epicure. Does he take warning and reform? Not he. He wings his flight still farther south, in search of other luxuries. We hear of him gorging himself in the rice swamps, filling himself with rice almost to bursting. He can hardly fly for corpulency. Last stage of his career, we hear of him spitted by dozens, and served up on the table of the gourmand, the most vaunted of southern dainties, the rice bird of the Carolinas. Such is the story of the once musical and admired, but finally sensual and persecuted bobolink. It contains a moral worthy the attention of all little birds and little boys, warning them to keep to those refined and intellectual pursuits which raised him to so high a pitch of popularity during the early part of his career, but to eschew all tendency to that gross and dissipated indulgence which brought this mistaken little bird to an untimely end, which is all at present, from the well-wisher of little boys and little birds, Geoffrey Crayon. Recollections of the Alhambra. During a summer's residence in the old Moorish palace of the Alhambra, of which I have already given numerous anecdotes to the public, I used to pass much of my time in the beautiful hall of the Abencerrages, beside the fountain celebrated in the tragic story of that devoted race. Here it was that 36 cavaliers of that heroic line were treacherously sacrificed, to appease the jealousy or allay the fears of a tyrant. The fountain, which now throws up its sparkling jet, and sheds a dewy freshness around, ran red with the noblest blood of Granada, and a deep stain on the marble pavement is still pointed out, by the cicerones of the pile, as a sanguinary record of the massacre. I have regarded it with the same determined faith with which I have regarded the traditional stains of Rizzio's blood on the floor of the chamber of the unfortunate Mary, at Holyrood. I thank no one for endeavoring to enlighten my credulity on such points of popular belief. It is like breaking up the shrine of the pilgrim. It is robbing a poor traveler of half the reward of his toils. For strip traveling of its historical illusions, and what a mere fag you make of it. For my part, I gave myself up, during my sojourn in the Alhambra, to all the romantic and fabulous traditions connected with the pile. I lived in the midst of an Arabian tale, and shut my eyes, as much as possible, to everything that called me back to everyday life. And if there is any country in Europe where one can do so, it is in poor, wild, legendary, proud-spirited, romantic Spain, where the old magnificent barbaric spirit still contends against the utilitarianism of modern civilization. In the silent and deserted halls of the Alhambra, surrounded with the insignia of regal sway, and the still vivid, though dilapidated traces of oriental voluptuousness, I was in the stronghold of Moorish story, and everything spoke and breathed of the glorious days of Granada, when under the dominion of the Crescent. When I sat in the hall of the Abencerrages, I suffered my mind to conjure up all that I had read of that illustrious line. In the proudest days of Moslem domination, the Abencerrages were the soul of everything noble and chivalrous. The veterans of the family, who sat in the royal council, were the foremost to devise those heroic enterprises, which carried dismay into the territories of the Christians. And what the sages of the family devised, the young men of the name were the foremost to execute. In all services of hazard, in all adventurous forays and hairbreadth hazards, the Abencerrages were sure to win the brightest laurels. In those noble recreations, too, which bear so close an affinity to war, in the tilt and tourney, the riding at the ring, and the daring bullfight, still the Abencerrages carried off the palm. None could equal them for the splendor of their array, the gallantry of their devices, for their noble bearing and glorious horsemanship. Their open-handed munificence made them the idols of the populace, while their lofty magnanimity and perfect faith gained them golden opinions from the generous and high-minded. Never were they known to decry the merits of a rival, or to betray the confidings of a friend. And the word of an Abencerrage was a guarantee that never admitted of a doubt. And then their devotion to the fair. Never did Moorish beauty consider the fame of her charms established, until she had an Abencerrage for a lover, and never did an Abencerrage prove recreant to his vows. Lovely Granada, city of delights, who ever bore the favors of thy dames more proudly on their casques, or championed them more gallantly in the chivalrous tilts of the Vivarambla, or who ever made thy moonlit balconies, thy gardens of myrtles and roses, of oranges, citrons, and pomegranates, respond to more tender serenades. I speak with enthusiasm on this theme, for it is connected with the recollection of one of the sweetest evenings and sweetest scenes that ever I enjoyed in Spain. One of the greatest pleasures of the Spaniards is to sit in the beautiful summer evenings and listen to traditional ballads and tales about the wars of the Moors and Christians, and the buenas andanzas and grandes hechos, the good fortunes and great exploits of the hardy warriors of yore. It is worthy of remark also that many of these songs or romances, as they are called, celebrate the prowess and magnanimity in war, and the tenderness and fidelity in love of the Moorish cavaliers, once their most formidable and hated foes. But centuries have elapsed to extinguish the bigotry of the zealot, and the once detested warriors of Granada are now held up by Spanish poets as the mirrors of chivalric virtue. Such was the amusement of the evening in question. A number of us were seated in the hall of the Abencerrages, listening to one of the most gifted and fascinating beings that I had ever met with in my wanderings. She was young and beautiful, and light and ethereal, full of fire and spirit and pure enthusiasm. She wore the fanciful Andalusian dress, touched the guitar with speaking eloquence, improvised with wonderful facility, and, as she became excited by her theme, or by the rapt attention of her auditors, would pour forth, in the richest and most melodious strains, a succession of couplets, full of striking description or stirring narration, and composed, as I was assured at the moment. Most of these were suggested by the place, and related to the ancient glories of Granada and the prowess of her chivalry. The Abencerrages were her favorite heroes. She felt a woman's admiration of their gallant courtesy and high-souled honor, and it was touching and inspiring to hear the praises of that generous but devoted race, chanted in this faded hall of their calamity, by the lips of Spanish beauty. Among the subjects of which she treated was a tale of Moslem honor and old-fashioned Spanish courtesy, which made a strong impression on me. She disclaimed all merit of invention, however, and said she had merely dilated into verse a popular tradition. And, indeed, I have since found the main facts inserted at the end of Conde's history of the domination of the Arabs, and the story itself embodied in the form of an episode in the Diana of Montemayor. From these sources I have drawn it forth, and endeavored to shape it according to my recollection of the version of the beautiful minstrel. But, alas, what can supply the want of that voice, that look, that form, that action, which gave magical effect to her chant, and held everyone wrapped in breathless admiration? Should this mere travesty of her inspired numbers ever meet her eye, in her stately abode at Granada, may it meet with that indulgence which belongs to her benignant nature. Happy should I be, if it could awaken in her bosom one kind recollection of the lonely stranger and sojourner, for whose gratification she did not think it beneath her to exert those fascinating powers which were the delight of brilliant circles, and who will ever recall with enthusiasm the happy evening passed in listening to her strains, in the moonlit halls of the Alhambra. The Abencerrage, a Spanish tale. On the summit of a craggy hill, a spur of the mountains of Ronda, stands the castle of Alhora, now a mere ruin, infested by bats and owlets, but in old times one of the strong border holds of the Christians, to keep watch upon the frontiers of the warlike kingdom of Granada, and to hold the Moors in check. It was a post always confided to some well-tried commander, and, at the time of which we treat, was held by Rodrigo de Narvaez, a veteran, famed, both among Moors and Christians, not only for his hardy feats of arms, but also for that magnanimous courtesy which should ever be entwined with the sterner virtues of the soldier. The castle of Alhora was a mere part of his command. He was alcaide, or military governor of Antequera, but he passed most of his time at this frontier post, because its situation on the borders gave more frequent opportunity for those adventurous exploits which were the delight of the Spanish chivalry. His garrison consisted of 50 chosen cavaliers, all well mounted and well appointed. With these he kept vigilant watch upon the Moslems, patrolling the roads and paths and defile of the mountains, so that nothing could escape his eye, and now and then signalizing himself by some dashing foray into the very Vega of Granada. On a fair and beautiful night in summer, when the freshness of the evening breeze had tempered the heat of day, the worthy alcaide sallied forth, with 9 of his cavaliers, to patrol the neighborhood and seek adventures. They rode quietly and cautiously, lest they should be overheard by Moorish scout or traveler, and kept along ravines and hollow ways, lest they should be betrayed by the glittering of the full moon upon their armor. Coming to where the road divided, the alcaide directed 5 of his cavaliers to take one of the branches, while he, with the remaining 4, would take the other. Should either party be in danger, The blast of a horn was to be the signal to bring their comrades to their aid. The party of 5 had not proceeded far, when, in passing through a defile, overhung with trees, they heard the voice of a man singing. They immediately concealed themselves in a grove, on the brow of a declivity, up which the stranger would have to ascend. The moonlight, which left the grove in deep shadow, lit up the whole person of the wayfarer as he advanced, and enabled them to distinguish his dress and appearance with perfect accuracy. He was a Moorish cavalier, and his noble demeanor, graceful carriage, and splendid attire showed him to be of lofty rank. He was superbly mounted, on a dapple gray steed, of powerful frame, and generous spirit, and magnificently caparisoned. His dress was a marlota, or tunic, and an albornoz of crimson damask, fringed with gold. His Tunisian turban, of many folds, was of silk and cotton, striped, and bordered with golden fringe. At his girdle hung a scimitar of Damascus steel, with loops and tassels of silk and gold. On his left arm he bore an ample target, and his right hand grasped a long double-pointed lance. Thus equipped, he sat negligently on his steed, as one who dreamed of no danger, gazing on the moon, and singing, with a sweet and manly voice, a Moorish love ditty. Just opposite the place where the Spanish cavaliers were concealed, was a small fountain in the rock, beside the road, to which the horse turned to drink. The rider threw the reins on his neck and continued his song. The Spanish cavaliers conferred together. They were all so pleased with the gallant and gentle appearance of the Moor, that they resolved not to harm, but to capture him, which, in his negligent mood, promised to be an easy task. Rushing, therefore, from their concealment, they thought to surround and seize him. Never were men more mistaken. To gather up his reins, will round his steed, brace his buckler, and couch his lance, was the work of an instant. And there he sat, fixed like a castle in his saddle beside the fountain. The Christian cavaliers checked their steeds and reconnoitered him warily, loath to come to an encounter, which must end in his destruction. The Moor now held a parley. "If you be true knights," said he, "and seek for honorable fame, come on singly, and I am ready to meet each in succession. But if you be mere lurkers of the road, intent on spoil, come all at once, and do your worst." The cavaliers communed for a moment apart, when one, advancing singly, exclaimed, "Although no law of chivalry obliges us to risk the loss of a prize, when clearly in our power, yet we willingly grant, as a courtesy, what we might refuse as a right. Valiant Moor, defend thyself." So saying, he wheeled, took proper distance, couched his lance, and putting spurs to his horse, made at the stranger. The latter met him in mid-career, pierced him with his lance, and threw him headlong from his saddle. A second and a third succeeded, but were unhorsed with equal facility, and thrown to the earth severely wounded. The remaining 2, seeing their comrades thus roughly treated, forgot all compact of courtesy, and charged both at once upon the Moor. He parried the thrust of one, but was wounded by the other in the thigh, and, in the shock and confusion, dropped his lance. Thus disarmed, and closely pressed, he pretended to fly, and was hotly pursued. Having drawn the 2 cavaliers some distance from the spot, he suddenly wheeled short about, with one of those dexterous movements for which the Moorish horsemen are renowned, passed swiftly between them, swung himself down from his saddle, so as to catch up his lance, then, lightly replacing himself, turned to renew the combat. Seeing him thus fresh for the encounter, as if just issued from his tent, one of the cavaliers put his lips to his horn, and blew a blast, that soon brought the alcaide and his 4 companions to the spot. The valiant Narvaez, seeing 3 of his cavaliers extended on the earth, and 2 others hotly engaged with the Moor, was struck with admiration, and coveted a contest with so accomplished a warrior. Interfering in the fight, he called upon his followers to desist, and addressing the Moor with courteous words, invited him to a more equal combat. The latter readily accepted the challenge. For some time, their contest was fierce and doubtful, and the alcaide had need of all his skill and strength to ward off the blows of his antagonist. The Moor, however, was exhausted by previous fighting, and by loss of blood. He no longer sat his horse firmly, nor managed him with his wonted skill. Collecting all his strength for a last assault, He rose in his stirrups, and made a violent thrust with his lance. The Alcaide received it upon his shield, and at the same time wounded the Moor in the right arm. Then closing in the shock, he grasped him in his arms, dragged him from his saddle, and fell with him to the earth, when putting his knee upon his breast, and his dagger to his throat, "Cavalier," exclaimed he, "render thyself my prisoner, for thy life is in my hands." "Kill me, rather," replied the Moor, "for death would be less grievous than loss of liberty." The Alcaide, however, with the clemency of the truly brave, assisted the Moor to rise, ministered to his wounds with his own hands, and had him conveyed with great care to the castle of Alora. His wounds were slight, and in a few days were nearly cured, but the deepest wound had been inflicted on his spirit. He was constantly buried in a profound melancholy. The Alcaide, who had conceived a great regard for him, treated him more as a friend than a captive, and tried in every way to cheer him, but in vain. He was always sad and moody, and, when on the battlements of the castle, would keep his eyes turned to the south with a fixed and wistful gaze. "How is this?" exclaimed the Alcaide reproachfully, "that you, who were so hardy and fearless in the field, should lose all spirit in prison? If any secret grief preys on your heart, confide it to me, as to a friend, and I promise you, on the faith of a cavalier, that you shall have no cause to repent the disclosure." The Moorish knight kissed the hand of the Alcaide. "Noble cavalier," said he, "that I am cast down in spirit is not from my wounds, which are slight, nor from my captivity, for your kindness has robbed it of all gloom, nor from my defeat, for to be conquered by so accomplished and renowned a cavalier is no disgrace. But to explain to you the cause of my grief, it is necessary to give you some particulars of my story, and this I am moved to do by the great sympathy you have manifested toward me, and the magnanimity that shines through all your actions. Know, then, that my name is Abendares, and that I am of the noble but unfortunate line of the Abencerrages of Granada. You have doubtless heard of the destruction that fell upon our race. Charged with treasonable designs, of which they were entirely innocent, many of them were beheaded, the rest banished, so that not an Abencerrages was permitted to remain in Granada, excepting my father and my uncle, whose innocence was proved, even to the satisfaction of their persecutors. It was decreed, however, that, should they have children, the sons should be educated at a distance from Granada, and the daughters should be married out of the kingdom. Conformably to this decree I was sent, while yet an infant, to be reared in the fortress of Cartama, the worthy Alcaide of which was an ancient friend of my father. He had no children, and received me into his family as his own child, treating me with the kindness and affection of a father, and I grew up in the belief that he really was such. A few years afterward, his wife gave birth to a daughter, but his tenderness toward me continued undiminished. I thus grew up with Zarissa, for so the infant daughter of the Alcaide was called, as her own brother, and thought the growing passion which I felt for her was mere fraternal affection. I beheld her charms unfolding, as it were, leaf by leaf, like the morning rose, each moment disclosing fresh beauty and sweetness. At this period, I overheard a conversation between the Alcaide and his confidential domestic, and found myself to be the subject. "It is time," said he, "to apprise him of his parentage, that he may adopt a career in life. I have deferred the communication as long as possible, through reluctance to inform him that he is of a proscribed and an unlucky race. This intelligence would have overwhelmed me at an earlier period, but the intimation that Zarissa was not my sister operated like magic, and in an instant transformed my brotherly affection into ardent love. I sought Zarissa, to impart to her the secret I had learned. I found her in the garden, in a bower of jessamines, arranging her beautiful hair by the mirror of a crystal fountain. The radiance of her beauty dazzled me. I ran to her with open arms, and she received me with a sister's embraces. When we had seated ourselves beside the fountain, she began to upbraid me for leaving her so long alone. In reply, I informed her of the conversation I had overheard. The recital shocked and distressed her. "Alas," cried she, "then is our happiness at an end." "How?" exclaimed I. "Wilt thou cease to love me because I am not thy brother?" "Not so," replied she. "But do you not know that when it is once known we are not brother and sister, we can no longer be permitted to be thus always together? In fact, from that moment our intercourse took a new character. We met often at the fountain among the jessamines, but Zarissa no longer advanced with open arms to meet me. She became reserved and silent, and would blush and cast down her eyes when I seated myself beside her. My heart became a prey to the thousand doubts and fears that ever attend upon true love. I was restless and uneasy, and looked back with regret to the unreserved intercourse that had existed between us, when we supposed ourselves brother and sister. Yet I would not have had the relationship true for the world. While matters were in this state between us, an order came from the King of Granada for the Alcaide to take command of the fortress of Coin, which lies directly on the Christian frontier. He prepared to remove with all his family, but signified that I should remain at Cartama. I exclaimed against the separation, and declared that I could not be parted from Zarissa. "That is the very cause," said he, "why I leave thee behind. It is time, Abandaris, that thou shouldst know the secret of thy birth, that thou art no son of mine, neither is Zarissa thy sister." "I know it all," exclaimed I, "and I love her with tenfold the affection of a brother. You have brought us up together. You have made us necessary to each other's happiness. Our hearts have entwined themselves with our growth. Do not now tear them asunder. Fill up the measure of your kindness. Be indeed a father to me, by giving me Zarissa for my wife." The brow of the Alcaide darkened as I spoke. "Have I then been deceived?" said he. "Have those nurtured in my very bosom been conspiring against me? Is this your return for my paternal tenderness? To beguile the affections of my child, and teach her to deceive her father? It was cause enough to refuse thee the hand of my daughter, that thou wert of a proscribed race, who can never approach the walls of Granada. This, however, I might have passed over, but never will I give my daughter to a man who has endeavored to win her from me by deception. All my attempts to vindicate myself and Zarissa were unavailing. I retired in anguish from his presence, and seeking Zarissa, told her of this blow, which was worse than death to me. "Zarissa," said I, "we part forever. I shall never see thee more. Thy father will guard thee rigidly. Thy beauty and his wealth will soon attract some happier rival, and I shall be forgotten." Zarissa reproached me with my want of faith, and promised me eternal constancy. I still doubted and desponded, until, moved by my anguish and despair, she agreed to a secret union. Our espousals made, we parted, with a promise on her part to send me word from Coin, should her father absent himself from the fortress. The very day after our secret nuptials, I beheld the whole train of the Alcaide depart from Cartama, nor would he admit me to his presence, or permit me to bid farewell to Zarissa. I remained at Cartama, somewhat pacified in spirit by this secret bond of union. But everything around me fed my passion, and reminded me of Zarissa. I saw the windows at which I had so often beheld her. I wandered through the apartment she had inhabited, the chamber in which she had slept. I visited the bower of jessamines, and lingered beside the fountain in which she had delighted. Everything recalled her to my imagination, and filled my heart with tender melancholy. At length, a confidential servant brought me word that her father was to depart that day for Granada, on a short absence, inviting me to hasten to Coin, describing a secret portal at which I should apply, and the signal by which I would obtain admittance. If ever you have loved, most valiant Alcaide, you may judge of the transport of my bosom. That very night I arrayed myself in my most gallant attire, to pay due honor to my bride, and arming myself against any casual attack, issued forth privately from Cartama. You know the rest, and by what sad fortune of war I found myself, instead of a happy bridegroom, in the nuptial bower of Coin, vanquished, wounded, and a prisoner, within the walls of Alora. The term of absence of the father of Zarissa is nearly expired. Within 3 days he will return to Coin, and our meeting will no longer be possible. Judge, then, whether I grieve without cause, and whether I may not well be excused for showing impatience under confinement. Don Rodrigo de Narvaez was greatly moved by this recital, for, though more used to rugged war than scenes of amorous softness, he was of a kind and generous nature. "Abandaris," said he, "I did not seek thy confidence to gratify an idle curiosity, It grieves me much that the good fortune which delivered thee into my hands should have marred so fair an enterprise. Give me thy faith as a true knight to return prisoner to my castle within 3 days, and I will grant thee permission to accomplish thy nuptials." The Abencerrage would have thrown himself at his feet to pour out protestations of eternal gratitude, but the alcaide prevented him. Calling in his cavaliers, he took the Abencerrage by the right hand, in their presence, exclaiming solemnly, "You promise, on the faith of a cavalier, to return to my castle of Allora within 3 days, and render yourself my prisoner?" And the Abencerrage said, "I promise." Then said the alcaide, "Go, and may good fortune attend you. If you require any safeguard, I and my cavaliers are ready to be your companions." The Abencerrage kissed the hand of the alcaide in grateful acknowledgment. "Give me," said he, "my own armor and my steed, and I require no guard. It is not likely that I shall again meet with so valorous a foe." The shades of night had fallen, when the tramp of the dapple-gray steed sounded over the drawbridge, and immediately afterward the light clatter of hoofs along the road bespoke the fleetness with which the youthful lover hastened to his bride. It was deep night when the Moor arrived at the castle of Coin. He silently and cautiously walked his panting steed under its dark walls, and having nearly passed round them, came to the portal denoted by Zerisa. He paused and looked around to see that he was not observed, and then knocked 3 times with the butt of his lance. In a little while the portal was timidly unclosed by the duenna of Zerisa. "Alas, Señor," said she, "what has detained you thus long? Every night have I watched for you, and my lady is sick at heart with doubt and anxiety." The Abencerrage hung his lance and shield and scimitar against the wall, and then followed the duenna with silent steps up a winding staircase to the apartment of Zerisa. Vain would be the attempt to describe the raptures of that meeting. Time flew too swiftly, and the Abencerrage had nearly forgotten, until too late, his promise to return a prisoner to the alcaide of Allora. The recollection of it came to him with a pang, and suddenly awoke him from his dream of bliss. Zerisa saw his altered looks, and heard with alarm his stifled sighs, but her countenance brightened when she heard the cause. "Let not thy spirit be cast down," said she, throwing her white arms around him. "I have the keys of my father's treasures. Send ransom more than enough to satisfy the Christian, and remain with me." "No," said Abendaris. "I have given my word to return in person, and like a true knight must fulfill my promise. After that, fortune must do with me as it pleases." "Then," said Zerisa, "I will accompany thee. Never shall you return a prisoner, and I remain at liberty." The Abencerrage was transported with joy at this new proof of devotion in his beautiful bride. All preparations were speedily made for their departure. Zerisa mounted behind the Moor on his powerful steed. They left the castle walls before daybreak, nor did they pause until they arrived at the gate of the castle of Allora, which was flung wide to receive them. Alighting in the court, the Abencerrage supported the steps of his trembling bride, who remained closely veiled, into the presence of Rodrigo de Narvaez. "Behold, valiant alcaide," said he, "the way in which an Abencerrage keeps his word. I promised to return to thee a prisoner, but I deliver 2 captives into your power. Behold Zerisa, and judge whether I grieved without reason over the loss of such a treasure. Receive us as your own, for I confide my life and her honor to your hands." The alcaide was lost in admiration of the beauty of the lady and the noble spirit of the Moor. "I know not," said he, "which of you surpasses the other, but I know that my castle is graced and honored by your presence. Enter into it, and consider it your own, while you deign to reside with me." For several days the lovers remained at Allora, happy in each other's love, and in the friendship of the brave alcaide. The latter wrote a letter, full of courtesy, to the Moorish king of Granada, relating the whole event, extolling the valor and good faith of the Abencerrage, and craving for him the royal countenance. The king was moved by the story, and was pleased with an opportunity of showing attention to the wishes of a gallant and chivalrous enemy. For though he had often suffered from the prowess of Don Rodrigo de Narvaez, he admired the heroic character he had gained throughout the land. calling the Alcaide of Coin into his presence. He gave him the letter to read. The Alcaide turned pale and trembled with rage on the perusal. "Restrain thine anger," said the king. "There is nothing that the Alcaide of Elora could ask that I would not grant if in my power. Go thou to Elora, pardon thy children, take them to thy home. I receive this abencerrage into my favor, and it will be my delight to heap benefits upon you all." The kindling ire of the Alcaide was suddenly appeased. He hastened to Elora, and folded his children to his bosom, who would have fallen at his feet. The gallant Rodrigo de Narvaez gave liberty to his prisoner without ransom, demanding merely a promise of his friendship. He accompanied the youthful couple and their father to Coin, where their nuptials were celebrated with great rejoicings. When the festivities were over, Don Rodrigo de Narvaez returned to his fortress of Elora. After his departure, the Alcaide of Coin addressed his children. "To your hands," said he, "I confide the disposition of my wealth. One of the first things I charge you is not to forget the ransom you owe to the Alcaide of Elora. His magnanimity you can never repay, but you can prevent it from wronging him of his just dues. Give him, moreover, your entire friendship, for he merits it fully, though of a different faith." The abencerrage thanked him for his generous proposition, which so truly accorded with his own wishes. He took a large sum of gold, and enclosed it in a rich coffer, and, on his own part, sent 6 beautiful horses, superbly caparisoned, with 6 shields and lances mounted and embossed with gold. The beautiful Zarissa, at the same time, wrote a letter to the Alcaide, filled with expressions of gratitude and friendship, and sent him a box of fragrant cypress wood, containing linen of the finest quality, for his person. The valiant Alcaide disposed of the present in a characteristic manner. The horses and armor he shared among the cavaliers who had accompanied him on the night of the skirmish. The box of cypress wood and its contents he retained, for the sake of the beautiful Zarissa, and sent her, by the hands of a messenger, the sum of gold paid as a ransom, entreating her to receive it as a wedding present. This courtesy and magnanimity raised the character of the Alcaide Rodrigo de Narvaez still higher in the estimation of the Moors, who extolled him as a perfect mirror of chivalric virtue, and from that time forward there was a continual exchange of good offices between them. The Enchanted Island. Break, fancy, from thy cave of cloud, and wave thy purple wings, now all thy figures are allowed, and various shapes of things. Create of airy forms a stream, it must have blood and not a phlegm, and though it be a walking dream, yet let it like an odor rise to all the senses here, and fall like sleep upon their eyes, or music on their ear. Ben Jonson. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy, and among these may be placed that marvel and mystery of the seas, the island of Saint Brandan. Every schoolboy can enumerate and call by name the Canaries, the fortunate islands of the ancients, which, according to some ingenious speculative minds, are mere wrecks and remnants of the vast island of Atlantis, mentioned by Plato as having been swallowed up by the ocean. Whoever has read the history of those isles will remember the wonders told of another island, still more beautiful, seen occasionally from their shores, stretching away in the clear bright west, with long shadowy promontories, and high, sun-gilt peaks. Numerous expeditions, both in ancient and modern days, have launched forth from the Canaries in quest of that island. But on their approach, mountain and promontory have gradually faded away, until nothing has remained but the blue sky above, and the deep blue water below. Hence it was termed by the geographers of old a Prosidus or the inaccessible, while modern navigators have called its very existence in question, pronouncing it a mere optical illusion, like the Fata Morgana of the Straits of Messina, or classing it with those unsubstantial regions known to mariners as Cape Flyaway and the coast of Cloudland. Let not, however, the doubts of the worldly-wise skeptics of modern days rob us of all the glorious realms owned by happy credulity in days of yore. Be assured, O reader of easy faith, thou for whom I delight to labor, be assured that such an island does actually exist, and has, from time to time, been revealed to the gaze and trodden by the feet of favored mortals. Nay, though doubted by historians and philosophers, its existence is fully attested by the poets, who, being an inspired race, and gifted with a kind of second sight, can see into the mysteries of nature, hidden from the eyes of ordinary mortals. To this gifted race it has ever been a region of fancy and romance, teeming with all kinds of wonders. Here once bloomed, and perhaps still blooms, the famous garden of the Hesperides, with its golden fruit. Here, too, was the enchanted garden of Armida, in which that sorceress held the Christian paladin, Rinaldo, in delicious but inglorious thraldom, as is set forth in the immortal lay of Tasso. It was on this island, also, that Sycorax, the witch, held sway, when the good Prospero and his infant daughter Miranda were wafted to its shores. The isle was then, full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs, that give delight, and hurt not. Who does not know the tale, as told in the magic page of Shakespeare? In fact, the island appears to have been, at different times, under the sway of different powers, genii of earth and air and ocean, who made it their shadowy abode, or rather, it is the retiring place of old worn-out deities and dynasties, that once ruled the poetic world, but are now nearly shorn of all their attributes. Here Neptune and Amphitrite hold a diminished court, like sovereigns in exile. Their ocean chariot lies bottom upward, in a cave of the island, almost a perfect wreck, while their pursy Tritons and haggard Nereids bask listlessly, like seals about the rocks. Sometimes they assume a shadow of their ancient pomp, and glide in state about the glassy sea, while the crew of some tall Indiaman, that lies becalmed with flapping sails, hear with astonishment the mellow note of the Triton's shell swelling upon the ear, as the invisible pageant sweeps by. Sometimes the quondam monarch of the ocean is permitted to make himself visible to mortal eyes, visiting the ships that cross the line, to exact a tribute from newcomers, the only remnant of his ancient rule, and that, alas, performed with tattered state and tarnished splendor. On the shores of this wondrous island, the mighty kraken heaves his bulk, and wallows many a rood. Here, too, the sea serpent lies coiled up, during the intervals of his much-contested revelations to the eyes of true believers. And here it is said, even the Flying Dutchman finds a port and casts his anchor, and furls his shadowy sail, and takes a short repose from his eternal wanderings. Here all the treasures lost in the deep are safely garnered. The caverns of the shores are piled with golden ingots, hexes of pearls, rich bales of oriental silks, and their deep recesses sparkle with diamonds, or flame with carbuncles. Here, in deep bays and harbors, lies many a spellbound ship, long given up as lost by the ruined merchant. Here, too, its crew, long bewailed as swallowed up in ocean, lie sleeping in mossy grottos, from age to age, or wander about enchanted shores and groves, in pleasing oblivion of all things. Such are some of the marvels related of this island, and which may serve to throw some light on the following legend, of unquestionable truth, which I recommend to the entire belief of the reader. The Adelantado of the Seven Cities, a legend of St. Brandan. In the early part of the 15th century, when Prince Henry of Portugal, of worthy memory, was pushing the career of discovery along the western coast of Africa, and the world was resounding with reports of golden regions on the mainland and newfound islands in the ocean, there arrived at Lisbon an old bewildered pilot of the seas, who had been driven by tempests, he knew not whither, and who raved about an island far in the deep, on which he had landed, and which he had found peopled with Christians and adorned with noble cities. The inhabitants, he said, gathered round, and regarded him with surprise, having never before been visited by a ship. They told him they were descendants of a band of Christians, who fled from Spain when that country was conquered by the Moslems. They were curious about the state of their fatherland, and grieved to hear that the Moslems still held possession of the kingdom of Granada. They would have taken the old navigator to church to convince him of their orthodoxy. But either through lack of devotion or lack of faith in their words, he declined their invitation, and preferred to return on board of his ship. He was properly punished. A furious storm arose, drove him from his anchorage, hurried him out to sea, and he saw no more of the unknown island. This strange story caused great marvel in Lisbon and elsewhere. Those versed in history remember to have read in an ancient chronicle that, at the time of the conquest of Spain in the 8th century, when the blessed cross was cast down, and the crescent erected in its place, and when Christian churches were turned into Moslem mosques, 7 bishops, at the head of 7 bands of pious exiles, had fled from the peninsula and embarked in quest of some ocean island or distant land where they might found 7 Christian cities and enjoy their faith unmolested. The fate of these pious saints errant had hitherto remained a mystery, and their story had faded from memory. The report of the old tempest-tossed pilot, however, revived this long-forgotten theme, and it was determined by the pious and enthusiastic that the island thus accidentally discovered was the identical place of refuge, whither the wandering bishops had been guided by a protecting providence, and where they had folded their flocks. This most excitable of worlds has always some darling object of chimerical enterprise. The island of the 7 cities now awakened as much interest and longing among zealous Christians as has the renowned city of Timbuktu among adventurous travelers, or the Northeast Passage among hardy navigators. And it was a frequent prayer of the devout that these scattered and lost portions of the Christian family might be discovered and reunited to the great body of Christendom. No one, however, entered into the matter with half the zeal of Don Fernando de Olmo, a young cavalier of high standing in the Portuguese court, and of most sanguine and romantic temperament. He had recently come to his estate, and had run the round of all kinds of pleasures and excitements, when this new theme of popular talk and wonder presented itself. The island of the 7 cities became now the constant subject of his thoughts by day and his dreams by night. It even rivaled his passion for a beautiful girl, one of the greatest belles of Lisbon, to whom he was betrothed. At length his imagination became so inflamed on the subject that he determined to fit out an expedition, at his own expense, and set sail in quest of this sainted island. It could not be a cruise of any great extent, for according to the calculations of the tempest-tossed pilot, it must be somewhere in the latitude of the Canaries, which at that time, when the New World was as yet undiscovered, formed the frontier of ocean enterprise. Don Fernando applied to the crown for countenance and protection. As he was a favorite at court, the usual patronage was readily extended to him. That is to say, he received a commission from the king, Don II, constituting him adelantado or military governor of any country he might discover, with the single proviso that he should bear all the expenses of the discovery and pay 1/10 of the profits to the crown. Don Fernando now set to work in the true spirit of a projector. He sold acre after acre of solid land, and invested the proceeds in ships, guns, ammunition, and sea stores. Even his old family mansion in Lisbon was mortgaged without scruple, for he looked forward to a palace in one of the 7 cities of which he was to be adelantado. This was the age of nautical romance, when the thoughts of all speculative dreamers were turned to the ocean. The scheme of Don Fernando, therefore, drew adventurers of every kind. The merchant promised himself new marts of opulent traffic. The soldier hoped to sack and plunder some one or other of those 7 cities. Even the fat monk shook off the sleep and sloth of the cloister to join in a crusade which promised such increase to the possessions of the church. One person alone regarded the whole project with sovereign contempt and growling hostility. This was Don Ramiro Alvarez, the father of the beautiful Serafina, to whom Don Fernando was betrothed. He was one of those perverse, matter-of-fact old men who are prone to oppose everything speculative and romantic. He had no faith in the island of the 7 cities, regarded the projected cruise as a crack-brained freak, looked with angry eye and internal heartburning on the conduct of his intended son-in-law, chaffering away solid lands for lands in the moon, and scoffingly dubbed him adelantado of Lubberland. In fact, he had never really relished the intended match, to which his consent had been slowly extorted by the tears and entreaties of his daughter. It is true he could have no reasonable objections to the youth, for Don Fernando was the very flower of Portuguese chivalry. No one could excel him at the tilting match or the riding at the ring. None was more bold and dexterous in the bullfight. None composed more gallant madrigals in praise of his lady's charms, or sang them with sweeter tones to the accompaniment of her guitar. Nor could anyone handle the castanets and dance the bolero with more captivating grace. All these admirable qualities and endowments, however, though they had been sufficient to win the heart of Serafina, were nothing in the eyes of her unreasonable father. O Cupid, god of love, why will fathers always be so unreasonable? The engagement to Serafina had threatened at first to throw an obstacle in the way of the expedition of Don Fernando, and for a time perplexed him in the extreme. He was passionately attached to the young lady, but he was also passionately bent on this romantic enterprise. How should he reconcile the 2 passionate inclinations? A simple and obvious arrangement at length presented itself. marry Seraphina, enjoy a portion of the honeymoon at once, and defer the rest until his return from the discovery of the 7 cities. He hastened to make known this most excellent arrangement to Don Ramiro, when the long-smothered wrath of the old cavalier burst forth in a storm about his ears. He reproached him with being the dupe of wandering vagabonds and wild schemers, and of squandering all his real possessions in pursuit of empty bubbles. Don Fernando was too sanguine a projector, and too young a man, to listen tamely to such language. He acted with what is technically called becoming spirit. A high quarrel ensued. Don Ramiro pronounced him a madman, and forbade all farther intercourse with his daughter, until he should give proof of returning sanity by abandoning this madcap enterprise, while Don Fernando flung out of the house, more bent than ever on the expedition, from the idea of triumphing over the incredulity of the graybeard when he should return successful. Don Ramiro repaired to his daughter's chamber the moment the youth had departed. He represented to her the sanguine, unsteady character of her lover and the chimerical nature of his schemes, showed her the propriety of suspending all intercourse with him until he should recover from his present hallucination, folded her to his bosom with parental fondness, kissed the tear that stole down her cheek, and, as he left the chamber, gently locked the door. For although he was a fond father, and had a high opinion of the submissive temper of his child, he had a still higher opinion of the conservative virtues of lock and key. Whether the damsel had been in any wise shaken in her faith as to the schemes of her lover, and the existence of the island of the 7 cities, by the sage representations of her father, tradition does not say. But it is certain that she became a firm believer the moment she heard him turn the key in the lock. Notwithstanding the interdict of Don Ramiro, therefore, and his shrewd precautions, the intercourse of the lovers continued, although clandestinely. Don Fernando toiled all day, hurrying forward his nautical enterprise, while at night he would repair, beneath the grated balcony of his mistress, to carry on at equal pace the no less interesting enterprise of the heart. At length the preparations for the expedition were completed. 2 gallant caravels lay anchored in the Tagus, ready to sail with the morning dawn, while late at night, by the pale light of a waning moon, Don Fernando sought the stately mansion of Alvarez to take a last farewell of Seraphina. The customary signal of a few low touches of a guitar brought her to the balcony. She was sad at heart and full of gloomy forebodings, but her lover strove to impart to her his own buoyant hope and youthful confidence. "A few short months," said he, "and I shall return in triumph. Thy father will then blush at his incredulity, and will once more welcome me to his house, when I cross its threshold a wealthy suitor and adelantado of the 7 cities." The beautiful Seraphina shook her head mournfully. It was not on those points that she felt doubt or dismay. She believed most implicitly in the island of the 7 cities, and trusted devoutly in the success of the enterprise, but she had heard of the inconstancy of the seas, and the inconstancy of those who roam them. Now, let the truth be spoken, Don Fernando, if he had any fault in the world, it was that he was a little too inflammable. That is to say, a little too subject to take fire from the sparkle of every bright eye. He had been somewhat of a rover among the sex on shore. What might he not be on sea? Might he not meet with other loves in foreign ports? Might he not behold some peerless beauty in one or other of those 7 cities, who might efface the image of Seraphina from his thoughts? At length she ventured to hint her doubts, but Don Fernando spurned at the very idea. Never could his heart be false to Seraphina. Never could another be captivating in his eyes. Never, never. Repeatedly did he bend his knee, and smite his breast, and call upon the silver moon to witness the sincerity of his vows. But might not Seraphina, herself, be forgetful of her plighted faith? Might not some wealthier rival present, while he was tossing on the sea, and, backed by the authority of her father, win the treasure of her hand? Alas! How little did he know Seraphina's heart. The more her father should oppose, the more would she be fixed in her faith. Though years should pass before his return, he would find her true to her vows. Even should the salt seas swallow him up, and her eyes streamed with salt tears at the very thought, never would she be the wife of another, never, never. She raised her beautiful white arms between the iron bars of the balcony, and invoked the moon as a testimonial of her faith. Thus, according to immemorial usage, the lovers parted, with many a vow of eternal constancy. But will they keep those vows? Perish the doubt. Have they not called the constant moon to witness? With the morning dawn the caravels dropped down the Tagus and put to sea. They steered for the Canaries, in those days the regions of nautical romance. Scarcely had they reached those latitudes, when a violent tempest arose. Don Fernando soon lost sight of the accompanying caravel, and was driven out of all reckoning by the fury of the storm. For several weary days and nights he was tossed to and fro, at the mercy of the elements, expecting each moment to be swallowed up. At length, one day toward evening, the storm subsided. The clouds cleared up, as though a veil had suddenly been withdrawn from the face of heaven, and the setting sun shone gloriously upon a fair and mountainous island that seemed close at hand. The tempest-tossed mariners rubbed their eyes and gazed almost incredulously upon this land that had emerged so suddenly from the murky gloom. Yet there it lay, spread out in lovely landscapes, enlivened by villages and towers and spires, while the late stormy sea rolled in peaceful billows to its shores. About a league from the sea, on the banks of a river, stood a noble city, with lofty walls and towers, and a protecting castle. Don Fernando anchored off the mouth of the river, which appeared to form a spacious harbor. In a little while a barge was seen issuing from the river. It was evidently a barge of ceremony, for it was richly though quaintly carved and gilt, and decorated with a silken awning and fluttering streamers, while a banner, bearing the sacred emblem of the cross, floated to the breeze. The barge advanced slowly, impelled by 16 oars, painted of a bright crimson. The oarsmen were uncouth, or rather antique, in their garb, and kept stroke to the regular cadence of an old Spanish ditty. Beneath the awning sat a cavalier, in a rich though old-fashioned doublet, with an enormous sombrero and feather. When the barge reached the caravel, the cavalier stepped on board. He was tall and gaunt, with a long Spanish visage and lackluster eyes, and an air of lofty and somewhat pompous gravity. His mustaches were curled up to his ears, his beard was forked and precise. He wore gauntlets that reached to his elbows, and a Toledo blade that strutted out behind, while, in front, its huge basket hilt might have served for a porringer. Thrusting out a long spindle leg, and taking off his sombrero with a grave and stately sweep, he saluted Don Fernando by name, and welcomed him in old Castilian language, and in the style of old Castilian courtesy. Don Fernando was startled at hearing himself accosted by name, by an utter stranger, in a strange land. As soon as he could recover from his surprise, he inquired what land it was at which he had arrived. The island of the 7 cities. Could this be true? Had he indeed been thus tempest-driven upon the very land of which he was in quest? It was even so. The other caravel, from which he had been separated in the storm, had made a neighboring port of the island, and announced the tidings of this expedition, which came to restore the country to the great community of Christendom. The whole island, he was told, was given up to rejoicings on the happy event, and they only awaited his arrival to acknowledge allegiance to the crown of Portugal, and hail him as Adelantado of the 7 cities. A grand fete was to be solemnized that very night in the palace of the alcaide or governor of the city, who, on beholding the most opportune arrival of the caravel, had dispatched his grand chamberlain in his barge of state to conduct the future Adelantado to the ceremony. Don Fernando could scarcely believe but that this was all a dream. He fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon the grand chamberlain, who, having delivered his message, stood in buckram dignity, drawn up to his full stature, curling his whiskers, stroking his beard, and looking down upon him with inexpressible loftiness through his lackluster eyes. There was no doubting the word of so grave and ceremonious a hidalgo. Don Fernando now arrayed himself in gala attire. He would have launched his boat and gone on shore with his own men, but he was informed the barge of state was expressly provided for his accommodation, and, after the fete, would bring him back to his ship, in which, on the following day, he might enter the harbor in befitting style. He accordingly stepped into the barge, and took his seat beneath the awning. The Grand Chamberlain seated himself on the cushion opposite. The rowers bent to their oars, and renewed their mournful old ditty, and the gorgeous, but unwieldy barge moved slowly and solemnly through the water. The night closed in before they entered the river. They swept along, past rock and promontory, each guarded by its tower. The The sentinels at every post challenged them as they passed by. "Who goes there?" "The Adelantado of the 7 cities. He is welcome. Pass on." On entering the harbor, they rowed close along an armed galley of the most ancient form. Soldiers with crossbows were stationed on the deck. "Who goes there?" was again demanded. "The Adelantado of the 7 cities. He is welcome. Pass on." They landed at a broad flight of stone steps, leading up between 2 massive towers to the water gate of the city, at which they knocked for admission. A sentinel, in an ancient steel casque, looked over the wall. "Who is there?" "The Adelantado of the 7 cities." The gate swung slowly open, grating upon its rusty hinges. They entered between 2 rows of ironclad warriors, in battered armor, with crossbows, battle-axes, and ancient maces, and with faces as old-fashioned and rusty as their armor. They saluted Don Fernando in military style, but with perfect silence, as he passed between their ranks. The city was illuminated, but in such manner as to give a more shadowy and solemn effect to its old-time architecture. There were bonfires in the principal streets, with groups about them in such old-fashioned garbs, that they looked like the fantastic figures that roamed the streets in carnival time. Even the stately dames who gazed from the balconies, which they had hung with antique tapestry, looked more like effigies dressed up for a quaint mummery than like ladies in their fashionable attire. Everything, in short, bore the stamp of former ages, as if the world had suddenly rolled back a few centuries. Nor was this to be wondered at. Had not the island of the 7 cities been for several hundred years cut off from all communication with the rest of the world? And was it not natural that the inhabitants should retain many of the modes and customs brought here by their ancestors? One thing certainly they had conserved: the old-fashioned Spanish gravity and stateliness. Though this was a time of public rejoicing, and though Don Fernando was the object of their gratulations, everything was conducted with the most solemn ceremony, and wherever he appeared, instead of acclamations, he was received with profound silence and the most formal reverences and swayings of their sombreros. Arrived at the palace of the alcaide, the usual ceremonial was repeated. The chamberlain knocked for admission. "Who is there?" demanded the porter. "The Adelantado of the 7 cities. He is welcome. Pass on." The grand portal was thrown open. The chamberlain led the way up a vast but heavily molded marble staircase, and so through one of those interminable suites of apartments that are the pride of Spanish palaces. All were furnished in a style of obsolete magnificence. As they passed through the chambers, the title of Don Fernando was forwarded on by servants stationed at every door, and everywhere produced the most profound reverences and courtesies. At length they reached a magnificent saloon, blazing with tapers, in which the alcaide and the principal dignitaries of the city were waiting to receive their illustrious guest. The Grand Chamberlain presented Don Fernando in due form, and falling back among the other officers of the household, stood as usual curling his whiskers and stroking his forked beard. Don Fernando was received by the alcaide and the other dignitaries with the same stately and formal courtesy that he had everywhere remarked. In fact, there was so much form and ceremonial that it seemed difficult to get at anything social or substantial. Nothing but bows and compliments and old-fashioned courtesies. The alcaide and his courtiers resembled, in face and form, those quaint worthies to be seen in the pictures of old illuminated manuscripts, while the cavaliers and dames who thronged the saloon might have been taken for the antique figures of Gobelin tapestry suddenly vivified and put in motion. The banquet, which had been kept back until the arrival of Don Fernando, was now announced, and such a feast, such unknown dishes and obsolete dainties, with the peacock, that bird of state and ceremony, served up in full plumage in a golden dish at the head of the table. And then, as Don Fernando cast his eyes over the glittering board, what a vista of odd heads and headdresses, of formal bearded dignitaries, and stately dames, with castellated locks and towering plumes. As fate would have it, on the other side of Don Fernando was seated the daughter of the alcaide. She was arrayed, it is true, in a dress that might have been worn before the flood. But then, she had a melting black Andalusian eye that was perfectly irresistible. Her voice, too, her manner, her movements, all smacked of Andalusia, and showed how female fascination may be transmitted from age to age, and climb to climb without ever losing its power or going out of fashion. Those who know the witchery of the sex, in that most amorous region of old Spain, may judge what must have been the fascination to which Don Fernando was exposed, when seated beside one of the most captivating of its descendants. He was, as has already been hinted, of an inflammable temperament, with a heart ready to get in a light blaze at every instant. And then he had been so wearied by pompous, tedious old cavaliers, with their formal bows and speeches. Is it to be wondered at that he turned with delight to the alcaide's daughter, all smiles and dimples, and melting looks and melting accents? Beside, for I wished to give him every excuse in my power, he was in a particularly excitable mood, from the novelty of the scene before him, and his head was almost turned with this sudden and complete realization of all his hopes and fancies. And then, in the flurry of the moment, he had taken frequent draughts at the wine-cup, presented him at every instant by officious pages, and all the world knows the effect of such draughts in giving potency to female charms. In a word, there is no concealing the matter, the banquet was not half over, before Don Fernando was making love, outright, to the alcaide's daughter. It was his cold habitude, contracted long before his matrimonial engagement. The young lady hung her head coyly. Her eye rested upon a ruby heart, sparkling in a ring on the hand of Don Fernando, a parting gage of love from Serafina. A blush crimsoned her very temples. She darted a glance of doubt at the ring, and then at Don Fernando. He read her doubt, and in the giddy intoxication of the moment, drew off the pledge of his affianced bride, and slipped it on the finger of the alcaide's daughter. At this moment the banquet broke up. The chamberlain, with his lofty demeanor, and his lackluster eyes, stood before him, and announced that the barge was waiting to conduct him back to the caravel. Don Fernando took a formal leave of the alcaide and his dignitaries, and a tender farewell of the alcaide's daughter, with a promise to throw himself at her feet on the following day. He was rowed back to his vessel in the same slow and stately manner, to the cadence of the same mournful old ditty. He retired to his cabin, his brain whirling with all that he had seen, and his heart now and then giving him a twinge as he recollected his temporary infidelity to the beautiful Serafina. He flung himself on his bed, and soon fell into a feverish sleep. His dreams were wild and incoherent. How long he slept he knew not, but when he awoke he found himself in a strange cabin, with persons around him of whom he had no knowledge. He rubbed his eyes to ascertain whether he were really awake. In reply to his inquiries, he was informed that he was on board of a Portuguese ship, bound to Lisbon, having been taken senseless from a wreck drifting about the ocean. Don Fernando was confounded and perplexed. He retraced everything distinctly that had happened to him in the island of the Seven Cities, and until he had retired to rest on board of the caravel. Had his vessel been driven from her anchors, and wrecked during his sleep? The people about him could give him no information on the subject. He talked to them of the island of the Seven Cities, and of all that had befallen him there. They regarded his words as the ravings of delirium, and in their honest solicitude, administered such rough remedies, that he was fain to drop the subject, and observe a cautious taciturnity. At length they arrived in the Tagus, and anchored before the famous city of Lisbon. Don Fernando sprang joyfully on shore, and hastened to his ancestral mansion. To his surprise, it was inhabited by strangers, and when he asked about his family, no one could give him any information concerning them. He now sought the mansion of Don Ramiro, for the temporary flame kindled by the bright eyes of the alcaide's daughter had long since burnt itself out, and his genuine passion for Serafina had revived with all its fervor. He approached the balcony, beneath which he had so often serenaded her. Did his eyes deceive him? No. There was Serafina herself at the balcony. An exclamation of rapture burst from him as he raised his arms toward her. She cast upon him a look of indignation, and hastily retiring, closed the casement. Could she have heard of his flirtation with the alcaide's daughter? He would soon dispel every doubt of his constancy. The door was open. He rushed upstairs, and entering the room, threw himself at her feet. She shrank back with affright, and took refuge in the arms of a youthful cavalier. "What mean you, sir?" cried the latter. "By this intrusion? What right have you?" replied Don Fernando. To ask the question? The right of an affianced suitor. Don Fernando started and turned pale. "Oh, Serafina! Serafina!" cried he in a tone of agony. "Is this thy plighted constancy? Serafina? What mean you by Serafina? If it be this young lady you intend, her name is Maria. Is not this Serafina Alvarez, and is not that her portrait?" cried Don Fernando, pointing to a picture of his mistress. "Holy Virgin!" cried the young lady. "He is talking of my great-grandmother." An explanation ensued, if that could be called an explanation, which plunged the unfortunate Fernando into tenfold perplexity. If he might believe his eyes, he saw before him his beloved Serafina. If he might believe his ears, it was merely her hereditary form and features, perpetuated in the person of her great-granddaughter. His brain began to spin. He sought the office of the Minister of Marine, and made a report of his expedition, and of the island of the 7 cities, which he had so fortunately discovered. Nobody knew anything of such an expedition or such an island. He declared that he had undertaken the enterprise under a formal contract with the Crown, and had received a regular commission, constituting him adelantado. This must be matter of record, and he insisted loudly that the books of the department should be consulted. The wordy strife at length attracted the attention of an old, gray-headed clerk, who sat perched on a high stool, at a high desk, with iron-rimmed spectacles on the top of a thin, pinched nose, copying records into an enormous folio. He had wintered and summered in the department for a great part of a century, until he had almost grown to be a piece of the desk at which he sat. His memory was a mere index of official facts and documents, and his brain was little better than red tape and parchment. After peering down for a time from his lofty perch, and ascertaining the matter in controversy, he put his pen behind his ear and descended. He remembered to have heard something from his predecessor about an expedition of the kind in question, but then it had sailed during the reign of Don Iam II, and he had been dead at least 100 years. To put the matter beyond dispute, however, the archives of the Torre do Tombo, that sepulchre of old Portuguese documents, were diligently searched, and a record was found of a contract between the Crown and one Fernando de Olmo, for the discovery of the island of the 7 cities, and of a commission secured to him as adelantado of the country he might discover. "There!" cried Don Fernando triumphantly. "There you have proof, before your own eyes, of what I have said. I am the Fernando de Olmo specified in that record. I have discovered the island of the 7 cities, and am entitled to be adelantado, according to contract." The story of Don Fernando had certainly what is pronounced the best of historical foundation, documentary evidence. But when a man, in the bloom of youth, talked of events that had taken place above a century previously, as having happened to himself, it is no wonder that he was set down for a madman. The old clerk looked at him from above and below his spectacles, shrugged his shoulders, stroked his chin, reascended his lofty stool, took the pen from behind his ears, and resumed his daily and eternal task, copying records into the 50th volume of a series of gigantic folios. The other clerks winked at each other shrewdly, and dispersed to their several places, and poor Don Fernando, thus left to himself, flung out of the office, almost driven wild by these repeated perplexities. In the confusion of his mind, he instinctively repaired to the mansion of Alvarez, but it was barred against him. To break the delusion under which the youth apparently labored, and to convince him that the Serafina about whom he raved was really dead, he was conducted to her tomb. There she lay, a stately matron, cut out in alabaster, and there lay her husband beside her, a portly cavalier in armor, and there knelt on each side the effigies of a numerous progeny, proving that she had been a fruitful vine. Even the very monument gave proof of the lapse of time, for the hands of her husband, which were folded as if in prayer, had lost their fingers, and the face of the once lovely Serafina was noseless. Don Fernando felt a transient glow of indignation at beholding this monumental proof of the inconstancy of his mistress. But who could expect a mistress to remain constant during a whole century of absence? And what right had he to rail about constancy, after what had passed between him and the alcaide's daughter? The unfortunate cavalier performed one pious act of tender devotion. He had the alabaster nose of Serafina restored by a skillful statuary, and then tore himself from the tomb. He could now no longer doubt the fact that, somehow or other, he had skipped over a whole century during the night he had spent at the island of the Seven Cities, and he was now as complete a stranger in his native city as if he had never been there. 1,000 times did he wish himself back to that wonderful island, with its antiquated banquet halls, where he had been so courteously received. And now that the once young and beautiful Seraphina was nothing but a great-grandmother in marble, with generations of descendants, 1,000 times would he recall the melting black eyes of the Alcides' daughter, who doubtless, like himself, was still flourishing in fresh juvenility, and breathe a secret wish that he were seated by her side. He would at once have set on foot another expedition, at his own expense, to cruise in search of the sainted island, but his means were exhausted. He endeavored to rouse others to the enterprise, setting forth the certainty of profitable results, of which his own experience furnished such unquestionable proof. Alas! No one would give faith to his tale, but looked upon it as the feverish dream of a shipwrecked man. He persisted in his efforts, holding forth in all places and all companies, until he became an object of jest and jeer to the light-minded, who mistook his earnest enthusiasm for a proof of insanity, and the very children in the streets bantered him with the title of the Adelantado of the Seven Cities. Finding all his efforts in vain in his native city of Lisbon, he took shipping for the Canaries, as being nearer the latitude of his former cruise, and inhabited by people given to nautical adventure. Here he found ready listeners to his story, for the old pilots and mariners of those parts were notorious island hunters and devout believers in all the wonders of the seas. Indeed, one and all treated his adventure as a common occurrence, and turning to each other with a sagacious nod of the head, observed, "He has been at the island of St. Brandan." They then went on to inform him of that great marvel and enigma of the ocean, of its repeated appearance to the inhabitants of their islands, and of the many but ineffectual expeditions that had been made in search of it. They took him to a promontory of the island of Palma, from whence the shadowy St. Brandan had oftenest been descried, and they pointed out the very tract in the west where its mountains had been seen. Don Fernando listened with rapt attention. He had no longer a doubt that this mysterious and fugacious island must be the same with that of the Seven Cities, and that there must be some supernatural influence connected with it that had operated upon himself and made the events of a night occupy the space of a century. He endeavored, but in vain, to rouse the islanders to another attempt at discovery. They had given up the phantom island as indeed inaccessible. Fernando, however, was not to be discouraged. The idea wore itself deeper and deeper in his mind, until it became the engrossing subject of his thoughts and object of his being. Every morning he would repair to the promontory of Palma, and sit there throughout the livelong day, in hopes of seeing the fairy mountains of St. Brandan peering above the horizon. Every evening he returned to his home, a disappointed man, but ready to resume his post on the following morning. His assiduity was all in vain. He grew gray in his ineffectual attempt, and was at length found dead at his post. His grave is still shown in the island of Palma, and a cross is erected on the spot where he used to sit and look out upon the sea, in hopes of the reappearance of the enchanted island. National nomenclature. Sir, I am somewhat of the same way of thinking, in regard to names, with that profound philosopher, Mr. Shandy, the elder, who maintained that some inspired high thoughts and heroic aims, while others entailed irretrievable meanness and vulgarity, insomuch that a man might sink under the insignificance of his name, and be absolutely nicodemused into nothing. I have ever, therefore, thought it a great hardship for a man to be obliged to struggle through life with some ridiculous or ignoble Christian name, as it is too often falsely called, inflicted on him in infancy, when he could not choose for himself, and would give him free liberty to change it for one more to his taste, when he had arrived at years of discretion. I have the same notion with respect to local names. Some at once prepossess us in favor of a place. Others repel us by unlucky associations of the mind, and I have known scenes worthy of being the very haunt of poetry and romance, yet doomed to irretrievable vulgarity by some ill-chosen name, which not even the magic numbers of a Halleck or a Bryant could elevate into poetical acceptation. This is an evil unfortunately too prevalent throughout our country. Nature has stamped the land with features of sublimity and beauty, but some of our noblest mountains and loveliest streams are in danger of remaining forever unhonored and unsung, from bearing appellations totally abhorrent to the muse. In the first place, Our country is deluged with names taken from places in the Old World, and applied to places having no possible affinity or resemblance to their namesakes. This betokens a forlorn poverty of invention, and a second-hand spirit, content to cover its nakedness with borrowed or cast-off clothes of Europe. Then we have a shallow affectation of scholarship. The whole catalogue of ancient worthies is shaken out from the back of Lempriere's classical dictionary, and a wide region of wild country sprinkled over with the names of the heroes, poets, and sages of antiquity, jumbled into the most whimsical juxtaposition. Then we have our political godfathers, topographical engineers, perhaps, or persons employed by government to survey and lay out townships. These, forsooth, glorify the patrons that give them bread. So we have the names of the great official men of the day scattered over the land, as if they were the real salt of the earth, with which it was to be seasoned. Well for us is it, when these official great men happen to have names of fair acceptation. But what unto us should a Tubbs or a Potts be in power, we are sure, in a little while, to find Tubbsvilles and Pottsylvanias springing up in every direction. Under these melancholy dispensations of taste and loyalty, therefore, Mr. Editor, it is with a feeling of dawning hope that I have lately perceived the attention of persons of intelligence beginning to be awakened on this subject. I trust if the matter should once be taken up, it will not be readily abandoned. We are yet young enough, as a country, to remedy and reform much of what has been done, and to release many of our rising towns and cities, and our noble streams, from names calculated to vulgarize the land. I have, on a former occasion, suggested the expediency of searching out the original Indian names of places, and wherever they are striking and euphonious, and those by which they have been superseded are glaringly objectionable, to restore them. They would have the merit of originality, and of belonging to the country, and they would remain as relics of the native lords of the soil, when every other vestige had disappeared. Many of these names may easily be regained, by reference to old title deeds, and to the archives of states and counties. In my own case, by examining the records of the county clerk's office, I have discovered the Indian names of various places and objects in the neighborhood, and have found them infinitely superior to the trite, poverty-stricken names which had been given by the settlers. A beautiful pastoral stream, for instance, which winds for many a mile through one of the loveliest little valleys in the state, has long been known by the commonplace name of the Sawmill River. In the old Indian grants it is designated as the Nepean. Another, a perfectly wizard stream, which winds through the wildest recesses of Sleepy Hollow, bears the humdrum name of Mill Creek. In the Indian grants, it sustains the euphonious title of the Picantico. Similar researches have released Long Island from many of those paltry and vulgar names which fringed its beautiful shores. Their cow bays and cow necks and oyster ponds and mosquito coves, which spread a spell of vulgarity over the whole island, and kept persons of taste and fancy at a distance. It would be an object worthy the attention of the historical societies, which are springing up in various parts of the Union, to have maps executed of their respective states or neighborhoods, in which all the Indian local names should, as far as possible, be restored. In fact, it appears to me that the nomenclature of the country is almost of sufficient importance for the foundation of a distinct society, or rather a corresponding association of persons of taste and judgment, of all parts of the Union. Such an association, if properly constituted and composed, comprising especially all the literary talent of the country, though it might not have legislative power in its enactments, yet would have the all-pervading power of the press, and the changes in nomenclature which it might dictate, being at once adopted by elegant writers in prose and poetry, and interwoven with the literature of the country, would ultimately pass into popular currency. Should such a reforming association arise, I beg to recommend to its attention all those mongrel names that have the adjective new prefixed to them, and pray they may be one and all kicked out of the country. I am for none of these second-hand appellations, that stamp us a second-hand people, and that are to perpetuate us a new country to the end of time. Odds my life! Mr. Editor, I hope and trust we are to live to be an old nation, as well as our neighbors, and have no idea that our cities, when they shall have attained to venerable antiquity, shall still be dubbed New York and New London and New this and New that, like the Pont Neuf, the New Bridge, at Paris, which is the oldest bridge in that capital, or like the Vicar of Wakefield's horse, which continued to be called the Colt, until he died of old age. Speaking of New York reminds me of some observations which I met with some time since in one of the public papers about the name of our state and city. The writer proposes to substitute for the present names, those of the state of Ontario, and the city of Manhattan. I concur in his suggestion most heartily. Though born and brought up in the city of New York, and though I love every stick and stone about it, yet I do not, nor ever did, relish its name. I like neither its sound nor its significance. As to its significance, the very adjective new gives to our great commercial metropolis a second-hand character, as if referring to some older, more dignified and important place, of which it was a mere copy. Though in fact, if I am rightly informed, the whole name commemorates a grant by Charles II to his brother, the Duke of York, made in the spirit of royal munificence, of a tract of country which did not belong to him. As to the sound, what can you make of it, either in poetry or prose? New York. Why, sir, if it were to share the fate of Troy itself, to suffer a 10-year siege, and be sacked and plundered, no modern Homer would ever be able to elevate the name to epic dignity. Now, sir, Ontario would be a name worthy of the Empire State. It bears with it the majesty of that internal sea which washes our northwestern shore. Or, if any objection should be made, from its not being completely embraced within our boundaries, there is the Mohegan, one of the Indian names for that glorious river, the Hudson, which would furnish an excellent state appellation. So also New York might be called Manhattan, as it is named in some of the early records, and Manhattan used as the adjective. Manhattan, however, stands well as a substantive, and Manhattanese, which I observe Mr. Cooper has adopted in some of his writings, would be a very good appellation for a citizen of the commercial metropolis. A word or two more, Mr. Editor, and I have done. We want a national name. We want it poetically, and we want it politically. With the poetical necessity of the case, I shall not trouble myself. I leave it to our poets to tell how they manage to steer that collocation of words, the United States of North America, down the swelling tide of song, and to float the whole raft out upon the sea of heroic poesy. I am now speaking of the mere purposes of common life. How is a citizen of this republic to designate himself? As an American, there are two Americas, each subdivided into various empires, rapidly rising in importance. As a citizen of the United States, it is a clumsy, lumbering title, yet still it is not distinctive, for we have now the United States of Central America, and heaven knows how many United States may spring up under the produce changes of Spanish America. This may appear matter of small concernment, but anyone that has traveled in foreign countries must be conscious of the embarrassment and circumlocution sometimes occasioned by the want of a perfectly distinct and explicit national appellation. In France, when I have announced myself as an American, I have been supposed to belong to one of the French colonies. In Spain, to be from Mexico or Peru or some other Spanish-American country. Repeatedly have I found myself involved in a long geographical and political definition of my national identity. Now, sir, meaning no disrespect to any of our co-heirs of this great quarter of the world, I am for none of this coparcony in a name that is to mingle us up with the riff-raff colonies and offsets of every nation of Europe. The title of American may serve to tell the quarter of the world to which I belong, the same as a Frenchman or an Englishman may call himself a European. But I want my own peculiar national name to rally under. I want an appellation that shall tell at once, and in a way not to be mistaken, that I belong to this very portion of America, geographical and political, to which it is my pride and happiness to belong, that I am of the Anglo-Saxon race which founded this Anglo-Saxon empire in the wilderness, and that I have no part or parcel with any other race or empire, Spanish, French, or Portuguese, in either of the Americas. Such an appellation, sir, would have magic in it. It would bind every part of the Confederacy together as with a keystone. It would be a passport to the citizen of our republic throughout the world. We have it in our power to furnish ourselves with such a national appellation from one of the grand and eternal features of our country. From that noble chain of mountains which formed its backbone and ran through the old Confederacy, when it first declared our national independence. I allude to the Appalachian or Allegheny Mountains. We might do this without any very inconvenient change in our present titles. We might still use the phrase, the United States, substituting Appalachia or Alleghenia, I should prefer the latter, in place of America. The title of Appalachian or Alleghenian would still announce us as Americans, but would specify us as citizens of the great republic. Even our old national cipher of U.S.A. might remain unaltered, designating the United States of Alleghania. These are crude ideas, Mr. Editor, hastily thrown out to elicit the ideas of others, and to call attention to a subject of more national importance than may at first be supposed. Very respectfully yours, Geoffrey Crayon. Desultory thoughts on criticism. Let a man write never so well, there are nowadays a sort of persons they call critics, that, egad, have no more wit in them than so many hobby horses. But they'll laugh at you, sir, and find fault and censure things that, egad, I'm sure they are not able to do themselves. A sort of envious persons that emulate the glories of persons of parts, and think to build their fame by calumniation of persons that, egad, to my knowledge of all persons in the world, are in nature the persons that do as much despise all that as, in fine, I'll say no more of 'em. Rehearsal. All the world knows the story of the tempest-tossed voyager, who, coming upon a strange coast, and seeing a man hanging in chains, hailed it with joy, as the sign of a civilized country. In like manner we may hail, as a proof of the rapid advancement of civilization and refinement in this country, the increasing number of delinquent authors daily gibbeted for the edification of the public. In this respect, as in every other, we are going ahead with accelerated velocity, and promising to outstrip the superannuated countries of Europe. It is really astonishing to see the number of tribunals incessantly springing up for the trial of literary offenses. Independent of the high courts of Oyer and Terminer, the great quarterly reviews, we have innumerable minor tribunals, monthly and weekly, down to the Paipoudre courts in the daily papers, insomuch that no culprit stands so little chance of escaping castigation as an unlucky author, guilty of an unsuccessful attempt to please the public. Seriously speaking, however, it is questionable whether our national literature is sufficiently advanced to bear this excess of criticism, and whether it would not thrive better if allowed to spring up, for some time longer, in the freshness and vigor of native vegetation. When the worthy Judge Coulter, of Virginia, opened court for the first time in one of the upper counties, he was for enforcing all the rules and regulations that had grown into use in the old, long-settled counties. "This is all very well," said a shrewd old farmer. "But let me tell you, Judge Coulter, you set your coulter too deep for a new soil. For my part, I doubt whether either writer or reader is benefited by what is commonly called criticism. The former is rendered cautious and distrustful. He fears to give way to those kindling emotions and brave sallies of thought which bear him up to excellence. The latter is made fastidious and cynical, or rather, he surrenders his own independent taste and judgment, and learns to like and dislike at second hand. Let us, for a moment, consider the nature of this thing called criticism, which exerts such a sway over the literary world. The pronoun we, used by critics, has a most imposing and delusive sound. The reader pictures to himself a conclave of learned men, deliberating gravely and scrupulously on the merits of the book in question, examining it page by page, comparing and balancing their opinions, and when they have united in a conscientious verdict, publishing it for the benefit of the world, whereas the criticism is generally the crude and hasty production of an individual, scribbling to while away an idle hour, to oblige a bookseller, or to defray current expenses. How often is it the passing notion of the hour, affected by accidental circumstances, by indisposition, by peevishness, by vapors or indigestion, by personal prejudice or party feeling. Sometimes a work is sacrificed because the reviewer wishes a satirical article, sometimes because he wants a humorous one, and sometimes because the author reviewed has become offensively celebrated and offers high game to the literary marksman. How often would the critic himself, if a conscientious man, reverse his opinion, had he time to revise it in a more sunny moment? But the press is waiting, the printer's devil is at his elbow. The article is wanted to make the requisite variety for the number of the review, or the author has pressing occasion for the sum he is to receive for the article, so it is sent off, all blotted and blurred, with a shrug of the shoulders, and the consolatory ejaculation, "Pshaw! Curse it! It's nothing but a review." The critic, too, who dictates thus oracularly to the world, is perhaps some dingy, ill-favored, ill-mannered varlet, who, were he to speak by word of mouth, would be disregarded, if not scoffed at. But such is the magic of types, such the mystic operation of anonymous writing, such the potential effect of the pronoun we, that his crude decisions, fulminated through the press, become circulated far and wide, control the opinions of the world, and give or destroy reputation. Many readers have grown timorous in their judgments since the all-pervading currency of criticism. They fear to express a revised, frank opinion about any new work, and to relish it honestly and heartily, lest it should be condemned in the next review, and they stand convicted of bad taste. Hence they hedge their opinions, like a gambler his bets, and leave an opening to retract, and retreat, and qualify, and neutralize every unguarded expression of delight, until their very praise declines into a faintness that is damning. Were everyone, on the contrary, to judge for himself, and speak his mind frankly and fearlessly, we should have more true criticism in the world than at present. Whenever a person is pleased with a work, he may be assured that it has good qualities. An author who pleases a variety of readers must possess substantial powers of pleasing, or, in other words, intrinsic merits, for otherwise we acknowledge an effect and deny the cause. The reader, therefore, should not suffer himself to be readily shaken from the conviction of his own feelings by the sweeping censures of pseudo-critics. The author he has admired may be chargeable with 1,000 faults, but it is nevertheless beauties and excellencies that have excited his admiration, and he should recollect that taste and judgment are as much evinced in the perception of beauties among defects as in a detection of defects among beauties. For my part, I honor the blessed and blessing spirit that is quick to discover and extol all that is pleasing and meritorious. Give me the honest bee that extracts honey from the humblest weed, but save me from the ingenuity of the spider, which traces its venom, even in the midst of a flower garden. If the mere fact of being chargeable with faults and imperfections is to condemn an author, who is to escape? The greatest writers of antiquity have, in this way, been obnoxious to criticism. Aristotle himself has been accused of ignorance, Aristophanes of impiety and buffoonery, Virgil of plagiarism and a want of invention, Horace of obscurity. Cicero has been said to want vigor and connection, and Demosthenes to be deficient in nature and in purity of language. Yet these have all survived the censures of the critic, and flourished on to a glorious immortality. Every now and then the world is startled by some new doctrines in matters of taste, some leveling attacks on established creeds, some sweeping denunciations of whole generations, or schools of writers, as they are called, who had seemed to be embalmed and canonized in public opinion. Such has been the case, for instance, with Pope and Dryden and Addison, who for a time have almost been shaken from their pedestals and treated as false idols. It is singular, also, to see the fickleness of the world with respect to its favorites. Enthusiasm exhausts itself and prepares the way for dislike. The public is always for positive sentiments and new sensations. When wearied of admiring, it delights to censure, thus coining a double set of enjoyments out of the same subject. Scott and Byron are scarce cold in their graves, and already we find criticism beginning to call in question those powers which held the world in magic thraldom. Even in our own country, one of its greatest geniuses has had some rough passages with the censors of the press, and instantly criticism begins to unsay all that it has repeatedly said in his praise, and the public are almost led to believe that the pen which has so often delighted them is absolutely destitute of the power to delight. If, then, such reverses in opinion as to matters of taste can be so readily brought about, when may an author feel himself secure? Where is the anchoring ground of popularity, when he may thus be driven from his moorings, and foundered even in harbor? The reader, too, when he is to consider himself safe in admiring, when he sees long-established altars overthrown, and his household deities dashed to the ground, there is one consolatory reflection. Every abuse carries with it its own remedy or palliation. Thus the excess of crude and hasty criticism, which has of late prevailed throughout the literary world, and threatened to overrun our country, begins to produce its own antidote. Where there is a multiplicity of contradictory paths, a man must make his choice. In so doing, he has to exercise his judgment, and that is one great step to mental independence. He begins to doubt all where all differ, and but one can be in the right. He is driven to trust to his own discernment and his natural feelings, and here he is most likely to be safe. The author, too, finding that what is condemned at one tribunal is applauded at another, though perplexed for a time, gives way at length to the spontaneous impulse of his genius, and the dictates of his taste, and writes in the way most natural to himself. It is thus that criticism, which by its severity may have held the little world of writers in check, may, by its very excess, disarm itself of its terrors, and the hardihood of talent become restored. Spanish Romance. Sir, I have already given you a legend or two drawn from ancient Spanish sources, and may occasionally give you a few more. I love these old Spanish themes, especially when they have a dash of the Morisco in them, and treat of the times when the Moslems maintained a foothold in the peninsula. They have a high, spicy, oriental flavor, not to be found in any other themes that are merely European. In fact, Spain is a country that stands alone in the midst of Europe, severed in habits, manners, and modes of thinking from all its continental neighbors. It is a romantic country, but its romance has none of the sentimentality of modern European romance. It is chiefly derived from the brilliant regions of the East and from the high-minded school of Saracenic chivalry. The Arab invasion and conquest brought a higher civilization and a nobler style of thinking into Gothic Spain. The Arabs were a quick-witted, sagacious, proud-spirited, and poetical people, and were imbued with Oriental science and literature. Wherever they established a seat of power, it became a rallying place for the learned and ingenious, and they softened and refined the people whom they conquered. By degrees, occupancy seemed to give them a hereditary right to their foothold in the land. They ceased to be looked upon as invaders, and were regarded as rival neighbors. The peninsula, broken up into a variety of states, both Christian and Moslem, became for centuries a great campaigning ground, where the art of war seemed to be the principal business of man, and was carried to the highest pitch of romantic chivalry. The original ground of hostility, a difference of faith, gradually lost its rancor. Neighboring states of opposite creeds were occasionally linked together in alliances, offensive and defensive, so that the cross and crescent were to be seen side by side fighting against some common enemy. In times of peace, too, the noble youth of either faith resorted to the same cities, Christian or Moslem, to school themselves in military science. Even in the temporary truces of sanguinary wars, the warriors who had recently striven together in the deadly conflicts of the field laid aside their animosity, met at tournaments, justs, and other military festivities, and exchanged the courtesies of gentle and generous spirits. Thus the opposite races became frequently mingled together in peaceful intercourse, or if any rivalry took place, it was in those high courtesies and nobler acts which bespeak the accomplished cavalier. Warriors of opposite creeds became ambitious of transcending each other in magnanimity as well as valor. Indeed, the chivalric virtues were refined upon to a degree sometimes fastidious and constrained, but at other times inexpressibly noble and affecting. The annals of the times teem with illustrious instances of high-wrought courtesy, romantic generosity, lofty disinterestedness, and punctilious honor that warm the very soul to read them. These have furnished themes for national plays and poems, or have been celebrated in those all-pervading ballads which are as the life-breath of the people, and thus have continued to exercise an influence on the national character which centuries of vicissitude and decline have not been able to destroy, so that, with all their faults, and they are many, the Spaniards, even at the present day, are on many points the most high-minded and proud-spirited people of Europe. It is true, the romance of feeling derived from the sources I have mentioned has, like all other romance, its affectations and extremes. It renders the Spaniard at times pompous and grandiloquent, prone to carry the pun d'honneur, or point of honor, beyond the bounds of sober sense and sound morality, disposed, in the midst of poverty, to affect the grande caballero, and to look down with sovereign disdain upon arts mechanical, and all the gainful pursuits of plebeian life. But this very inflation of spirit, while it fills his brain with vapors, lifts him above 1,000 meannesses, and though it often keeps him in indigence, ever protects him from vulgarity. In the present day, when popular literature is running into the low levels of life and luxuriating on the vices and follies of mankind, and when the universal pursuit of gain is trampling down the early growth of poetic feeling and wearing out the verdure of the soul, I question whether it would not be of service for the reader occasionally to turn to these records of prouder times and loftier modes of thinking, and to steep himself to the very lips in old Spanish romance. For my own part, I have a shelf or two of venerable, parchment-bound tomes, picked up here and there about the peninsula, and filled with chronicles, plays, and ballads about Moors and Christians, which I keep by me as mental tonics, in the same way that a provident housewife has her cupboard of cordials. Whenever I find my mind brought below par by the commonplace of everyday life, or jarred by the sordid collisions of the world, or put out of tune by the shrewd selfishness of modern utilitarianism, I resort to these venerable tomes, as did the worthy hero of La Mancha to his books of chivalry, and refresh and tone up my spirit by a deep draught of their contents. They have some such effect upon me as Falstaff ascribes to a good Sherris sack, warming the blood and filling the brain with fiery and delectable shapes. I here subjoin, Mr. Editor, a small specimen of the cordials I have mentioned, just drawn from my Spanish cupboard, which I recommend to your palate. If you find it to your taste, you may pass it on to your readers. Your correspondent and well-wisher, Geoffrey Crayon. Legend of Don Munio Sancho de Hinojosa. In the cloisters of the ancient Benedictine convent of San Domingo, at Silos, in Castile, are the moldering yet magnificent monuments of the once powerful and chivalrous family of Hinojosa. Among these reclines the marble figure of a knight, in complete armor, with the hands pressed together, as if in prayer. On one side of his tomb is sculptured in relief a band of Christian cavaliers, capturing a cavalcade of male and female Moors. On the other side, the same cavaliers are represented kneeling before an altar. The tomb, like most of the neighboring monuments, is almost in ruins, and the sculpture is nearly unintelligible, excepting to the keen eye of the antiquary. The story connected with the sepulchre, however, is still preserved in the old Spanish chronicles, and is to the following purport. In old times, several hundred years ago, there was a noble Castilian cavalier, named Don Munio Sancho de Hinojosa, lord of a border castle, which had stood the brunt of many a Moorish foray. He had 70 horsemen as his household troops, all of the ancient Castilian proof, stark warriors, hard riders, and men of iron. With these he scoured the Moorish lands and made his name terrible throughout the borders. His castle hall was covered with banners, and scimitars and Moslem helms, the trophies of his prowess. Don Munio was, moreover, a keen huntsman, and rejoiced in hounds of all kinds, steeds for the chase, and hawks for the towering sport of falconry. When not engaged in warfare, his delight was to beat up the neighboring forests, and scarcely ever did he ride forth without hound and horn, a boar spear in his hand, or a hawk upon his fist, and an attendant train of huntsmen. His wife, Donna Maria Pallison, was of a gentle and timid nature, little fitted to be the spouse of so hardy and adventurous a knight, and many a tear did the poor lady shed when he sallied forth upon his daring enterprises, and many a prayer did she offer up for his safety. As this doughty cavalier was one day hunting, he stationed himself in a thicket, on the borders of a green glade of the forest, and dispersed his followers to rouse the game, and drive it toward his stand. He had not been here long, when a cavalcade of Moors of both sexes came prankling over the forest lawn. They were unarmed, and magnificently dressed in robes of tissue and embroidery, rich shawls of India, bracelets and anklets of gold, and jewels that sparkled in the sun. At the head of this gay cavalcade rode a youthful cavalier, superior to the rest in dignity and loftiness of demeanor, and in splendor of attire. Beside him was a damsel whose veil, blown aside by the breeze, displayed a face of surpassing beauty, and eyes cast down in maiden modesty, yet beaming with tenderness and joy. Don Munio thanked his stars for sending him such a prize, and exulted at the thought of bearing home to his wife the glittering spoils of these infidels. Putting his hunting horn to his lips, he gave a blast that rung through the forest. His huntsmen came running from all quarters, and the astonished Moors were surrounded and made captives. The beautiful Moor wrung her hands in despair, and her female attendants uttered the most piercing cries. The young Moorish cavalier alone retained self-possession. He inquired the name of the Christian knight, who commanded this troop of horsemen. When told that it was Don Munio Sancho de Hinojosa, his countenance lighted up. Approaching that cavalier, and kissing his hand, "Don Munio Sancho," said he, "I have heard of your fame as a true and valiant knight, terrible in arms, but schooled in the noble virtues of chivalry. Such do I trust to find you. In me you behold Abadil, son of a Moorish alcaide. I am on the way to celebrate my nuptials with this lady. Chance has thrown us in your power, but I confide in your magnanimity. Take all our treasure and jewels, Demand what ransom you think proper for our person, but suffer us not to be insulted or dishonored." When the good knight heard this appeal, and beheld the beauty of the youthful pair, his heart was touched with tenderness and courtesy. "God forbid," said he, "that I should disturb such happy nuptials. My prisoners in troth shall ye be, for 15 days, and immured within my castle, where I claim, as conqueror, the right of celebrating your espousals." So saying, he dispatched one of his fleetest horsemen in advance, to notify Donna Maria Pallisan of the coming of this bridal party, while he and his huntsmen escorted the cavalcade, not as captors but as a guard of honor. As they drew near to the castle, the banners were hung out, and the trumpets sounded from the battlements. And on their nearer approach the drawbridge was lowered, and Donna Maria came forth to meet them, attended by her ladies and knights, her pages and her minstrels. She took the young bride, Alifra, in her arms, kissed her with the tenderness of a sister, and conducted her into the castle. In the meantime, Don Munio sent forth missives in every direction, and had viands and dainties of all kinds collected from the country round, and the wedding of the Moorish lovers was celebrated with all possible state and festivity. For 15 days, the castle was given up to joy and revelry. There were tiltings and justs at the ring, and bullfights, and banquets, and dances to the sound of minstrelsy. When the 15 days were at an end, he made the bride and bridegroom magnificent presents, and conducted them and their attendants safely beyond the borders. Such, in old times, were the courtesy and generosity of a Spanish cavalier. Several years after this event, the King of Castile summoned his nobles to assist him in a campaign against the Moors. Don Munio Sancho was among the first to answer to the call, with 70 horsemen, all staunch and well-tried warriors. His wife, Donna Maria, hung about his neck. "Alas, my lord," exclaimed she, "how often wilt thou tempt thy fate, and when will thy thirst for glory be appeased?" "One battle more," replied Don Munio. "One battle more, for the honor of Castile, and I here make a vow, that when this is over, I will lay by my sword, and repair with my cavaliers in pilgrimage to the sepulchre of our Lord at Jerusalem." The cavaliers all joined with him in the vow, and Donna Maria felt in some degree soothed in spirit. Still, she saw with a heavy heart the departure of her husband, and watched his banner with wistful eyes, until it disappeared among the trees of the forest. The King of Castile led his army to the plains of Almenara, where they encountered the Moorish host, near to Uccle. The battle was long and bloody. The Christians repeatedly wavered, and were as often rallied by the energy of their commanders. Don Munio was covered with wounds, but refused to leave the field. The Christians at length gave way, and the king was hardly pressed, and in danger of being captured. Don Munio called upon his cavaliers to follow him to the rescue. "Now is the time," cried he, "to prove your loyalty. Fall to like brave men. We fight for the true faith, and if we lose our lives here, we gain a better life hereafter." Rushing with his men between the king and his pursuers, they checked the latter in their career, and gave time for their monarch to escape. But they fell victims to their loyalty. They all fought to the last gasp. Don Munio was singled out by a powerful Moorish knight, but having been wounded in the right arm, he fought to disadvantage and was slain. The battle being over, the Moor paused to possess himself of the spoils of this redoubtable Christian warrior. When he unlaced the helmet, however, and beheld the countenance of Don Munio, he gave a great cry, and smote his breast. "Woe is me!" cried he. "I have slain my benefactor, the flower of knightly virtue, the most magnanimous of cavaliers." While the battle had been raging on the plain of Salmonera, Donna Maria Pallisan remained in her castle, a prey to the keenest anxiety. Her eyes were ever fixed on the road that led from the country of the Moors, and often she asked the watchman of the tower, "What sayest thou?" One evening, at the shadowy hour of twilight, the warden sounded his horn. "I see," cried he, "a numerous train winding up the valley. There are mingled Moors and Christians. The banner of my lord is in the advance." "Joyful tidings!" exclaimed the old seneschal. "My lord returns in triumph and brings captives." Then the castle courts rang with shouts of joy, and the standard was displayed, and the trumpets were sounded, and the drawbridge was lowered, and Donna Maria went forth with her ladies, and her knights, and her pages, and her minstrels, to welcome her lord from the wars. But as the train drew nigh, she beheld a sumptuous bier, covered with black velvet, and on it lay a warrior as if taking his repose. He lay in his armor, with his helmet on his head, and his sword in his hand, as one who had never been conquered, and around the bier were the escutcheons of the house of Hinojosa. A number of Moorish cavaliers attended the bier, with emblems of mourning, and with dejected countenances, and their leader cast himself at the feet of Donna Maria, and hid his face in his hands. She beheld in him the gallant Abbadil, whom she had once welcomed with his bride to her castle, but who now came with the body of her lord, whom he had unknowingly slain in battle. The sepulchre erected in the cloisters of the convent of San Domingo was achieved at the expense of the Moor Abbadil, as a feeble testimony of his grief for the death of the good knight Don Munio, and his reverence for his memory. The tender and faithful Donna Maria soon followed her lord to the tomb. On one of the stones of a small arch, beside his sepulchre, is the following simple inscription: Hic jacet Maria Palacin, uxor Munonis Sansage de Hinojosa. Here lies Maria Palacin, wife of Munio Sancho de Hinojosa. The legend of Don Munio Sancho does not conclude with his death. On the same day on which the battle took place on the plain of Salmonera, a chaplain of the Holy Temple at Jerusalem, while standing at the outer gate, beheld a train of Christian cavaliers advancing, as if in pilgrimage. The chaplain was a native of Spain, and as the pilgrims approached, he knew the foremost to be Don Munio Sancho de Hinojosa, with whom he had been well acquainted in former times. Hastening to the patriarch, he told him of the honorable rank of the pilgrims at the gate. The patriarch, therefore, went forth with a grand procession of priests and monks, and received the pilgrims with all due honor. There were 70 cavaliers, beside their leader, all stark and lofty warriors. They carried their helmets in their hands, and their faces were deadly pale. They greeted no one, nor looked either to the right or to the left, but entered the chapel, and kneeling before the sepulchre of our Savior, performed their orisons in silence. When they had concluded, they rose as if to depart, and the patriarch and his attendants advanced to speak to them, but they were no more to be seen. Every one marveled what could be the meaning of this prodigy. The patriarch carefully noted down the day, and sent to Castile to learn tidings of Don Munio Sancho de Hinojosa. He received for reply, that on the very day specified, that worthy knight with 70 of his followers had been slain in battle. These, therefore, must have been the blessed spirits of those Christian warriors, come to fulfill their vow of a pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. Such was Castilian faith in the olden time, which kept its word, even beyond the grave. If anyone should doubt of the miraculous apparition of these phantom knights, let him consult the history of the kings of Castile and Leon, by the learned and pious Fray Prudencio de Sandoval, Bishop of Pamplona, where he will find it recorded in the history of the King Don Alonso VI, on the 102nd page. It is too precious a legend to be lightly abandoned to the doubter. Communipaw. Sir, I observe with pleasure that you are performing from time to time a pious duty, imposed upon you, I may say, by the name you have adopted as your titular standard, in following in the footsteps of the venerable Knickerbocker, and gleaning every fact concerning the early times of the Manhattoes which may have escaped his hand. I trust, therefore, a few particulars, legendary and statistical, concerning a place which figures conspicuously in the early pages of his history, will not be unacceptable. I allude, sir, to the ancient and renowned village of Communipaw, which, according to the veracious Diedrich and to equally veracious tradition, was the first spot where our ever-to-be-lamented Dutch progenitors planted their standard and cast the seeds of empire, and from whence subsequently sailed the memorable expedition under Aloft the Dreamer, which landed on the opposite island of Manhattan, and founded the present city of New York, the city of dreams and speculations. Communipaw, therefore, may truly be called the parent of New York. Yet it is an astonishing fact that though immediately opposite to the great city it has produced, from whence its red roofs and tin weathercocks can actually be descried peering above the surrounding apple orchards, it should be almost as rarely visited, and as little known by the inhabitants of the metropolis, as if it had been locked up among the Rocky Mountains. Sir, I think there is something unnatural in this, especially in these times of ramble and research, when our citizens are antiquity hunting in every part of the world. Curiosity, like charity, should begin at home, and I would enjoin it on our worthy burghers, especially those of the real Knickerbocker breed, before they send their sons abroad to wonder and grow wise among the remains of Greece and Rome, to let them make a tour of ancient Pavonia, from Weehawk even to the Kills, and meditate, with filial reverence, on the moss-grown mansions of Communipaw. Sir, I regard this much-neglected village as one of the most remarkable places in the country. The intelligent traveler, as he looks down upon it from the Bergen Heights, modestly nestled among its cabbage gardens, while the great flaunting city it has begotten is stretching far and wide on the opposite side of the bay, the intelligent traveler, I say, will be filled with astonishment. Not, sir, at the village of Communipaw, which in truth is a very small village, but at the almost incredible fact that so small a village should have produced so great a city. It looks to him, indeed, like some squat little dame, with a tall grenadier of a son strutting by her side, or some simple-hearted hen that has unwittingly hatched out a long-legged turkey. But this is not all for which Communipaw is remarkable. Sir, it is interesting on another account. It is to the ancient province of the New Netherlands and the classic era of the Dutch dynasty, what Herculaneum and Pompeii are to ancient Rome and the glorious days of the empire. Here everything remains in statu quo, as it was in the days of Olaf the Dreamer, Walter the Doubter, and the other worthies of the Golden Age. The same broad-brimmed hats and broad-bottomed breeches, the same knee-buckles and shoe-buckles, the same close-quilled caps and linsey-woolsey short gowns and petticoats, the same implements and utensils and forms and fashions. In a word, Communipaw at the present day is a picture of what New Amsterdam was before the conquest. The intelligent traveler aforesaid, as he treads its streets, is struck with the primitive character of everything around him. Instead of Grecian temples for dwelling houses, with a great column of pine boards in the way of every window, he beholds high-peaked roofs, gable ends to the street with weathercocks at top and windows of all sorts and sizes, large ones for the grown-up members of the family, and little ones for the little folk. Instead of cold marble porches with close-locked doors and brass knockers, he sees the doors hospitably open, the worthy burgher smoking his pipe on the old-fashioned stoop in front, with his vrouw knitting beside him, and the cat and her kittens at their feet sleeping in the sunshine. Astonished at the obsolete and old-world air of everything around him, the intelligent traveler demands how all this has come to pass. Herculaneum and Pompeii remain, it is true, unaffected by the varying fashions of centuries, but they were buried by a volcano and preserved in ashes. What charmed spell has kept this wonderful little place unchanged, though in sight of the most changeful city in the universe? Has it, too, been buried under its cabbage gardens, and only dug out in modern days for the wonder and edification of the world? The reply involves a point of history, worthy of notice and record, and reflecting immortal honor on Communipaw. At the time when New Amsterdam was invaded and conquered by British foes, as has been related in the history of the Venerable Diedrich, a great dispersion took place among the Dutch inhabitants. Many, like the illustrious Peter Stuyvesant, buried themselves in rural retreats in the Bowery. Others, like Wolfert Acker, took refuge in various remote parts of the Hudson. But there was one staunch, unconquerable band that determined to keep together and preserve themselves, like seed corn, for the future fructification and perpetuity of the Knickerbocker race. These were headed by one Gerrit van Horn, a gigantic Dutchman, the Palaio of the New Netherlands. Under his guidance, they retreated across the bay and buried themselves among the marshes of ancient Pavonia, as did the followers of Palaio among the mountains of Asturias, when Spain was overrun by its Arabian invaders. The gallant Van Horn set up his standard at Communipaw, and invited all those to rally under it, who were true Nederlanders at heart, and determined to resist all foreign intermixture or encroachment. A strict non-intercourse was observed with the captured city. Not a boat ever crossed to it from Communipaw, and the English language was rigorously tabooed throughout the village and its dependencies. Every man was sworn to wear his hat, cut his coat, build his house, and harness his horses, exactly as his father had done before him, and to permit nothing but the Dutch language to be spoken in his household. As a citadel of the place, and a stronghold for the preservation and defense of everything Dutch, the gallant Van Horn erected a lordly mansion, with a chimney perched at every corner, which thence derived the aristocratical name of the House of the Four Chimneys. Hither he transferred many of the precious relics of New Amsterdam, the great round-crowned hat that once covered the capacious head of Walter the Doubter, and the identical shoe with which Peter the Headstrong kicked his pusillanimous counselors downstairs. St. Nicholas, it is said, took this loyal house under his especial protection, and a Dutch soothsayer predicted that as long as it should stand, Communipaw would be safe from the intrusion either of Briton or Yankee. In this house would the gallant Van Home and his compeers hold frequent councils of war as to the possibility of reconquering the province from the British, and here would they sit for hours, nay days, together smoking their pipes and keeping watch upon the growing city of New York, groaning in spirit whenever they saw a new house erected or ship launched, and persuading themselves that Admiral Van Tromp would one day or other arrive to sweep out the invaders with the broom which he carried at his masthead. Years rolled by, but Van Tromp never arrived. The British strengthened themselves in the land, and the captured city flourished under their domination. Still, the worthies of Communipaw would not despair. Something or other, they were sure, would turn up to restore the power of the Hagen-Mogans, the Lord States General. So they kept smoking and watching, and turning the same few thoughts over and over in a perpetual circle, which is commonly called deliberating. In the meantime, being hemmed up within a narrow compass, between the broad bay and the Bergen Hills, they grew poorer and poorer, until they had scarce the wherewithal to maintain their pipes and fuel during their endless deliberations. And now must I relate a circumstance which will call for a little exertion of faith on the part of the reader, but I can only say that if he doubts it, he had better not utter his doubts in Communipaw, as it is among the religious beliefs of the place. It is, in fact, nothing more nor less than a miracle, worked by the blessed St. Nicholas, for the relief and sustenance of this loyal community. It so happened, in this time of extremity, that in the course of cleaning the house of the Four Chimneys, by an ignorant housewife who knew nothing of the historic value of the relics it contained, the old hat of Walter the Doubter and the executive shoe of Peter the Headstrong were thrown out of doors as rubbish. But mark the consequence. The good street Nicholas kept watch over these precious relics, and wrought out of them a wonderful providence. The hat of Walter the Doubter, falling on a stercoraceous heap of compost, in the rear of the house, began forthwith to vegetate. Its broad brim spread forth grandly and exfoliated, and its round crown swelled and crimped and consolidated until the whole became a prodigious cabbage, rivaling in magnitude the capacious head of the Doubter. In a word, it was the origin of that renowned species of cabbage known, by all Dutch epicures, by the name of the governor's head, and which is to this day the glory of Communipaw. On the other hand, the shoe of Peter Stuyvesant being thrown into the river, in front of the house, gradually hardened and concreted, and became covered with barnacles, and at length turned into a gigantic oyster, being the progenitor of that illustrious species known throughout the gastronomical world by the name of the governor's foot. These miracles were the salvation of Communipaw. The sages of the place immediately saw in them the hand of St. Nicholas, and understood their mystic signification. They set to work with all diligence to cultivate and multiply these great blessings, and so abundantly did the gubernatorial hat and shoe fructify and increase, that in a little time great patches of cabbages were to be seen extending from the village of Communipaw quite to the Bergen Hills, while the whole bottom of the bay in front became a vast bed of oysters. Ever since that time this excellent community has been divided into two great classes: those who cultivate the land and those who cultivate the water. The former have devoted themselves to the nurture and edification of cabbages, rearing them in all their varieties, while the latter have formed parks and plantations under water, to which juvenile oysters are transplanted from foreign parts, to finish their education. As these great sources of profit multiplied upon their hands, the worthy inhabitants of Communipaw began to long for a market at which to dispose of their superabundance. This gradually produced once more an intercourse with New York, but it was always carried on by the old people and the Negroes. Never would they permit the young folks of either sex to visit the city, lest they should get tainted with foreign manners and bring home foreign fashions. Even to this day, if you see an old burgher in the market with hat and garb of antique Dutch fashion, you may be sure he is one of the old unconquered race of the bitter blood, who maintain their stronghold at Communipaw. In modern days, the hereditary bitterness against the English has lost much of its asperity, or rather has become merged in a new source of jealousy and apprehension. I allude to the incessant and wide-spreading eruptions from New England. Word has been continually brought back to Communipaw, by those of the community who return from their trading voyages in cabbages and oysters, of the alarming power which the Yankees are gaining in the ancient city of New Amsterdam. elbowing the genuine Knickerbockers out of all civic posts of honor and profit, bargaining them out of their hereditary homesteads, pulling down the venerable houses with crow-step gables which have stood since the time of the Dutch rule, and erecting, instead, granite stores and marble banks. In a word, evincing a deadly determination to obliterate every vestige of the good old Dutch times. In consequence of the jealousy thus awakened, the worthy traders from Communipaw confine their dealings, as much as possible, to the genuine Dutch families. If they furnish the Yankees at all, it is with inferior articles. Never can the latter procure a real governor's head, or governor's foot, though they have offered extravagant prices for the same, to grace their table on the annual festival of the New England Society. But what has carried this hostility to the Yankees to the highest pitch was an attempt made by that all-pervading race to get possession of Communipaw itself. Yes, sir, during the late mania for land speculation, a daring company of Yankee projectors landed before the village, stopped the honest burghers on the public highway, and endeavored to bargain them out of their hereditary acres, displayed lithographic maps in which their cabbage gardens were laid out into town lots, their oyster parks into docks and quays, and even the house of the Four Chimneys metamorphosed into a bank, which was to enrich the whole neighborhood with paper money. Fortunately, the gallant Van Horns came to the rescue, just as some of the worthy burghers were on the point of capitulating. The Yankees were put to the rout with signal confusion, and have never since dared to show their faces in the place. The good people continue to cultivate their cabbages and rear their oysters. They know nothing of banks nor joint stock companies, but treasure up their money in stocking feet, at the bottom of the family chest, or bury it in iron pots, as did their fathers and grandfathers before them. As to the house of the Four Chimneys, it still remains in the great and tall family of the Van Horns. Here are to be seen ancient Dutch corner cupboards, chests of drawers and massive clothes presses, quaintly carved and carefully waxed and polished, together with divers thick, black-letter volumes with brass clasps, printed of yore in Leyden and Amsterdam, and handed down from generation to generation, in the family but never read. They are preserved in the archives, among sundry old parchment deeds, in Dutch and English, bearing the seals of the early governors of the province. In this house, the primitive Dutch holidays of Paas and Pinkster are faithfully kept up, and New Year celebrated with cookies and cherry bounce. Nor is the festival of the blessed St. Nicholas forgotten, when all the children are sure to hang up their stockings, and to have them filled according to their deserts. Though, it is said, the good saint is occasionally perplexed in his nocturnal visits, which chimney to descend. Of late, this portentous mansion has begun to give signs of dilapidation and decay. Some have attributed this to the visits made by the young people to the city, and their bringing thence various modern fashions, and to their neglect of the Dutch language, which is gradually becoming confined to the older persons in the community. The house, too, was greatly shaken by high winds during the prevalence of the speculation mania, especially at the time of the landing of the Yankees. Seeing how mysteriously the fate of Communipaw is identified with this venerable mansion, we cannot wonder that the older and wiser heads of the community should be filled with dismay whenever a brick is toppled down from one of the chimneys, or a weathercock is blown off from a gable end. The present lord of this historic pile, I am happy to say, is calculated to maintain it in all its integrity. He is of patriarchal age, and is worthy of the days of the patriarchs. He has done his utmost to increase and multiply the true race in the land. His wife has not been inferior to him in zeal, and they are surrounded by a goodly progeny of children, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, who promise to perpetuate the name of Van Horn, until time shall be no more. So be it. Long may the horn of the Van Horns continue to be exalted in the land. Tall as they are, may their shadows never be less. May the house of the Four Chimneys remain for ages, the citadel of Communipaw, and the smoke of its chimneys continue to ascend, a sweet-smelling incense in the hose of St. Nicholas. With great respect, Mr. Editor, your obedient servant, Hermanus Vanderdonk. Conspiracy of the Cocked Hats. Sir, I have read with great satisfaction the valuable paper of your correspondent, Mr. Hermanus Vanderdonk, who, I take it, is a descendant of the learned Adrian Vanderdonk, one of the early historians of the New Netherlands, giving sundry particulars, legendary and statistical, touching the venerable village of Communipaw and its fate-bound citadel, the House of the Four Chimneys. It goes to prove what I have repeatedly maintained, that we live in the midst of history and mystery and romance, and that there is no spot in the world more rich in themes for the writer of historic novels, heroic melodramas, and roughshod epics, than this same business-looking city of the Manhattoes and its environs. He who would find these elements, however, must not seek them among the modern improvements and modern people of this moneyed metropolis, but must dig for them, as for Kidd the pirate's treasures, in out-of-the-way places, and among the ruins of the past. Poetry and romance received a fatal blow at the overthrow of the ancient Dutch dynasty, and have ever since been gradually withering under the growing domination of the Yankees. They abandoned our hearths when the old Dutch tiles were superseded by marble chimney-pieces, when brass andirons made way for polished grates, and the crackling and blazing fire of nutwood gave place to the smoke and stench of Liverpool coal. And on the downfall of the last gable-end house, their requiem was tolled from the tower of the Dutch church in Nassau Street by the old bell that came from Holland. But poetry and romance still live unseen among us, or seen only by the enlightened few, who are able to contemplate this city and its environs through the medium of tradition, and clothed with the associations of foregone ages. Would you seek these elements in the country, Mr. Editor? Avoid all turnpikes, railroads, and steamboats, those abominable inventions by which the usurping Yankees are strengthening themselves in the land, and subduing everything to utility and commonplace. Avoid all towns and cities of white-clapboard palaces and Grecian temples, studded with academics, seminaries, and institutes, which glisten along our bays and rivers. These are the strongholds of Yankee usurpation. But if haply you light upon some rough, rambling road, winding between stone fences, gray with moss, and overgrown with elder, pokeberry, mullein, and sweetbriar, with here and there a low, red-roofed, whitewashed farmhouse, cowering among apple and cherry trees, an old stone church with elms, willows, and buttonwoods, as old-looking as itself, and tombstones almost buried in their own graves, and, peradventure, a small log schoolhouse at a crossroad, where the English is still taught with a thickness of the tongue, instead of a twang of the nose. Should you, I say, light upon such a neighborhood, Mr. Editor, you may thank your stars that you have found one of the lingering haunts of poetry and romance. Your correspondent, sir, has touched upon that sublime and affecting feature in the history of Communipaw, the retreat of the patriotic band of Nederlanders, led by Van Horn, whom he justly terms the Pelayo of the New Netherlands. He has given you a picture of the manner in which they ensconced themselves in the House of the Four Chimneys, and awaited with heroic patience and perseverance the day that should see the flag of the Hagen-Mogens once more floating on the fort of New Amsterdam. Your correspondent, sir, has but given you a glimpse over the threshold. I will now let you into the heart of the mystery of this most mysterious and eventful village. Yes, sir, I will now unclasp a secret book, and to your quick, conceiving discontents, I'll read you matter deep and dangerous, as full of peril and adventurous spirit, as to o'erwalk a current, roaring loud, on the unsteadfast footing of a spear. Sir, it is one of the most beautiful and interesting facts connected with the history of Communipaw, that the early feeling of resistance to foreign rule, alluded to by your correspondent, is still kept up. Yes, sir, a settled, secret, and determined conspiracy has been going on for generations among this indomitable people, the descendants of the refugees from New Amsterdam, the object of which is to redeem their ancient seat of empire and to drive the Losel Yankees out of the land. Communipaw, it is true, has the glory of originating this conspiracy, and it was hatched and reared in the House of the Four Chimneys, but it has spread far and wide over ancient Pavonia, surmounted the heights of Bergen, Hoboken, and Weehawk, crept up along the banks of the Passaic and the Hackensack, until it pervades the whole chivalry of the country from Tappan Sloat in the north to Piscataway in the south, including the pugnacious village of Rahway, more heroically denominated Spanktown. Throughout all these regions a great Inanin confederacy prevails, that is to say, a confederacy among the Dutch families, by dint of diligent and exclusive intermarriage, to keep the race pure and to multiply. If ever, Mr. Editor, in the course of your travels between Spanktown and Tappan Sloat, you should see a cozy, low-eaved farmhouse, teeming with sturdy, broad-built little urchins, you may set it down as one of the breeding places of this grand secret confederacy, stocked with the embryo deliverers of New Amsterdam. Another step in the progress of this patriotic conspiracy is the establishment, in various places within the ancient boundaries of the New Netherlands, of secret, or rather mysterious associations, composed of the genuine sons of the Nederlanders, with the ostensible object of keeping up the memory of old times and customs, but with the real object of promoting the views of this dark and mighty plot, and extending its ramifications throughout the land. Sir, I am descended from a long line of genuine Nederlanders, who, though they remained in the city of New Amsterdam after the conquest, and throughout the usurpation, have never in their hearts been able to tolerate the yoke imposed upon them. My worthy father, who was one of the last of the cocked hats, had a little knot of cronies of his own stamp, who used to meet in our wainscoted parlor, round a nutwood fire, talk over old times, when the city was ruled by its native burgomasters, and groan over the monopoly of all places of power and profit by the Yankees. I well recollect the effect upon this worthy little conclave, when the Yankees first instituted the New England Society, held their national festival, toasted their fatherland, and sang their foreign songs of triumph within the very precincts of our ancient metropolis. Sir, from that day, my father held the smell of codfish and potatoes, and the sight of pumpkin pie in utter abomination, and whenever the annual dinner of the New England Society came round, it was a sore anniversary for his children. He got up in an ill humor, grumbled and growled throughout the day, and not one of us went to bed that night without having had his jacket well trounced, to the tune of the Pilgrim Fathers. You may judge, then, Mr. Editor, of the exaltation of all true patriots of this stamp, when the Society of St. Nicholas was set up among us, and intrepidly established, cheek by jowl, alongside of the Society of the Invaders. Never shall I forget the effect upon my father and his little knot of brother groaners, when tidings were brought them that the ancient banner of the Manhattoes was actually floating from the window of the City Hotel. Sir, they nearly jumped out of their silver-buckled shoes for joy. They took down their cocked hats from the pegs on which they had hanged them, as the Israelites of yore hung their harps upon the willows, in token of bondage, clapped them resolutely once more upon their heads, and cocked them in the face of every Yankee they met on the way to the banqueting room. The institution of this society was hailed with transport throughout the whole extent of the New Netherlands, being considered a secret foothold gained in New Amsterdam, and a flattering presage of future triumph. Whenever that society holds its annual feast, a sympathetic hilarity prevails throughout the land. Ancient Pavonia sends over its contributions of cabbages and oysters. The House of the Four Chimneys is splendidly illuminated, and the traditional song of St. Nicholas, the mystic bond of union and conspiracy, is chaunted with closed doors in every genuine Dutch family. I have thus, I trust, Mr. Editor, opened your eyes to some of the grand moral, poetical, and political phenomena with which you are surrounded. You will now be able to read the signs of the times. You will now understand what is meant by those Knickerbocker halls, and Knickerbocker hotels, and Knickerbocker lunches, that are daily springing up in our city, and what all these Knickerbocker omnibuses are driving at. You will see in them so many clouds before a storm, so many mysterious but sublime intimations of the gathering vengeance of a great though oppressed people. Above all, you will now contemplate our bay and its portentous borders, with proper feelings of awe and admiration. Talk of the Bay of Naples and its volcanic mountains. Why, sir, little Communipaw, sleeping among its cabbage gardens, quiet as gunpowder. Yet with this tremendous conspiracy brewing in its bosom is an object 10 times as sublime, in a moral point of view, mark me, as Vesuvius in repose, though charged with lava and brimstone, and ready for an eruption. Let me advert to a circumstance connected with this theme, which cannot but be appreciated by every heart of sensibility. You must have remarked, Mr. Editor, on summer evenings, and on Sunday afternoons, certain grave, primitive-looking personages, walking the Battery, in close confabulation, with their canes behind their backs, and ever and anon turning a wistful gaze toward the Jersey shore. These, sir, are the sons of St. Nicholas, the genuine Nederlanders, who regard Communipaw with pious reverence, not merely as the progenitor, but the destined regenerator of this great metropolis. Yes, sir, they are looking with longing eyes to the green marshes of ancient Pavonia, as did the poor conquered Spaniards of yore toward the stern mountains of Asturias, wondering whether the day of deliverance is at hand. Many is the time when, in my boyhood, I have walked with my father and his confidential compeers on the Battery, and listened to their calculations and conjectures, and observed the points of their sharp cocked hats evermore turned toward Pavonia. Nay, sir, I am convinced that, at this moment, if I were to take down the cocked hat of my lamented father from the peg on which it has hung for years, and were to carry it to the battery, its center point, true as the needle to the pole, would turn to Communipaw. Mr. Editor, the great historic drama of New Amsterdam is but half-acted. The reigns of Walter the Doubter, William the Testy, and Peter the Headstrong, with the rise, progress, and decline of the Dutch dynasty, are but so many parts of the main action, the triumphant catastrophe of which is yet to come. Yes, sir. The deliverance of the New Netherlands from Yankee domination will eclipse the far-famed redemption of Spain from the Moors, and the oft-sung conquest of Granada will fade before the chivalrous triumph of New Amsterdam. Would that Peter Stuyvesant could rise from his grave to witness that day. Your humble servant, Roloff van Ripper. V.S. Just as I had concluded the foregoing epistle, I received a piece of intelligence, which makes me tremble for the fate of Communipaw. I fear, Mr. Editor, the grand conspiracy is in danger of being countermined and counteracted by those all-pervading and indefatigable Yankees. Would you think it, sir? One of them has actually effected an entry in the place by covered way, or in other words, under cover of the petticoats. Finding every other mode ineffectual, he secretly laid siege to a Dutch heiress, who owns a great cabbage garden in her own right. Being a smooth-tongued varlet, he easily prevailed on her to elope with him, and they were privately married at Spanktown. The first notice the good people of Communipaw had of this awful event was a lithographed map of the cabbage garden laid out in town lots and advertised for sale. On the night of the wedding, the main weathercock of the House of the Four Chimneys was carried away in a whirlwind. The greatest consternation reigns throughout the village. A legend of Communipaw. Sir, I observed in your last month's periodical a communication from a Mr. Vanderdonk, giving some information concerning Communipaw. I herewith send you, Mr. Editor, a legend connected with that place, and am much surprised it should have escaped the researches of your very authentic correspondent, as it relates to an edifice scarcely less fated than the House of the Four Chimneys. I give you the legend in its crude and simple state, as I heard it related. It is capable, however, of being dilated, inflated, and dressed up into very imposing shape and dimensions. Should any of your ingenious contributors in this line feel inclined to take it in hand, they will find ample materials, collateral and illustrative, among the papers of the late Rainier Scots, many years since Crier of the Court and Keeper of the City Hall in the city of the Manhattoes, or in the library of that important and utterly renowned functionary, Mr. Jacob Hayes, longtime High Constable, who, in the course of his extensive researches, has amassed an amount of valuable facts to be rivaled only by that great historical collection, the Newgate Calendar. Your humble servant, Barent Van Shake. Guests from Gibbet Island. Whoever has visited the ancient and renowned village of Communipaw may have noticed an old stone building of most ruinous and sinister appearance. The doors and window shutters are ready to drop from their hinges. Old clothes are stuffed in the broken panes of glass, while legions of half-starved dogs prowl about the premises and rush out and bark at every passer-by. For your beggarly house in a village is most apt to swarm with profligate and ill-conditioned dogs. What adds to the sinister appearance of this mansion is a tall frame in front, not a little resembling a gallows, and which looks as if waiting to accommodate some of the inhabitants with a well-merited airing. It is not a gallows, however, but an ancient signpost. For this dwelling, in the golden days of Communipaw, was one of the most orderly and peaceful of village taverns, where all the public affairs of Communipaw were talked and smoked over. In fact, it was in this very building that Olaf the Dreamer and his companions concerted that great voyage of discovery and colonization, in which they explored Buttermilk Channel, were nearly shipwrecked in the Strait of Hellgate, and finally landed on the island of Manhattan, and founded the great city of New Amsterdam. Even after the province had been cruelly wrested from the sway of their high mightinesses, by the combined forces of the British and Yankees, this tavern continued its ancient loyalty. It is true, the head of the Prince of Orange disappeared from the sign, a strange bird being painted over it, with the explanatory legend of Die Wild Gans, or the Wild Goose. But this all the world knew to be a sly riddle of the landlord, the worthy Tunis van Giesen, a knowing man in a small way, who laid his finger beside his nose and winked, when anyone studied the signification of his sign, and observed that his goose was hatching, but would join the flock whenever they flew over the water. An enigma which was the perpetual recreation and delight of the loyal but fat-headed burghers of Communipaw. Under the sway of this patriotic, though discreet and quiet publican, the tavern continued to flourish in primeval tranquility, and was the resort of all true-hearted Nederlanders, from all parts of Pavonia, who met here quietly and secretly, to smoke and drink the downfall of Briton and Yankee, and success to Admiral Van Tromp. The only drawback on the comfort of the establishment was a nephew of mine host, a sister's son, Jan Joost Vanderskamp by name and a real scamp by nature. This unlucky whipster showed an early propensity to mischief, which he gratified in a small way by playing tricks upon the frequenters of the Wild Goose, putting gunpowder in their pipes or squibs in their pockets, and astonishing them with an explosion, while they sat nodding round the fireplace in the barroom. And if perchance a worthy burgher from some distant part of Pavonia had lingered until dark over his potation, it was odds but that young Vanderskamp would slip a briar under his horse's tail as he mounted, and send him clattering along the road, in neck-or-nothing style, to his infinite astonishment and discomfiture. It may be wondered at, that mine host of the Wild Goose did not turn such a graceless varlet out of doors. But Tunis van Giesen was an easy-tempered man, and, having no child of his own, looked upon his nephew with almost parental indulgence. His patience and good nature were doomed to be tried by another inmate of his mansion. This was a cross-grained curmudgeon of a Negro, named Pluto, who was a kind of enigma in Communipaw. Where he came from, nobody knew. He was found one morning, after a storm, cast like a sea monster on the strand, in front of the Wild Goose, and lay there more dead than alive. The neighbors gathered round and speculated on this production of the deep. Whether it were fish or flesh or a compound of both, commonly yclept a merman. The kind-hearted Tunis van Giesen, seeing that he wore the human form, took him into his house and warmed him into life. By degrees, he showed signs of intelligence, and even uttered sounds very much like language, but which no one in Communipaw could understand. Some thought him a Negro just from Guinea, who had either fallen overboard or escaped from a slave ship. Nothing, however, could ever draw from him any account of his origin. When questioned on the subject, he merely pointed to Gibbet Island, a small rocky islet which lies in the open bay, just opposite to Communipaw, as if that were his native place, though everybody knew it had never been inhabited. In the process of time, he acquired something of the Dutch language, that is to say, he learnt all its vocabulary of oaths and maledictions, with just words sufficient to string them together. Donder en Blixen, thunder and lightning, was the gentlest of his ejaculations. For years he kept about the Wild Goose, more like one of those familiar spirits or household goblins that we read of than like a human being. He acknowledged allegiance to no one, but performed various domestic offices when it suited his humor, waiting occasionally on the guests, grooming the horses, cutting wood, drawing water, and all this without being ordered. Lay any command on him, and the stubborn sea urchin was sure to rebel. He was never so much at home, however, as when on the water, plying about in skiff or canoe, entirely alone, fishing, crabbing, or grabbing for oysters, and would bring home quantities for the larder of the Wild Goose, which he would throw down at the kitchen door with a growl. No wind nor weather deterred him from launching forth on his favorite element. Indeed, the wilder the weather, the more he seemed to enjoy it. If a storm was brewing, he was sure to put off from shore, and would be seen far out in the bay, his light skiff dancing like a feather on the waves, when sea and sky were all in a turmoil, and the stoutest ships were fain to lower their sails. Sometimes, on such occasions, he would be absent for days together. How he weathered the tempest, and how and where he subsisted, no one could divine, nor did any one venture to ask, for all had an almost superstitious awe of him. Some of the Communipaw oystermen declared that they had more than once seen him suddenly disappear, canoe and all, as if they plunged beneath the waves, and after a while come up again in quite a different part of the bay, whence they concluded that he could live under water like that notable species of wild duck, commonly called the hell-diver. All began to consider him in the light of a foul-weather bird, like the mother carries chicken or stormy petrel, and whenever they saw him putting far out in his skiff in cloudy weather, made up their minds for a storm. The only being for whom he seemed to have any liking was Jan Joost Vanderskamp, and him he liked for his very wickedness. He in a manner took the boy under his tutelage, prompted him to all kinds of mischief, aided him in every wild harum-scarum freak, until the lad became the complete scapegrace of the village, a pest to his uncle and to everyone else. Nor were his pranks confined to the land. He soon learned to accompany old Pluto on the water. Together these worthies would cruise about the broad bay and all the neighboring straits and rivers, poking around in skiffs and canoes, robbing the set nets of the fishermen, landing on remote coasts and laying waste orchards and watermelon patches. In short, carrying on a complete system of piracy on a small scale, piloted by Pluto. The youthful Vanderskamp soon became acquainted with all the bays, rivers, creeks, and inlets of the watery world around him, could navigate from the Hook to Spiting Devil on the darkest night, and learned to set even the terrors of Hell Gate at defiance. At length, Negro and boy suddenly disappeared, and days and weeks elapsed, but without tidings of them. Some said they must have run away and gone to sea. Others jocosely hinted that old Pluto, being no other than his namesake in disguise, had spirited away the boy to the nether regions. All, however, agreed in one thing, that the village was well rid of them. In the process of time, the good Tunis van Giesen slept with his fathers, and the tavern remained shut up, waiting for a claimant, for the next heir was Jen Joost Vanderskamp, and he had not been heard of for years. At length, one day, a boat was seen pulling for the shore, from a long, black, rakish-looking schooner that lay at anchor in the bay. The boat's crew seemed worthy of the craft from which they debarked. Never had such a set of noisy, roistering, swaggering varlets landed in peaceful Communipaw. They were outlandish in garb and demeanor, and were headed by a rough, burly, bully ruffian with fiery whiskers, a copper nose, a scar across his face, and a great Flandrish beaver slouched on one side of his head, in whom, to their dismay, the quiet inhabitants were made to recognize their early pest, Jen Joost Vanderskamp. The rear of this hopeful gang was brought up by old Pluto, who had lost an eye, grown grisly-headed, and looked more like a devil than ever. Vanderskamp renewed his acquaintance with the old burghers, much against their will, and in a manner not at all to their taste. He slapped them familiarly on the back, gave them an iron grip of the hand, and was hail fellow well met. According to his own account, he had been all the world over, had made money by bags full, had ships in every sea, and now meant to turn the Wild Goose into a country seat, where he and his comrades, all rich merchants from foreign parts, might enjoy themselves in the interval of their voyages. Sure enough, in a little while there was a complete metamorphose of the Wild Goose. From being a quiet, peaceful Dutch public house, it became a most riotous, uproarious private dwelling. A complete rendezvous for boisterous men of the seas, who came here to have what they called a blow-out on dry land, and might be seen at all hours, lounging about the door, or lolling out of the windows, swearing among themselves and cracking rough jokes on every passer-by. The house was fitted up, too, in so strange a manner. Hammocks slung to the walls instead of bedsteads, odd kinds of furniture of foreign fashion, bamboo couches, Spanish chairs, pistols, cutlasses, and blunderbusses suspended on every peg, silver crucifixes on the mantelpieces, silver candlesticks and porringers on the tables, contrasting oddly with the pewter and delf ware of the original establishment. And then the strange amusements of these sea monsters, pitching Spanish dollars instead of quoits, firing blunderbusses out of the window, shooting at a mark or at any unhappy dog or cat or pig or barn-door fowl that might happen to come within reach. The only being who seemed to relish their rough waggery was old Pluto, and yet he led but a dog's life of it, for they practiced all kinds of manual jokes upon him, kicked him about like a football, shook him by his grisly mop of wool, and never spoke to him without coupling a curse by way of adjective to his name, and consigning him to the infernal regions. The old fellow, however, seemed to like them the better, the more they cursed him, though his utmost expression of pleasure never amounted to more than the growl of a petted bear, when his ears are rubbed. Old Pluto was the ministering spirit at the orgies of the Wild Goose, and such orgies as took place there, such drinking, singing, whooping, swearing, with an occasional interlude of quarreling and fighting. The noisier grew the revel, the more old Pluto plied the potations, until the guests would become frantic in their merriment, smashing everything to pieces and throwing the house out of the windows. Sometimes, after a drinking bout, they sallied forth and scoured the village, to the dismay of the worthy burghers, who gathered their women within doors, and would have shut up the house. Vanderskamp, however, was not to be rebuffed. He insisted on renewing acquaintance with his old neighbors, and on introducing his friends, the merchants, to their families. Swore he was on the lookout for a wife and meant, before he stopped, to find husbands for all their daughters. So willy-nilly sociable he was, swaggered about their best parlors with his hat on one side of his head, sat on the good wife's nicely waxed mahogany table, kicking his heels against the carved and polished legs, kissed and tousled the young vrouws, and, if they frowned and pouted, gave them a gold rosary or a sparkling cross to put them in good humor again. Sometimes nothing would satisfy him, but he must have some of his old neighbors to dinner at the Wild Goose. There was no refusing him, for he had got the complete upper hand of the community, and the peaceful burghers all stood in awe of him. But what a time would the quiet, worthy men have among these rakehells, who would delight to astound them with the most extravagant gunpowder tales, embroidered with all kinds of foreign oaths, clink the can with them, pledge them in deep potations, bawl drinking songs in their ears, and occasionally fire pistols over their heads or under the table, and then laugh in their faces, and ask them how they liked the smell of gunpowder. Thus was the little village of Communipaw for a time like the unfortunate wight possessed with devils, until Vanderskamp and his brother merchants would sail on another trading voyage, when the Wild Goose would be shut up and everything relapse into quiet, only to be disturbed by his next visitation. The mystery of all these proceedings gradually dawned upon the tardy intellects of Communipaw. These were the times of the notorious Captain Kidd, when the American harbors were the resorts of piratical adventurers of all kinds, who, under pretext of mercantile voyages, scoured the West Indies, made plundering descents upon the Spanish Main, visited even the remote Indian seas, and then came to dispose of their booty, have their revels, and fit out new expeditions in the English colonies. Vanderskamp had served in this hopeful school, and having risen to importance among the buccaneers, had pitched upon his native village and early home, as a quiet, out-of-the-way, unsuspected place, where he and his comrades, while anchored at New York, might have their feasts and concert their plans without molestation. At length the attention of the British government was called to these piratical enterprises that were becoming so frequent and outrageous. Vigorous measures were taken to check and punish them. Several of the most noted freebooters were caught and executed, and 3 of Vanderskamp's chosen comrades, the most riotous swashbucklers of the Wild Goose, were hanged in chains on Gibbet Island, in full sight of their favorite resort. As to Vanderskamp himself, he and his man Pluto again disappeared, and it was hoped by the people of Communipaw that he had fallen in some foreign brawl, or been swung on some foreign gallows. For a time, therefore, the tranquility of the village was restored. The worthy Dutchmen once more smoked their pipes in peace, eyeing, with peculiar complacency, their old pests and terrors, the pirates, dangling and drying in the sun on Gibbet Island. This perfect calm was doomed at length to be ruffled. The fiery persecution of the pirates gradually subsided. Justice was satisfied with the examples that had been made, and there was no more talk of Kidd and the other heroes of Like Kidney. On a calm summer evening, a boat, somewhat heavily laden, was seen pulling into Communipaw. What was the surprise and disquiet of the inhabitants, to see Yen Joost Vanderskamp seated at the helm, and his man Pluto tugging at the oars. Vanderskamp, however, was apparently an altered man. He brought home with him a wife who seemed to be a shrew, and to have the upper hand of him. He no longer was the swaggering, bully ruffian, but affected the regular merchant, and talked of retiring from business, and settling down quietly, to pass the rest of his days in his native place. The Wild Goose Mansion was again opened, but with diminished splendor, and no riot. It is true, Vanderskamp had frequent nautical visitors, and the sound of revelry was occasionally overheard in his house. But everything seemed to be done under the rose, and old Pluto was the only servant that officiated at these orgies. The visitors, indeed, were by no means of the turbulent stamp of their predecessors, but quiet, mysterious traders, full of nods and winks and hieroglyphic signs, with whom, to use their cant phrase, everything was smug. Their ships came to anchor at night in the lower bay, and, on a private signal, Vanderskamp would launch his boat, and, accompanied solely by his man Pluto, would make them mysterious visits. Sometimes boats pulled in at night, in front of the Wild Goose, and various articles of merchandise were landed in the dark, and spirited away nobody knew whither. One of the more curious of the inhabitants kept watch, and caught a glimpse of the features of some of these night visitors, by the casual glance of a lantern, and declared that he recognized more than one of the freebooting frequenters of the Wild Goose in former times, from whence he concluded that Vanderskamp was at his old game, and that this mysterious merchandise was nothing more nor less than piratical plunder. The more charitable opinion, however, was that Vanderskamp and his comrades, having been driven from their old line of business by the oppressions of government, had resorted to smuggling to make both ends meet. Be that as it may, I come now to the extraordinary fact, which is the butt end of this story. It happened late one night that Joost Vanderskamp was returning across the broad bay, in his light skiff, rowed by his man Pluto. He had been carousing on board of a vessel, newly arrived, and was somewhat obfuscated in intellect by the liquor he had imbibed. It was a still, sultry night. A heavy mass of lurid clouds was rising in the west, with the low muttering of distant thunder. Vanderskamp called on Pluto to pull lustily, that they might get home before the gathering storm. The old Negro made no reply, but shaped his course so as to skirt the rocky shores of Gibbet Island. A faint creaking overhead caused Vanderskamp to cast up his eyes, when, to his horror, he beheld the bodies of his 3 pot companions and brothers in iniquity dangling in the moonlight, their rags fluttering, and their chains creaking, as they were slowly swung backward and forward by the rising breeze. "What do you mean, you blockhead?" cried Vanderskamp. "By pulling so close to the island? I thought you'd be glad to see your old friends once more," growled the Negro. "You were never afraid of a living man. What do you fear from the dead?" "Who's afraid?" hiccuped Vanderskamp, partly heated by liquor, partly nettled by the jeer of the Negro. "Who's afraid? Hang me, but I would be glad to see them once more, alive or dead, at the Wild Goose. Come, my lads in the wind," continued he, taking a draught and flourishing the bottle above his head. "Here's fair weather to you in the other world, and if you should be walking the rounds tonight, odds fish, but I'll be happy if you will drop in to supper." A dismal creaking was the only reply. The wind blew loud and shrill, and as it whistled round the gallows, and among the bones, sounded as if there were laughing and gibbering in the air. Old Pluto chuckled to himself, and now pulled for home. The storm burst over the voyagers, while they were yet far from shore. The rain fell in torrents, the thunder crashed and pealed, and the lightning kept up an incessant blaze. It was stark midnight before they landed at Communipaw. Dripping and shivering, Vanderskamp crawled homeward. He was completely sobered by the storm, the water soaked from without, having diluted and cooled the liquor within. Arrived at the Wild Goose, he knocked timidly and dubiously at the door, for he dreaded the reception he was to experience from his wife. He had reason to do so. She met him at the threshold, in a precious ill humor. "Is this a time," said she, "to keep people out of their beds, and to bring home company to turn the house upside down?" "Company?" said Vanderskamp meekly. "I have brought no company with me, wife." "No, indeed. They have got here before you, but by your invitation. And blessed-looking company they are, truly." Vanderskamp's knees smote together. "For the love of heaven, where are they, wife?" "Where? Why, in the blue room upstairs, making themselves as much at home as if the house were their own." Vanderskamp made a desperate effort, scrambled up to the room, and threw open the door. Sure enough, there at a table on which burned a light as blue as brimstone, sat the 3 guests from Gibbet Island, with halters round their necks, and bobbing their cups together, as if they were hobnobbing, and trolling the old Dutch freebooters' glee, since translated into English. "For 3 merry lads be we, and 3 merry lads be we, I on the land, and thou on the sand, and Jack on the gallows tree." Vanderskamp saw and heard no more. Starting back with horror, he missed his footing on the landing place, and fell from the top of the stairs to the bottom. He was taken up speechless, and, either from the fall or the fright, was buried in the yard of the little Dutch church at Bergen, on the following Sunday. From that day forward, the fate of the Wild Goose was sealed. It was pronounced a haunted house, and avoided accordingly. No one inhabited it but Vanderskamp's shrew of a widow, and old Pluto, and they were considered but little better than its hobgoblin visitors. Pluto grew more and more haggard and morose, and looked more like an imp of darkness than a human being. He spoke to no one, but went about muttering to himself, or, as some hinted, talking with the devil, who, though unseen, was ever at his elbow. Now and then he was seen pulling about the bay alone, in his skiff in dark weather, or at the approach of nightfall. Nobody could tell why, unless on an errand to invite more guests from the gallows. Indeed, it was affirmed that the Wild Goose still continued to be a house of entertainment for such guests, and that on stormy nights, the Blue Chamber was occasionally illuminated, and sounds of diabolical merriment were overheard, mingling with the howling of the tempest. Some treated these as idle stories until on one such night, it was about the time of the equinox, there was a horrible uproar in the Wild Goose that could not be mistaken. It was not so much the sound of revelry, however, as strife, with 2 or 3 piercing shrieks, that pervaded every part of the village. Nevertheless, no one thought of hastening to the spot. On the contrary, the honest burghers of Communipaw drew their nightcaps over their ears, and buried their heads under the bedclothes, at the thoughts of Vanderscamp and his gallows companions. The next morning, some of the bolder and more curious undertook to reconnoiter. All was quiet and lifeless at the Wild Goose. The door yawned wide open, and had evidently been open all night, for the storm had beaten into the house. Gathering more courage from the silence and apparent desertion, they gradually ventured over the threshold. The house had indeed the air of having been possessed by devils. Everything was topsy-turvy. Trunks had been broken open, and chests of drawers and corner cupboards turned inside out, as in a time of general sack and pillage. But the most woeful sight was the widow of Yen Joost Vanderscamp, extended a corpse on the floor of the Blue Chamber, with the marks of a deadly gripe on the windpipe. All now was conjecture and dismay at Communipaw, and the disappearance of old Pluto, who was nowhere to be found, gave rise to all kinds of wild surmises. Some suggested that the Negro had betrayed the house to some of Vanderscamp's buccaneering associates, and that they had decamped together with the booty. Others surmised that the Negro was nothing more nor less than a devil incarnate, who had now accomplished his ends, and made off with his dues. Events, however, vindicated the Negro from this last imputation. His skiff was picked up, drifting about the bay bottom upward as if wrecked in a tempest, and his body was found shortly afterward by some Communipaw fishermen, stranded among the rocks of Gibbet Island, near the foot of the pirates' gallows. The fishermen shook their heads, and observed that old Pluto had ventured once too often to invite guests from Gibbet Island. The Bermudas. Who did not think, till within these 4 years, but that these islands had been rather a habitation for devils, than fit for men to dwell in? Who did not hate the name when he was on land, and shun the place when he was on the seas? But behold the misprision and conceits of the world. For true and large experience hath now told us, it is one of the sweetest paradises that be upon earth. A plain descript of the Bermudas, 1613. In the course of a voyage home from England, our ship had been struggling, for 2 or 3 weeks, with perverse headwinds and a stormy sea. It was in the month of May, yet the weather had at times a wintry sharpness, and it was apprehended that we were in the neighborhood of floating islands of ice, which at that season of the year drift out of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and sometimes occasion the wreck of noble ships. Wearied out by the continued opposition of the elements, our captain at length bore away to the south, in hopes of catching the expiring breath of the trade winds, and making what is called the Southern Passage. A few days wrought, as it were, a magical sea change in everything around us. We seemed to emerge into a different world. The late dark and angry sea, lashed up into roaring and swashing surges, became calm and sunny. The rude winds died away, and gradually a light breeze sprang up directly aft, filling out every sail, and wafting us smoothly along on an even keel. The air softened into a bland and delightful temperature. Dolphins began to play about us. The Nautilus came floating by like a fairy ship with its mimic sail and rainbow tints, and flying fish from time to time made their short excursive flights and occasionally fell upon the deck. The cloaks and overcoats in which we had hitherto wrapped ourselves, and moped about the vessel, were thrown aside, for a summer warmth had succeeded to the late wintry chills. Sails were stretched as awnings over the quarter-deck, to protect us from the midday sun. Under these we lounged away the day, in luxurious indolence, musing with half-shut eyes upon the quiet ocean. The night was scarcely less beautiful than the day. The rising moon sent a quivering column of silver along the undulating surface of the deep, and, gradually climbing the heaven, lit up our towering topsails and swelling mainsails, and spread a pale, mysterious light around. As our ship made her whispering way through this dreamy world of waters, every boisterous sound on board was charmed to silence, and the low whistle or drowsy song of a sailor from the forecastle, or the tinkling of a guitar, and the soft warbling of a female voice from the quarter-deck, seemed to derive a witching melody from the scene and hour. I was reminded of Oberon's exquisite description of music and moonlight on the ocean. Thou rememberest, since once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back, uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath, that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres, to hear the sea-maid's music. Indeed, I was in the very mood to conjure up all the imaginary beings with which poetry has peopled old ocean, and almost ready to fancy I heard the distant song of the mermaid, or the mellow shell of the Triton, and to picture to myself Neptune and Amphitrite with all their pageants sweeping along the dim horizon. A day or two of such fanciful voyaging brought us in sight of the Bermudas, which first looked like mere summer clouds, peering above the quiet ocean. All day we glided along in sight of them, with just wind enough to fill our sails, and never did land appear more lovely. They were clad in emerald verdure, beneath the serenest of skies. Not an angry wave broke upon their quiet shores, and small fishing craft, riding on the crystal waves, seemed as if hung in air. It was such a scene that Fletcher pictured to himself, when he extolled the halcyon lot of the fishermen. Ah, would thou knewest how much it better were, to bide among the simple fisher-swains. No shrieking owl, no night crow lodgeth here, nor is our simple pleasure mixed with pains. Our sports begin with the beginning year, in calms to pull the leaping fish to land, in roughs to sing and dance along the yellow sand. In contemplating these beautiful islands, and the peaceful sea around them, I could hardly realize that these were the still vexed Bermudes of Shakespeare, once the dread of mariners, and infamous in the narratives of the early discoverers, for the dangers and disasters which beset them. Such, however, was the case, and the islands derived additional interest in my eyes, from fancying that I could trace in their early history, and in the superstitious notions connected with them, some of the elements of Shakespeare's wild and beautiful drama of The Tempest. I shall take the liberty of citing a few historical facts, in support of this idea, which may claim some additional attention from the American reader, as being connected with the first settlement of Virginia. At the time when Shakespeare was in the fullness of his talent, and seizing upon everything that could furnish aliment to his imagination, the colonization of Virginia was a favorite object of enterprise among people of condition in England, and several of the courtiers of the court of Queen Elizabeth were personally engaged in it. In the year 1609, a noble armament of 9 ships and 500 men sailed for the relief of the colony. It was commanded by Sir George Somers as admiral, a gallant and generous gentleman, above 60 years of age, and possessed of an ample fortune, yet still bent upon hardy enterprise, and ambitious of signalizing himself in the service of his country. On board of his flagship, the Sea Vulture, sailed also Sir Thomas Gates, Lieutenant General of the colony. The voyage was long and boisterous. On the 25th of July, the admiral's ship was separated from the rest, in a hurricane. For several days she was driven about at the mercy of the elements, and so strained and racked, that her seams yawned open, and her hold was half filled with water. The storm subsided, but left her a mere foundering wreck. The crew stood in the hold to their waists in water, vainly endeavoring to bail her with kettles, buckets, and other vessels. The leaks rapidly gained on them, while their strength was as rapidly declining. They lost all hope of keeping the ship afloat until they should reach the American coast, and wearied with fruitless toil, determined, in their despair, to give up all farther attempt, shut down the hatches, and abandon themselves to Providence. Some, who had spirituous liquors or comfortable waters, as the old record quaintly terms them, brought them forth and shared them with their comrades, and they all drank a sad farewell to one another, as men who were soon to part company in this world. In this moment of extremity, the worthy admiral, who kept sleepless watch from the high stern of the vessel, gave the thrilling cry of "Land!" All rushed on deck in a frenzy of joy, and nothing now was to be seen or heard on board, but the transports of men who felt as if rescued from the grave. It is true the land in sight would not, in ordinary circumstances, have inspired much self-gratulation. It could be nothing else but the group of islands called after their discoverer. One won Bermudas, a Spaniard, but stigmatized among the mariners of those days as the Islands of Devils. For the islands of the Bermudas, says the old narrative of this voyage, as every man knoweth that hath heard or read of them, were never inhabited by any Christian or heathen people, but were ever esteemed and reputed a most prodigious and enchanted place, affording nothing but gusts, storms, and foul weather, which made every navigator and mariner to avoid them, as Scylla and Charybdis, or as they would shun the Devil himself. Footnote: a plain description of the Bermudas. Sir George Somers and his tempest-tossed comrades, however, hailed them with rapture, as if they had been a terrestrial paradise. Every sail was spread, and every exertion made to urge the foundering ship to land. Before long, she struck upon a rock. Fortunately, the late stormy winds had subsided, and there was no surf. A swelling wave lifted her from off the rock, and bore her to another, and thus she was borne on from rock to rock, until she remained wedged between two, as firmly as if set upon the stocks. The boats were immediately lowered, and, though the shore was above a mile distant, the whole crew were landed in safety. Every one had now his task assigned him. Some made all haste to unload the ship before she should go to pieces. Some constructed wigwams of palmetto leaves, and others ranged the island in quest of wood and water. To their surprise and joy, they found it far different from the desolate and frightful place they had been taught, by seamen's stories, to expect. It was well wooded and fertile. There were birds of various kinds, and herds of swine roaming about, the progeny of a number that had swam ashore in former years from a Spanish wreck. The island abounded with turtle, and great quantities of their eggs were to be found among the rocks. The bays and inlets were full of fish, so tame that if anyone stepped into the water, they would throng around him. Sir George Somers, in a little while, caught enough with hook and line to furnish a meal to his whole ship's company. Some of them were so large that two were as much as a man could carry. Crawfish also were taken in abundance. The air was soft and salubrious, and the sky beautifully serene. Waller, in his Summer Islands, has given us a faithful picture of the climate. For the kind spring, which but salutes us here, inhabits these, and courts them all the year. Ripe fruits and blossoms on the same trees live. At once they promise, and at once they give. So sweet the air, so moderate the clime. None sickly lives or dies before his time. Heaven sure has kept this spot of earth uncursed, to shew how all things were created first. We may imagine the feelings of the shipwrecked marines on finding themselves cast by stormy seas upon so happy a coast, where abundance was to be had without labor, where what in other climes constituted the costly luxuries of the rich were within every man's reach, and where life promised to be a mere holiday. Many of the common sailors, especially, declared they desired no better lot than to pass the rest of their lives on this favored island. The commanders, however, were not so ready to console themselves with mere physical comforts, for the severance from the enjoyment of cultivated life, and all the objects of honorable ambition. Despairing of the arrival of any chance ship on these shunned and dreaded islands, they fitted out the longboat, making a deck of the ship's hatches, and having manned her with 8 picked men, dispatched her, under the command of an able and hardy mariner, named Raven, to proceed to Virginia, and procure shipping to be sent to their relief. While waiting in anxious idleness for the arrival of the looked-for aid, dissensions arose between Sir George Somers and Sir Thomas Gates, originating, very probably, in jealousy of the lead which the nautical experience and professional station of the admiral gave him in the present emergency. Each commander, of course, had his adherents. These dissensions ripened into a complete schism, and this handful of shipwrecked men, thus thrown together on an uninhabited island, separated into 2 parties, and lived asunder in bitter feud, as men rendered fickle by prosperity instead of being brought into brotherhood by a common calamity. Weeks and months elapsed, without bringing the looked-for aid from Virginia, though that colony was within but a few days' sail. Fears were now entertained that the longboat had been either swallowed up in the sea or wrecked on some savage coast, one or other of which most probably was the case, as nothing was ever heard of Raven and his comrades. Each party now set to work to build a vessel for itself out of the cedar with which the island abounded. The wreck of the Sea Vulture furnished rigging and various other articles, but they had no iron for bolts and other fastenings, and for want of pitch and tar, they paid the seams of their vessels with lime and turtle's oil, which soon dried and became as hard as stone. On the 10th of May, 1610, they set sail, having been about 9 months on the island. They reached Virginia without farther accident, but found the colony in great distress for provisions. The account they gave of the abundance that reigned in the Bermudas, and especially of the herds of swine that roamed the island, determined Lord Delaware, the governor of Virginia, to send thither for supplies. Sir George Somers, with his wonted promptness and generosity, offered to undertake what was still considered a dangerous voyage. Accordingly, on the 19th of June, he set sail in his own cedar vessel of 30 tons, accompanied by another small vessel, commanded by Captain Argall. The gallant Somers was doomed again to be tempest-tossed. His companion vessel was soon driven back to port, but he kept the sea, and, as usual, remained at his post on deck in all weathers. His voyage was long and boisterous, and the fatigues and exposures which he underwent were too much for a frame impaired by age and by previous hardships. He arrived at Bermudas completely exhausted and broken down. His nephew, Captain Matthew Somers, attended him in his illness with affectionate assiduity. Finding his end approaching, the veteran called his men together and exhorted them to be true to the interests of Virginia, to procure provisions with all possible dispatch, and hasten back to the relief of the colony. With this dying charge, he gave up the ghost, leaving us nephew and crew overwhelmed with grief and consternation. Their first thought was to pay honor to his remains. Opening the body, they took out the heart and entrails, and buried them, erecting a cross over the grave. They then embalmed the body, and set sail with it for England. Thus, while paying empty honors to their deceased commander, neglecting his earnest wish and dying injunction, that they should return with relief to Virginia. The little bark arrived safely at Whitechurch in Dorsetshire, with its melancholy freight. The body of the worthy Somers was interred with the military honors due to a brave soldier, and many volleys were fired over his grave. The Bermudas have since received the name of the Summer Islands, as a tribute to his memory. The accounts given by Captain Matthew Somers and his crew of the delightful climate, and the great beauty, fertility, and abundance of these islands, excited the zeal of enthusiasts and the cupidity of speculators, and a plan was set on foot to colonize them. The Virginia Company sold their right to the islands to 120 of their own members, who erected themselves into a distinct corporation under the name of the Summer Island Society. And Mr. Richard Moore was sent out in 1612 as governor with 60 men to found a colony, and this leads me to the second branch of this research. The Three Kings of Bermuda, and their treasure of ambergris. At the time that Sir George Somers was preparing to launch his cedar-built bark and sail for Virginia, there were 3 culprits among his men who had been guilty of capital offenses. One of them was shot. The others, named Christopher Carter and Edward Waters, escaped. Waters, indeed, made a very narrow escape, for he had actually been tied to a tree to be executed, but cut the rope with a knife, which he had concealed about his person, and fled to the woods where he was joined by Carter. These 2 worthies kept themselves concealed in the secret parts of the island until the departure of the 2 vessels. When Sir George Somers revisited the island, in quest of supplies for the Virginia colony, these culprits hovered about the landing place, and succeeded in persuading another seaman, named Edward Chard, to join them, giving him the most seductive pictures of the ease and abundance in which they reveled. When the bark that bore Sir George's body to England had faded from the watery horizon, these 3 vagabonds walked forth in their majesty and might, the lords and sole inhabitants of these islands. For a time their little commonwealth went on prosperously and happily. They built a house, sowed corn, and the seeds of various fruits, and having plenty of hogs, wild fowl, and fish of all kinds, with turtle in abundance, carried on their tripartite sovereignty with great harmony and much feasting. All kingdoms, however, are doomed to revolution, convulsion, or decay, And so it fared with the empire of the three kings of Bermuda, albeit they were monarchs without subjects. In an evil hour, in their search after turtle, among the fissures of the rocks, they came upon a great treasure of ambergris, which had been cast on shore by the ocean. Beside a number of pieces of smaller dimensions, there was one great mass, the largest that had ever been known, weighing 80 pounds, and which of itself, according to the market value of ambergris in those days, was worth about 9 or 10,000 pounds. From that moment, the happiness and harmony of the three kings of Bermuda were gone forever. While poor devils, with nothing to share but the common blessings of the island, which administered to present enjoyment, but had nothing of convertible value, they were loving and united. But here was actual wealth, which would make them rich men, whenever they could transport it to a market. Adieu the delights of the island! They now became flat and insipid. Each pictured to himself the consequence he might now aspire to in civilized life, could he once get there with this mass of ambergris. No longer a poor Jack Tar, frolicking in the low Tiberius of Wapping, he might roll through London in his coach, and perchance arrive, like Whittington, at the dignity of Lord Mayor. With riches came envy and covetousness. Each was now for assuming the supreme power and getting the monopoly of the ambergris. A civil war at length broke out. Chard and Waters defied each other to mortal combat, and the kingdom of the Bermudas was on the point of being deluged with royal blood. Fortunately, Carter took no part in the bloody feud. Ambition might have made him view it with secret exultation, for if either or both of his brother potentates were slain in the conflict, he would be a gainer in purse and ambergris. But he dreaded to be left alone in this uninhabited island, and to find himself the monarch of a solitude. So he secretly purloined and hid the weapons of the belligerent rivals, who, having no means of carrying on the war, gradually cooled down into a sullen armistice. The arrival of Governor Moore, with an overpowering force of 60 men, put an end to the empire. He took possession of the kingdom, in the name of the Summer Island Company, and forthwith proceeded to make a settlement. The three kings tacitly relinquished their sway, but stood up stoutly for their treasure. It was determined, however, that they had been fitted out at the expense and employed in the service of the Virginia Company, that they had found the ambergris while in the service of that company and on that company's land, that the ambergris, therefore, belonged to that company, or rather to the Summer Island Company, in consequence of their recent purchase of the island and all their appurtenances. Having thus legally established their right, and being moreover able to back it by might, the company laid the lion's paw upon the spoil, and nothing more remains on historic record of the three kings of Bermuda and their treasure of ambergris. The reader will now determine whether I am more extravagant than most of the commentators on Shakespeare, in my surmise that the story of Sir George Somers' shipwreck, and the subsequent occurrences that took place on the uninhabited island, may have furnished the bard with some of the elements of his drama of the Tempest. The tidings of the shipwreck, and of the incidents connected with it, reached England not long before the production of this drama, and made a great sensation there. A narrative of the whole matter, from which most of the foregoing particulars are extracted, was published at the time in London in a pamphlet form, and could not fail to be eagerly perused by Shakespeare, and to make a vivid impression on his fancy. His expression, in The Tempest, of the still vexed Bermudes, accords exactly with the storm-beaten character of those islands. The enchantments, too, with which he has clothed the island of Prospero, may they not be traced to the wild and superstitious notions entertained about the Bermudas? I have already cited two passages from a pamphlet published at the time, showing that they were esteemed a most prodigious and enchanted place, and the habitation of devils. And another pamphlet, published shortly afterward, observes, and whereas it is reported that this land of the Bermudas, with the islands about, which are many, at least 100, are enchanted and kept with evil and wicked spirits, it is a most idle and false report. Footnote: News from the Bermudas, 1612. The description, too, given in the same pamphlets, of the real beauty and fertility of the Bermudas, and of their serene and happy climate, so opposite to the dangerous and inhospitable character with which they had been stigmatized, accords with the eulogium of Sebastian on the island of Prospero. Though this island seemed to be desert, uninhabitable, and almost inaccessible, it must needs be of subtle, tender, and delicate temperance. The air breathes upon us here most sweetly. Here is everything advantageous to life. How lush and lusty the grass looks! How green! I think, too, in the exulting consciousness of ease, security, and abundance felt by the late tempest-tossed mariners, while reveling in the plenteousness of the island, and their inclination to remain there, released from the labors, the cares, and the artificial restraints of civilized life. I can see something of the golden commonwealth of honest Gonzalo. Had I plantation of this isle, my lord, and were the king of it, what would I do? The commonwealth I would by contraries execute all things, for no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate, letters should not be known, riches, poverty, and use of service, none, contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none, no use of metal, corn or wine or oil, no occupation, all men idle, all things in common nature should produce, without sweat or endeavor. Treason, felony, sword, pike, knife, gun, or need of any engine, would I not have, but nature should bring forth, of its own kind, all foison, all abundance, to feed my innocent people, but above all in the 3 fugitive vagabonds who remained in possession of the island of Bermuda on the departure of their comrades, and in their squabbles about supremacy on the finding of their treasure. I see typified Sebastian, Trinculo, and their worthy companion, Caliban. Trinculo, the king, and all our company being drowned, we will inherit here. Monster, I will kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen, save our graces. And Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. I do not mean to hold up the incidents and characters in the narrative and in the play as parallel, or as being strikingly similar. Neither would I insinuate that the narrative suggested the play. I would only suppose that Shakespeare, being occupied about that time on the drama of The Tempest, the main story of which, I believe, is of Italian origin, had many of the fanciful ideas of it suggested to his mind by the shipwreck of Sir George Somers on the still-vexed Bermudes, and by the popular superstitions connected with these islands, and suddenly put in circulation by that event. Pelayo and the Merchant's Daughter. It is the common lamentation of Spanish historiographers that, for an obscure and melancholy space of time immediately succeeding the conquest of their country by the Moslems, its history is a mere wilderness of dubious facts, groundless fables, and rash exaggerations. Learned men, in cells and cloisters, have worn out their lives in vainly endeavoring to connect incongruous events, and to account for startling improbabilities recorded of this period. The worthy Jesuit Padre Abarca declares that, for more than 40 years during which he had been employed in theological controversies, he had never found any so obscure and inexplicable as those which rise out of this portion of Spanish history, and that the only fruit of an indefatigable, prolix, and even prodigious study of the subject was a melancholy and mortifying state of indecision. Footnote: Padre Pedro Abarca, Annals de Aragon, Anti-Regno, F2. During this apocryphal period, flourished Pelayo, the deliverer of Spain, whose name, like that of William Wallace, will ever be linked with the glory of his country, but linked, in like manner, by a bond in which fact and fiction are inextricably interwoven. The quaint old chronicle of the Moor Rhasis, which, though wild and fanciful in the extreme, is frequently drawn upon for early facts by Spanish historians, professes to give the birth, parentage, and whole course of fortune of Pelayo without the least doubt or hesitation. It makes him a son of the Duke of Cantabria, and descended, both by father and mother's side, from the Gothic kings of Spain. I shall pass over the romantic story of his childhood, and shall content myself with a scene of his youth, which was spent in a castle among the Pyrenees, under the eye of his widowed and noble-minded mother, who caused him to be instructed in everything befitting a cavalier of gentle birth. While the sons of the nobility were reveling amid the pleasures of a licentious court, and sunk in that vicious and effeminate indulgence which led to the perdition of unhappy Spain, the youthful Pelayo, in his rugged mountain school, was steeled to all kinds of hardy exercise. A great part of his time was spent in hunting the bears, the wild boars, and the wolves, with which the Pyrenees abounded. And so purely and chastely was he brought up, by his good lady mother, that, if the ancient chronicle from which I draw my facts may be relied on, he had attained his 21st year, without having once sighed for woman. Nor were his hardy contests confined to the wild beasts of the forest. Occasionally he had to contend with adversaries of a more formidable character. The skirts and defile of these border mountains were often infested by marauders from the Gallic plains of Gascony. The Gascons, says an old chronicler, were a people who used smooth words when expedient, but force when they had power, and were ready to lay their hands on everything they met. Though poor, they were proud, for there was not one who did not pride himself on being a hidalgo, or the son of somebody. At the head of a band of these needy hidalgos of Gascony was one Arnaud, a broken-down cavalier. He and 4 of his followers were well armed and mounted. The rest were a set of scampergrounds on foot, furnished with darts and javelins. They were the terror of the border. Here today and gone tomorrow, sometimes in one pass, sometimes in another. They would make sudden inroads into Spain, scour the roads, plunder the country, and were over the mountains and far away before a force could be collected to pursue them. Now it happened one day that a wealthy burgher of Bordeaux, who was a merchant, trading with Biscay, set out on a journey for that province. As he intended to sojourn there for a season, he took with him his wife, who was a goodly dame, and his daughter, a gentle damsel of marriageable age, and exceeding fair to look upon. He was attended by a trusty clerk from his comptoir, and a man-servant, while another servant led a hackney, laden with bags of money, with which he intended to purchase merchandise. When the Gascons heard of this wealthy merchant and his convoy passing through the mountains, they thanked their stars, for they considered all peaceful men of traffic as lawful spoil, sent by Providence for the benefit of hidalgos like themselves, of valor and gentle blood, who lived by the sword. Placing themselves in ambush, in a lonely defile, by which the travelers had to pass, they silently awaited their coming. In a little while they beheld them approaching. The merchant was a fair, portly man, in a buff surcoat and velvet cap. His looks bespoke the good cheer of his native city, and he was mounted on a stately, well-fed steed, while his wife and daughter paced gently on palfreys by his side. The travelers had advanced some distance in the defile, when the bandoleros rushed forth and assailed them. The merchant, though but little used to the exercise of arms, and unwieldy in his form, yet made valiant defense, having his wife and daughter and moneybags at hazard. He was wounded in 2 places and overpowered. One of his servants was slain, the other took to flight. The freebooters then began to ransack for spoil, but were disappointed at not finding the wealth they had expected. Putting their swords to the breast of the trembling merchant, they demanded where he had concealed his treasure, and learned from him of the hackney that was following, laden with money. Overjoyed at this intelligence, they bound their captives to trees, and awaited the arrival of the golden spoil. On this same day, Pelayo was out with his huntsmen among the mountains, and had taken his stand on a rock, at a narrow pass, to await the sallying forth of a wild boar. Close by him was a page, conducting a horse, and at the saddle-bow hung his armor, for he was always prepared for fight among these border mountains. While thus posted, the servant of the merchant came flying from the robbers. On beholding Pelayo, he fell on his knees, and implored his life, for he supposed him to be one of the band. It was some time before he could be relieved from his terror, and made to tell his story. When Pelayo heard of the robbers, he concluded they were the crew of Gascon hidalgos, upon the scamper. Taking his armor from the page, he put on his helmet, slung his buckler round his neck, took lance in hand, and mounting his steed, compelled the trembling servant to guide him to the scene of action. At the same time he ordered the page to seek his huntsmen, and summon them to his assistance. When the robbers saw Pelayo advancing through the forest, with a single attendant on foot, and beheld his rich armor sparkling in the sun, they thought a new prize had fallen into their hands, and Arnaud and 2 of his companions, mounting their horses, advanced to meet him. As they approached, Pelayo stationed himself in a narrow pass between 2 rocks, where he could only be assailed in front, and bracing his buckler, and lowering his lance, awaited their coming. "Who and what are ye?" cried he. "And what seek ye in this land?" "We are huntsmen," replied Arnaud. "And lo, our game runs into our toils." "By my faith," replied Pelayo, "thou wilt find the game more readily roused than taken. Have at thee for a villain." So saying, he put spurs to his horse, and ran full speed upon him. The Gascon, not expecting so sudden an attack from a single horseman, was taken by surprise. He hastily couched his lance, but it merely glanced on the shield of Pelayo, who sent his own through the middle of his breast, and threw him out of his saddle to the earth. One of the other robbers made at Pelayo, and wounded him slightly in the side, but received a blow from the sword of the latter, which cleft his skullcap and sank into his brain. His companion, seeing him fall, put spurs to his steed, and galloped off through the forest. Beholding several other robbers on foot coming up, Pelayo returned to his station between the rocks, where he was assailed by them all at once. He received 2 of their darts on his buckler, a javelin raised his cuirass, and glancing down, wounded his horse. Pelayo then rushed forth and struck one of the robbers dead. The others, beholding several huntsmen advancing, took to flight, but were pursued, and several of them taken. The good merchant of Bordeaux and his family beheld this scene with trembling and amazement, for never had they looked upon such feats of arms. They considered Don Pelayo as a leader of some rival band of robbers, and when the bonds were loosed by which they were tied to the trees, they fell at his feet and implored mercy. The females were soonest undeceived, especially the daughter, for the damsel was struck with the noble countenance and gentle demeanor of Pelayo, and said to herself, "Surely nothing evil can dwell in so goodly and gracious a form." Pelayo now sounded his horn, which echoed from rock to rock, and was answered by shouts and horns from various parts of the mountains. The merchant's heart misgave him at these signals, and especially when he beheld more than 40 men gathering from glen and thicket. They were clad in hunters' dresses, and armed with boar spears, darts, and hunting swords, and many of them led hounds in long leashes. All this was a new and wild scene to the astonished merchant, nor were his fears abated when he saw his servant approaching with the hackney, laden with money-bags. "For of a certainty," said he to himself, "this will be too tempting a spoil for these wild hunters of the mountains." Pelayo, however, took no more notice of the gold than if it had been so much dross, at which the honest burgher marveled exceedingly. He ordered that the wounds of the merchant should be dressed, and his own examined. On taking off his cuirass, his wound was found to be but slight, but his men were so exasperated at seeing his blood that they would have put the captive robbers to instant death, had he not forbidden them to do them any harm. The huntsmen now made a great fire at the foot of a tree, and bringing a boar which they had killed, cut off portions and roasted them, or broiled them on the coals. Then drawing forth loaves of bread from their wallets, they devoured their food half raw, with the hungry relish of huntsmen and mountaineers. The merchant, his wife and daughter, looked at all this and wondered, for they had never beheld so savage a repast. Pelayo then inquired of them if they did not desire to eat. They were too much in awe of him to decline, though they felt a loathing at the thought of partaking of this hunter's fare. But he ordered a linen cloth to be spread under the shade of a great oak, on the grassy margin of a clear running stream, and to their astonishment, they were served, not with the flesh of the boar, but with dainty cheer, such as the merchant had scarcely hoped to find out of the walls of his native city of Bordeaux. The good burgher was of a community renowned for gastronomic prowess. His fears having subsided, his appetite was now awakened, and he addressed himself manfully to the viands that were set before him. His daughter, however, could not eat. Her eyes were ever and anon stealing to gaze on Pelayo, whom she regarded with gratitude for his protection and admiration for his valor. And now that he had laid aside his helmet, and she beheld his lofty countenance, glowing with manly beauty, she thought him something more than mortal. The heart of the gentle donzella, says the ancient chronicler, was kind and yielding, and had Pelayo thought fit to ask the greatest boon that love and beauty could bestow, doubtless meaning her fair hand, she could not have had the cruelty to say him nay. Pelayo, however, had no such thoughts. The love of woman had never yet entered his heart, and though he regarded the damsel as the fairest maiden he had ever beheld, her beauty caused no perturbation in his breast. When the repast was over, Pelayo offered to conduct the merchant and his family through the defile of the mountains, lest they should be molested by any of the scattered band of robbers. The bodies of the slain marauders were buried, and the corpse of the servant was laid upon one of the horses captured in the battle. Having formed their cavalcade, They pursued their way slowly up one of the steep and winding passes of the Pyrenees. Toward sunset, they arrived at the dwelling of a holy hermit. It was hewn out of the living rock. There was a cross over the door, and before it was a great spreading oak, with a sweet spring of water at its foot. The body of the faithful servant who had fallen in the defense of his Lord was buried close by the wall of this sacred retreat, and the hermit promised to perform masses for the repose of his soul. Then Pelayo obtained from the Holy Father consent that the merchant's wife and daughter should pass the night within his cell, and the hermit made beds of moss for them and gave them his benediction. But the damsel found little rest, so much were her thoughts occupied by the youthful champion who had rescued her from death or dishonor. Pelayo, however, was visited by no such wandering of the mind, but, wrapping himself in his mantle, slept soundly by the fountain under the tree. At midnight, when everything was buried in deep repose, he was awakened from his sleep and beheld the hermit before him, with the beams of the moon shining upon his silver hair and beard. "This is no time," said the latter, "to be sleeping. Arise and listen to my words, and hear of the great work for which thou art chosen." Then Pelayo arose and seated himself on a rock, and the hermit continued his discourse. "Behold," said he, "the ruin of Spain is at hand. It will be delivered into the hands of strangers, and will become a prey to the spoiler. Its children will be slain or carried into captivity, or such as may escape these evils will harbor with the beasts of the forest or the eagles of the mountain. The thorn and bramble will spring up where now are seen the cornfield, the vine and the olive, and hungry wolves will roam in place of peaceful flocks and herds. But thou, my son, tarry not thou to see these things, for thou canst not prevent them. Depart on a pilgrimage to the sepulchre of our blessed Lord in Palestine. Purify thyself by prayer, enroll thyself in the order of chivalry, and prepare for the great work of the redemption of thy country. For to thee it will be given to raise it from the depth of its affliction." Pelayo would have inquired farther into the evils thus foretold, but the hermit rebuked his curiosity. "Seek not to know more," said he, "than heaven is pleased to reveal. Clouds and darkness cover its designs, and prophecy is never permitted to lift up but in part the veil that rests upon the future." The hermit ceased to speak, and Pelayo laid himself down again to take repose, but sleep was a stranger to his eyes. When the first rays of the rising sun shone upon the tops of the mountains, the travelers assembled round the fountain beneath the tree and made their morning's repast. Then, having received the benediction of the hermit, they departed in the freshness of the day, and descended along the hollow defile leading into the interior of Spain. The good merchant was refreshed by sleep and by his morning's meal, and when he beheld his wife and daughter thus secure by his side, and the hackney laden with his treasure close behind him, his heart was light in his bosom, and he caroled a chanson as he went, and the woodlands echoed to his song. But Pelayo rode in silence, for he revolved in his mind the portentous words of the hermit, and the daughter of the merchant ever and anon stole looks at him full of tenderness and admiration, and deep sighs betrayed the agitation of her bosom. At length they came to the foot of the mountains, where the forests and the rocks terminated, and an open and secure country lay before the travelers. Here they halted, for their roads were widely different. When they came to part, the merchant and his wife were loud in thanks and benedictions, and the good burgher would fain have given Pelayo the largest of his sacks of gold. But the young man put it aside with a smile. "Silver and gold," said he, "need I not, but if I have deserved aught at thy hands, give me thy prayers, for the prayers of a good man are above all price." In the meantime the daughter had spoken never a word. At length she raised her eyes, which were filled with tears, and looked timidly at Pelayo, and her bosom throbbed, and after a violent struggle between strong affection and virgin modesty, her heart relieved itself by words. "Señor," said she, "I know that I am unworthy of the notice of so noble a cavalier, but suffer me to place this ring upon a finger of that hand which has so bravely rescued us from death, and when you regard it, you may consider it as a memorial of your own valor, and not of one who is too humble to be remembered by you." With these words, she drew a ring from her finger and put it upon the finger of Pelayo, and having done this, she blushed and trembled at her own boldness, and stood as one abashed, with her eyes cast down upon the earth. Pelayo was moved at the words of the simple maiden, and at the touch of her fair hand, and at her beauty, as she stood thus trembling and in tears before him. But as yet he knew nothing of woman, and his heart was free from the snares of love. "Amiga, friend," said he, "I accept thy present, and will wear it in remembrance of thy goodness." So saying, he kissed her on the cheek. The damsel was cheered by these words, and hoped that she had awakened some tenderness in his bosom. But it was no such thing, says the grave old chronicler, for his heart was devoted to higher and more sacred matters. Yet certain it is that he always guarded well that ring. When they parted, Pelayo remained with his huntsmen on a cliff, watching that no evil befell them, until they were far beyond the skirts of the mountain. And the damsel often turned to look at him until she could no longer discern him, for the distance and the tears that dimmed her eyes. And for that he had accepted her ring, says the ancient chronicler, she considered herself wedded to him in her heart, and would never marry. Nor could she be brought to look with eyes of affection upon any other man. But for the true love which she bore Pelayo, she lived and died a virgin. And she composed a book which treated of love and chivalry, and the temptations of this mortal life, and one part discoursed of celestial matters, and it was called The Contemplations of Love. Because at the time she wrote it, she thought of Pelayo, and of his having accepted her jewel and called her by the gentle appellation of Amiga, and often thinking of him in tender sadness, and of her never having beheld him more, she would take the book and would read it as if in his stead, and while she repeated the words of love which it contained, she would endeavor to fancy them uttered by Pelayo, and that he stood before her. The Knight of Malta. Sayar, in the course of a tour which I made in Sicily, in the days of my juvenility, I passed some little time at the ancient city of Catania, at the foot of Mount Etna. Here I became acquainted with the Chevalier L., an old knight of Malta. It was not many years after the time that Napoleon had dislodged the knights from their island, and he still wore the insignia of his order. He was not, however, one of those relics of that once chivalrous body, who had been described as a few worn-out old men, creeping about certain parts of Europe, with the Maltese cross on their breasts. On the contrary, though advanced in life, his form was still light and vigorous. He had a pale, thin, intellectual visage, with a high forehead and a bright, visionary eye. He seemed to take a fancy to me, as I certainly did to him, and we soon became intimate. I visited him occasionally at his apartments in the wing of an old palace, looking toward Mount Etna. He was an antiquary, a virtuoso, and a connoisseur. His rooms were decorated with mutilated statues, dug up from Grecian and Roman ruins, old vases, lacrimals, and sepulchral lamps. He had astronomical and chemical instruments, and black-letter books, in various languages. I found that he had dipped a little in chimerical studies and had a hankering after astrology and alchemy. He affected to believe in dreams and visions, and delighted in the fanciful Rosicrucian doctrines. I cannot persuade myself, however, that he really believed in all these. I rather think he loved to let his imagination carry him away into the boundless fairyland which they unfolded. In company with the Chevalier, I took several excursions on horseback about the environs of Catania, and the picturesque skirts of Mount Etna. One of these led through a village, which had sprung up on the very tract of an ancient eruption, the houses being built of lava. At one time we passed, for some distance, along a narrow lane, between two high dead convent walls. It was a cutthroat-looking place, in a country where assassinations are frequent, and just about midway through it, we observed blood upon the pavement and the walls, as if a murder had actually been committed there. The Chevalier spurred on his horse, until he had extricated himself completely from this suspicious neighborhood. He then observed that it reminded him of a similar blind alley in Malta, infamous on account of the many assassinations that had taken place there, concerning one of which he related a long and tragical story that lasted until we reached Catania. It involved various circumstances of a wild and supernatural character, but which he assured me were handed down in tradition, and generally credited by the old inhabitants of Malta. As I like to pick up strange stories, and as I was particularly struck with several parts of this, I made a minute of it on my return to my lodgings. The memorandum was lost, with several others of my traveling papers, and the story had faded from my mind, when recently, in perusing a French memoir, I came suddenly upon it, dressed up, it is true, in a very different manner, but agreeing in the leading facts, and given upon the word of that famous adventurer, the Count Cagliostro. I have amused myself, during a snowy day in the country, by rendering it roughly into English, for the entertainment of a youthful circle round the Christmas fire. It was well received by my auditors, who, however, are rather easily pleased. One proof of its merits is that it sent some of the youngest of them quaking to their beds, and gave them very fearful dreams. Hoping that it may have the same effect upon your ghost-hunting readers, I offer it, Mr. Editor, for insertion in your magazine. I would observe that wherever I have modified the French version of the story, it has been in conformity to some recollection of the narrative of my friend, the Knight of Malta. Your OBT. Served. Geoffrey Crayon. The Grand Prior of Minorca, a veritable ghost story. Keep my wits, heaven, they say spirits appear, to melancholy minds, and the graves open. Fletcher. About the middle of the last century, while the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem still maintained something of their ancient state and sway in the island of Malta, a tragical event took place there, which is the groundwork of the following narrative. It may be as well to premise that at the time we are treating of, the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, grown excessively wealthy, had degenerated from its originally devout and warlike character. Instead of being a hardy body of monk knights, sworn soldiers of the cross, fighting the Paynim in the Holy Land, or scouring the Mediterranean, and scourging the Barbary coasts with their galleys, or feeding the poor, and attending upon the sick at their hospitals, they led a life of luxury and libertinism, and were to be found in the most voluptuous courts of Europe. The order, in fact, had become a mode of providing for the needy branches of the Catholic aristocracy of Europe. A commandery, we are told, was a splendid provision for a younger brother, and men of rank, however dissolute, provided they belonged to the highest aristocracy, became Knights of Malta, just as they did bishops or colonels of regiments or court chamberlains. After a brief residence at Malta, the knights passed the rest of their time in their own countries, or only made a visit now and then to the island. While there, having but little military duty to perform, they beguiled their idleness by paying attentions to the fair. There was one circle of society, however, into which they could not obtain currency. This was composed of a few families of the old Maltese nobility, natives of the island. These families, not being permitted to enroll any of their members in the order, affected to hold no intercourse with its chevaliers, admitting none into their exclusive coteries but the Grand Master, whom they acknowledged as their sovereign, and the members of the chapter which composed his council. To indemnify themselves for this exclusion, the chevaliers carried their gallantries into the next class of society, composed of those who held civil, administrative, and judicial situations. The ladies of this class were called honorate or honorables, to distinguish them from the inferior orders, and among them were many of superior grace, beauty, and fascination. Even in this more hospitable class, the chevaliers were not all equally favored. Those of Germany had the decided preference, owing to their fair and fresh complexions, and the kindliness of their manners. Next to these came the Spanish cavaliers, on account of their profound and courteous devotion and most discreet secrecy. Singular as it may seem, the chevaliers of France fared the worst. The Maltese ladies dreaded their volatility, and their proneness to boast of their amours, and shunned all entanglement with them. They were forced, therefore, to content themselves with conquests among females of the lower orders. They revenged themselves, after the gay French manner, by making the honorate the objects of all kinds of jests and mystifications, by prying into their tender affairs with the more favored chevaliers, and making them the theme of song and epigram. About this time, a French vessel arrived at Malta, bringing out a distinguished personage of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, the Commander de Folklore, who came to solicit the post of Commander-in-Chief of the galleys. He was descended from an old and warrior line of French nobility, his ancestors having long been seneschals of Poitou, and claiming descent from the first counts of Angoulême. The arrival of the commander caused a little uneasiness among the peaceably inclined, for he bore the character, in the island, of being fiery, arrogant, and quarrelsome. He had already been 3 times at Malta, and on each visit had signalized himself by some rash and deadly affray. As he was now 35 years of age, however, it was hoped that time might have taken off the fiery edge of his spirit, and that he might prove more quiet and sedate than formerly. The commander set up an establishment befitting his rank and pretensions, for he arrogated to himself an importance greater even than that of the Grand Master. His house immediately became the rallying place of all the young French chevaliers. They informed him of all the slights they had experienced or imagined, and indulged their petulant and satirical vein at the expense of the honorate and their admirers. The chevaliers of other nations soon found the topics and tone of conversation at the commander's irksome and offensive, and gradually ceased to visit there. The commander remained the head of a national clique, who looked up to him as their model. If he was not as boisterous and quarrelsome as formerly, he had become haughty and overbearing. He was fond of talking over his past affairs of punctilio and bloody duel. When walking the streets, he was generally attended by a ruffling train of young French cavaliers, who caught his own air of assumption and bravado. These he would conduct to the scenes of his deadly encounters, point out the very spot where each fatal lunge had been given, and dwell vaingloriously on every particular. Under his tuition, the young French chevaliers began to add bluster and arrogance to their former petulance and levity. They fired up on the most trivial occasions, particularly with those who had been most successful with the fair, and would put on the most intolerable draw-cancer airs. The other chevaliers conducted themselves with all possible forbearance and reserve, but they saw it would be impossible to keep on long, in this manner, without coming to an open rupture. Among the Spanish cavaliers was one named Don Luis de Lima Vasconcellos. He was distantly related to the Grand Master, and had been enrolled at an early age among his pages, but had been rapidly promoted by him until, at the age of 26, he had been given the richest Spanish commandery in the order. He had, moreover, been fortunate with the fair, with one of whom, the most beautiful honorata of Malta, he had long maintained the most tender correspondence. The character, rank, and connections of Don Luis put him on a par with the imperious commander de Folklore, and pointed him out as a leader and champion to his countrymen. The Spanish chevaliers repaired to him, therefore, in a body, represented all the grievances they had sustained, and the evils they apprehended, and urged him to use his influence with the commander and his adherents to put a stop to the growing abuses. Don Luis was gratified by this mark of confidence and esteem on the part of his countrymen, and promised to have an interview with the commander de Folklore on the subject. He resolved to conduct himself with the utmost caution and delicacy on the occasion, to represent to the commander the evil consequences which might result from the inconsiderate conduct of the young French chevaliers, and to entreat him to exert the great influence he so deservedly possessed over them, to restrain their excesses. Don Luis was aware, however, of the peril that attended any interview of the kind with this imperious and fractious man, and apprehended, however it might commence, that it would terminate in a duel. Still, it was an affair of honor in which Castilian dignity was concerned. Beside, he had a lurking disgust at the overbearing manners of de Folklore, and perhaps had been somewhat offended by certain intrusive attentions which he had presumed to pay to the beautiful honorata. It was now Holy Week, a time too sacred for worldly feuds and passions, especially in a community under the dominion of a religious order. It was agreed, therefore, that the dangerous interview in question should not take place until after the Easter holidays. It is probable, from subsequent circumstances, that the commander de Folklore had some information of this arrangement among the Spanish chevaliers, and was determined to be beforehand, and to mortify the pride of their champion, who was thus preparing to read him a lecture. He chose Good Friday for his purpose. On this sacred day, it is customary in Catholic countries to make a tour of all the churches, offering up prayers in each. In every Catholic church, as is well known, there is a vessel of holy water near the door. In this, everyone, on entering, dips his fingers, and makes therewith the sign of the cross on his forehead and breast. An office of gallantry among the young Spaniards is to stand near the door, dip their hands in the holy vessel, and extend them courteously and respectfully to any lady of their acquaintance who may enter, who thus receives the sacred water at second hand, on the tips of her fingers, and proceeds to cross herself with all due decorum. The Spaniards, who are the most jealous of lovers, are impatient when this piece of devotional gallantry is proffered to the object of their affections by any other hand. On Good Friday, therefore, when a lady makes a tour of the churches, it is the usage among them for the enamorado to follow her from church to church, so as to present her the holy water at the door of each, thus testifying his own devotion, and at the same time preventing the officious services of a rival. On the day in question, Don Luis followed the beautiful honorata, to whom, as has already been observed, he had long been devoted. At the very first church she visited, The Commander de Folklore was stationed at the portal, with several of the young French chevaliers about him. Before Don Luis could offer her the holy water, he was anticipated by the commander, who thrust himself between them, and, while he performed the gallant office to the lady, rudely turned his back upon her admirer and trod upon his feet. The insult was enjoyed by the young Frenchmen who were present. It was too deep and grave to be forgiven by Spanish pride, and at once put an end to all Don Luis' plans of caution and forbearance. He repressed his passion for the moment, however, and waited until all the parties left the church. Then, accosting the commander with an air of coolness and unconcern, he inquired after his health, and asked to what church he proposed making his second visit. To the magisterial church of St. John. Don Luis offered to conduct him thither by the shortest route. His offer was accepted, apparently without suspicion, and they proceeded together. After walking some distance, they entered a long, narrow lane without door or window opening upon it, called the Strata, or Narrow Street. It was a street in which duels were tacitly permitted, or connived at, in Malta, and were suffered to pass as accidental encounters. Everywhere else they were prohibited. This restriction had been instituted to diminish the number of duels, formerly so frequent in Malta. As a farther precaution to render these encounters less fatal, it was an offense, punishable with death, for anyone to enter this street armed with either poniard or pistol. It was a lonely, dismal street, just wide enough for two men to stand upon their guard and cross their swords. Few persons ever traversed it unless with some sinister design, and on any preconcerted duello the seconds posted themselves at each end, to stop all passengers and prevent interruption. In the present instance, the parties had scarce entered the street, when Don Luis drew his sword, and called upon the commander to defend himself. De Folklore was evidently taken by surprise. He drew back and attempted to expostulate, but Don Luis persisted in defying him to the combat. After a second or two he likewise drew his sword, but immediately lowered the point. "Good Friday!" ejaculated he, shaking his head. "One word with you. It is full 6 years since I have been in a confessional. I am shocked at the state of my conscience. But within 3 days, that is to say on Monday next, Don Luis would listen to nothing. Though naturally of a peaceable disposition, he had been stung to fury, and people of that character, when once incensed, are deaf to reason. He compelled the commander to put himself on his guard. The latter, though a man accustomed to brawl in battle, was singularly dismayed. Terror was visible in all his features. He placed himself with his back to the wall, and the weapons were crossed. The contest was brief and fatal. At the very first thrust, the sword of Don Luis passed through the body of his antagonist. The commander staggered to the wall and leaned against it. "On Good Friday!" ejaculated he again, with a failing voice and despairing accents. "Heaven pardon you," added he. "Take my sword to Tetafolks, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle, for the repose of my soul." With these words he expired. The fury of Don Luis was at an end. He stood aghast, gazing at the bleeding body of the commander. He called to mind the prayer of the deceased for 3 days' respite, to make his peace with heaven. He had refused it, had sent him to the grave with all his sins upon his head. His conscience smote him to the core. He gathered up the sword of the commander, which he had been enjoined to take to Tetafolks, and hurried from the fatal Strata. The duel of course made a great noise in Malta, but had no injurious effect upon the worldly fortunes of Don Luis. He made a full declaration of the whole matter before the proper authorities. The chapter of the order considered it one of those casual encounters of the Strata, which were mourned over but tolerated. The public, by whom the late commander had been generally detested, declared that he had deserved his fate. It was but 3 days after the event that Don Luis was advanced to one of the highest dignities of the order, being invested by the Grand Master with the priorship of the Kingdom of Minorca. From that time forward, however, the whole character and conduct of Don Luis underwent a change. He became a prey to a dark melancholy, which nothing could assuage. The most austere piety, the severest penances, had no effect in allaying the horror which preyed upon his mind. He was absent for a long time from Malta, having gone, it was said, on remote pilgrimages. When he returned, he was more haggard than ever. There seemed something mysterious and inexplicable in this disorder of his mind. The following is the revelation made by himself of the horrible visions, or chimeras, by which he was haunted. "When I had made my declaration before the chapter," said he, "and my provocations were publicly known, I had made my peace with man. But it was not so with God, nor with my confessor, nor with my own conscience. My act was doubly criminal from the day on which it was committed, and from my refusal to a delay of 3 days, for the victim of my resentment to receive the sacraments." His despairing ejaculation, "Good Friday! Good Friday!" continually rang in my ears. "Why did I not grant the respite?" cried I to myself. "Was it not enough to kill the body, but must I seek to kill the soul?" On the night of the following Friday, I started suddenly from my sleep. An unaccountable horror was upon me. I looked wildly around. It seemed as if I were not in my apartment, nor in my bed, but in the fatal strata, lying on the pavement. I again saw the commander leaning against the wall. I again heard his dying words, "Take my sword to Tetafolks, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle, for the repose of my soul." On the following night, I caused one of my servants to sleep in the same room with me. I saw and heard nothing either on that night or any of the nights following until the next Friday, when I had again the same vision, with this difference, that my valet seemed to be lying at some distance from me on the pavement of the strata. The vision continued to be repeated on every Friday night, the commander always appearing in the same manner, and uttering the same words, "Take my sword to Tetafolks, and have 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle for the repose of my soul." On questioning my servant on the subject, he stated that on these occasions he dreamed that he was lying in a very narrow street, but he neither saw nor heard anything of the commander. I knew nothing of this Tetafolks, whither the defunct was so urgent I should carry his sword. I made inquiries, therefore, concerning it among the French chevaliers. They informed me that it was an old castle, situated about 4 leagues from Poitiers, in the midst of a forest. It had been built in old times, several centuries since, by Falk's Taillefer, or Fulk Hack Iron, a redoubtable, hard-fighting Count of Angoulême, who gave it to an illegitimate son, afterward created Grand Seneschal of Poitou, which son became the progenitor of the Folklores of Tetafolks, hereditary seneschals of Poitou. They farther informed me that strange stories were told of this old castle, in the surrounding country, and that it contained many curious relics. Among these were the arms of Falk's Taillefer, together with all those of the warriors he had slain, and that it was an immemorial usage with the Folklores to have the weapons deposited there which they had wielded either in war or in single combat. This, then, was the reason of the dying injunction of the commander respecting his sword. I carried this weapon with me wherever I went, but still I neglected to comply with his request. The visions still continued to harass me with undiminished horror. I repaired to Rome, where I confessed myself to the Grand Cardinal Penitentiary, and informed him of the terrors with which I was haunted. He promised me absolution, after I should have performed certain acts of penance, the principal of which was, to execute the dying request of the commander, by carrying the sword to Tetafolks, and having the 100 masses performed in the chapel of the castle for the repose of his soul. I set out for France as speedily as possible, and made no delay in my journey. On arriving at Poitiers, I found that the tidings of the death of the commander had reached there, but had caused no more affliction than among the people of Malta. Leaving my equipage in the town, I put on the garb of a pilgrim, and taking a guide, set out on foot for Tetafolks. Indeed, the roads in this part of the country were impracticable for carriages. I found the castle of Tetafolks a grand but gloomy and dilapidated pile. All the gates were closed, and there reigned over the whole place an air of almost savage loneliness and desertion. I had understood that its only inhabitant were the concierge or warder, and a kind of hermit who had charge of the chapel. After ringing for some time at the gate, I at length succeeded in bringing forth the warder, who bowed with reverence to my pilgrim's garb. I begged him to conduct me to the chapel, that being the end of my pilgrimage. We found the hermit there, chanting the funeral service, a dismal sound to one who came to perform a penance for the death of a member of the family. When he had ceased to chant, I informed him that I came to accomplish an obligation of conscience, and that I wished him to perform 100 masses for the repose of the soul of the commander. He replied that, not being in orders, he was not authorized to perform Mass, but that he would willingly undertake to see that my debt of conscience was discharged. I laid my offering on the altar, and would have placed the sword of the commander there, likewise. "Hold," said the hermit with a melancholy shake of the head. "This is no place for so deadly a weapon, that has so often been bathed in Christian blood. Take it to the armory, you will find there trophies enough of like character. It is a place into which I never enter." The warder here took up the theme abandoned by the peaceful man of God. He assured me that I would see in the armory the swords of all the warrior race of Folklores, together with those of the enemies over whom they had triumphed. This, he observed, had been a usage kept up since the time of Melusine, and of her husband, Geoffrey à la Grand Dent, or Geoffrey with the great tooth. I followed the gossiping warder to the armory. It was a great dusty hall, hung round with Gothic-looking portraits, of a stark line of warriors, each with his weapon, and the weapons of those he had slain in battle, hung beside his picture. The most conspicuous portrait was that of Falk's Taillefer, Fulk Hack-Iron, Count of Angoulême and founder of the castle. He was represented at full length, armed cap à pie, and grasping a huge buckler, on which were emblazoned 3 lions passant. The figure was so striking, that it seemed ready to start from the canvas, and I observed beneath this picture a trophy composed of many weapons, proofs of the numerous triumphs of this hard-fighting old cavalier. Beside the weapons connected with the portraits, there were swords of all shapes, sizes, and centuries, hung round the hall, with piles of armor, placed as it were in effigy. On each side of an immense chimney were suspended the portraits of the first seneschal of Poitou, the illegitimate son of Falk's Taillefer, and his wife Isabella de Lusignan, the progenitors of the grim race of Folklores that frowned around. They had the look of being perfect likenesses, and as I gazed on them, I fancied I could trace in their antiquated features some family resemblance to their unfortunate descendant, whom I had slain. This was a dismal neighborhood, yet the armory was the only part of the castle that had a habitable air. So I asked the warder whether he could not make a fire, and give me something for supper there, and prepare me a bed in one corner. "A fire and a supper you shall have, and that cheerfully, most worthy pilgrim," said he. "But as to a bed, I advise you to come and sleep in my chamber." "Why so?" inquired I. "Why shall I not sleep in this hall?" "I have my reasons. I will make a bed for you close to mine." I made no objections, for I recollected that it was Friday, and I dreaded the return of my vision. He brought in billets of wood, kindled a fire in the great overhanging chimney, and then went forth to prepare my supper. I drew a heavy chair before the fire, and seating myself in it, gazed musingly round upon the portraits of the Folklores, and the antiquated armor and weapons, the mementos of many a bloody deed. As the day declined, the smoky draperies of the hall gradually became confounded with the dark ground of the paintings, and the lurid gleams from the chimney only enabled me to see visages staring at me from the gathering darkness. All this was dismal in the extreme and somewhat appalling. Perhaps it was the state of my conscience that rendered me peculiarly sensitive and prone to fearful imaginings. At length the warder brought in my supper. It consisted of a dish of trout and some crawfish taken in the fosse of the castle. He procured also a bottle of wine, which he informed me was wine of Poitou. I requested him to invite the hermit to join me in my repast, but the holy man sent back word that he allowed himself nothing but roots and herbs, cooked with water. I took my meal, therefore, alone, but prolonged it as much as possible, and sought to cheer my drooping spirits by the wine of Poitou, which I found very tolerable. When supper was over, I prepared for my evening devotions. I have always been very punctual in reciting my breviary. It is the prescribed and bounden duty of all chevaliers of the religious orders, and I can answer for it, is faithfully performed by those of Spain. I accordingly drew forth from my pocket a small missal and a rosary, and told the warder he need only designate to me the way to his chamber, where I could come and rejoin him when I had finished my prayers. He accordingly pointed out a winding staircase, opening from the hall. "You will descend this staircase," said he, "until you come to the 4th landing place, where you enter a vaulted passage, terminated by an arcade, with a statue of the blessed Jean of France. You cannot help finding my room, the door of which I will leave open. It is the 6th door from the landing place. I advise you not to remain in this hall after midnight. Before that hour you will hear the hermit ring the bell, in going the rounds of the corridors. Do not linger here after that signal." The warder retired, and I commenced my devotions. I continued at them earnestly, pausing from time to put wood upon the fire. I did not dare to look much around me, for I felt myself becoming a prey to fearful fancies. The pictures appeared to become animated. If I regarded one attentively, for any length of time, it seemed to move the eyes and lips. Above all, the portraits of the Grand Seneschal and his lady, which hung on each side of the great chimney, the progenitors of the Folklores of Tettifolk, regarded me, I thought, with angry and baleful eyes. I even fancied they exchanged significant glances with each other. Just then a terrible blast of wind shook all the casements, and, rushing through the hall, made a fearful rattling and clashing among the armor. To my startled fancy, it seemed something supernatural. At length I heard the bell of the hermit, and hastened to quit the hall. Taking a solitary light which stood on the supper table, I descended the winding staircase. But before I had reached the vaulted passage leading to the statue of the blessed Jean of France, a blast of wind extinguished my taper. I hastily remounted the stairs to light it again at the chimney. But judge of my feelings, when, on arriving at the entrance to the armory, I beheld the seneschal and his lady, who had descended from their frames, and seated themselves on each side of the fireplace. "Madame, my love," said the seneschal, with great formality, and in antiquated phrase, "what think you of the presumption of this Castilian, who comes to harbor himself and make wassail in this our castle, after having slain our descendant, the commander, and that without granting him time for confession?" "Truly, my lord," answered the female spectre, with no less stateliness of manner, and with great asperity of tone. "Truly, my lord, I opine that this Castilian did a grievous wrong in this encounter, and he should never be suffered to depart hence without your throwing him the gauntlet." I paused to hear no more, but rushed again downstairs, to seek the chamber of the warder. It was impossible to find it in the darkness, and in the perturbation of my mind. After an hour and a half of fruitless search, and mortal horror and anxieties, I endeavored to persuade myself that the day was about to break, and listened impatiently for the crowing of the cock. For I thought if I could hear his cheerful note, I should be reassured. Catching, in the disordered state of my nerves, at the popular notion that ghosts never appear after the first crowing of the cock, at length I rallied myself, and endeavored to shake off the vague terrors which haunted me. I tried to persuade myself that the two figures which I had seemed to see and hear had existed only in my troubled imagination. I still had the end of the candle in my hand, and determined to make another effort to relight it, and find my way to bed, for I was ready to sink with fatigue. I accordingly sprang up the staircase, 3 steps at a time, stopped at the door of the armory, and peeped cautiously in. The 2 Gothic figures were no longer in the chimney corners, but I neglected to notice whether they had reascended to their frames. I entered and made desperately for the fireplace, but scarce had I advanced 3 strides, when Messire Fulks Taillefer stood before me, in the center of the hall, armed cap à pie, and standing in guard, with the point of his sword silently presented to me. I would have retreated to the staircase, but the door of it was occupied by the phantom figure of an esquire, who rudely flung a gauntlet in my face. Driven to fury, I snatched down a sword from the wall. By chance, it was that of the commander which I had placed there. I rushed upon my fantastic adversary, and seemed to pierce him through and through, but at the same time I felt as if something pierced my heart, burning like a red-hot iron. My blood inundated the hall, and I fell senseless. When I recovered consciousness, it was broad day, and I found myself in a small chamber, attended by the warder and the hermit. The former told me that, on the previous night, he had awakened long after the midnight hour, and perceiving that I had not come to his chamber, he had furnished himself with a vase of holy water, and set out to seek me. He found me stretched senseless on the pavement of the armory, and bore me to this room. I spoke of my wound, and of the quantity of blood that I had lost. He shook his head and knew nothing about it, and to my surprise, on examination, I found myself perfectly sound and unharmed. The wound and blood, therefore, had been all delusion. Neither the warder nor the hermit put any questions to me, but advised me to leave the castle as soon as possible. I lost no time in complying with their counsel, and felt my heart relieved from an oppressive weight, as I left the gloomy and fate-bound battlements of Tetafolks behind me. I arrived at Bayonne on my way to Spain on the following Friday. At midnight I was startled from my sleep, as I had formerly been. But it was no longer by the vision of the dying commander. It was old Falk's Taillefer who stood before me, armed cap à pie, and presenting the point of his sword. I made the sign of the cross, and the spectre vanished, but I received the same red-hot thrust in the heart which I had felt in the armory, and I seemed to be bathed in blood. I would have called out, or have arisen from my bed and gone in quest of succor, but I could neither speak nor stir. This agony endured until the crowing of the cock, when I fell asleep again. But the next day I was ill, and in a most pitiable state. I have continued to be harassed by the same vision every Friday night. No acts of penitence and devotion have been able to relieve me from it, and it is only a lingering hope in divine mercy that sustains me and enables me to support so lamentable a visitation. The Grand Prior of Minorca wasted gradually away under this constant remorse of conscience, and this horrible incubus. He died some time after having revealed the preceding particulars of his case, evidently the victim of a diseased imagination. The above relation has been rendered in many parts literally from the French memoir, in which it is given as a true story. If so, it is one of those instances in which truth is more romantic than fiction. Legend of the Engulfed Convent. At the dark and melancholy period when Don Roderick the Goth and his chivalry were overthrown on the banks of the Guadalete, and all Spain was overrun by the Moors, great was the devastation of churches and convents throughout that pious kingdom. The miraculous fate of one of those holy piles is thus recorded in one of the authentic legends of those days. On the summit of a hill, not very distant from the capital city of Toledo, stood an ancient convent and chapel, dedicated to the invocation of Saint Benedict, and inhabited by a sisterhood of Benedictine nuns. This holy asylum was confined to females of noble lineage. The younger sisters of the highest families were here given in religious marriage to their Savior, in order that the portions of their elder sisters might be increased, and they enabled to make suitable matches on earth, or that the family wealth might go undivided to elder brothers, and the dignity of their ancient houses be protected from decay. The convent was renowned, therefore, for enshrining within its walls a sisterhood of the purest blood, the most immaculate virtue, and most resplendent beauty of all Gothic Spain. When the Moors overran the kingdom, there was nothing that more excited their hostility than these virgin asylums. The very sight of a convent spire was sufficient to set their Moslem blood in a foment, and they sacked it with as fierce a zeal as though the sacking of a nunnery were a sure passport to Elysium. Tidings of such outrages committed in various parts of the kingdom reached this noble sanctuary and filled it with dismay. The danger came nearer and nearer. The infidel hosts were spreading all over the country. Toledo itself was captured. There was no flying from the convent, and no security within its walls. In the midst of this agitation, the alarm was given one day that a great band of Saracens were spurring across the plain. In an instant the whole convent was a scene of confusion. Some of the nuns wrung their fair hands at the windows. Others waved their veils and uttered shrieks from the tops of the towers, vainly hoping to draw relief from a country overrun by the foe. The sight of these innocent doves thus fluttering about their dovecote, but increased the zealot fury of the whiskered Moors. They thundered at the portal, and at every blow the ponderous gates trembled on their hinges. The nuns now crowded round the abbess. They had been accustomed to look up to her as all-powerful, and they now implored her protection. The mother abbess looked with a rueful eye upon the treasures of beauty and vestal virtue exposed to such imminent peril. Alas! How was she to protect them from the spoiler? She had, it is true, experienced many signal interpositions of Providence in her individual favor. Her early days had been passed amid the temptations of a court, where her virtue had been purified by repeated trials, from none of which had she escaped but by a miracle. But were miracles never to cease? Could she hope that the marvelous protection shown to herself would be extended to a whole sisterhood? There was no other resource. The Moors were at the threshold. A few moments more and the convent would be at their mercy. Summoning her nuns to follow her, she hurried into the chapel. and throwing herself on her knees before the image of the Blessed Mary. "O Holy Lady!" exclaimed she. "O most pure and immaculate of virgins, thou sayest our extremity. The ravager is at the gate, and there is none on earth to help us. Look down with pity, and grant that the earth may gape and swallow us rather than that our cloister vows should suffer violation." The Moors redoubled their assault upon the portal. The gates gave way with a tremendous crash. A savage yell of exultation arose, when of a sudden the earth yawned. Down sank the convent with its cloisters, its dormitories, and all its nuns. The chapel tower was the last that sank, the bell ringing forth a peal of triumph in the very teeth of the infidels. 40 years had passed and gone since the period of this miracle. The subjugation of Spain was complete. The Moors lorded it over city and country, and such of the Christian population as remained, and were permitted to exercise their religion, did it in humble resignation to the Moslem sway. At this time, a Christian cavalier of Cordova, hearing that a patriotic band of his countrymen had raised the standard of the cross in the mountains of the Asturias, resolved to join them and unite in breaking the yoke of bondage. Secretly arming himself and caparissoning his steed, he set forth from Cordova and pursued his course by unfrequented mule paths and along the dry channels made by winter torrents. His spirit burned with indignation whenever, on commanding a view over a long sweeping plain, he beheld the mosque swelling in the distance and the Arab horsemen careering about as if the rightful lords of the soil. Many a deep-drawn sigh and heavy groan, also, did the good cavalier utter on passing the ruins of churches and convents desolated by the conquerors. It was on a sultry midsummer evening that this wandering cavalier, in skirting a hill thickly covered with forest, heard the faint tones of a vesper bell sounding melodiously in the air and seeming to come from the summit of the hill. The cavalier crossed himself with wonder at this unwonted and Christian sound. He supposed it to proceed from one of those humble chapels and hermitages permitted to exist through the indulgence of the Moslem conquerors. Turning his steed up a narrow path of the forest, he sought this sanctuary, in hopes of finding a hospitable shelter for the night. As he advanced, the trees threw a deep gloom around him, and the bat flitted across his path. The bell ceased to toll, and all was silence. Presently a choir of female voices came stealing sweetly through the forest, chanting the evening service, to the solemn accompaniment of an organ. The heart of the good cavalier melted at the sound, for it recalled the happier days of his country. Urging forward his weary steed, he at length arrived at a broad grassy area, on the summit of the hill, surrounded by the forest. Here the melodious voices rose in full chorus, like the swelling of the breeze. But whence they came he could not tell. Sometimes they were before, sometimes behind him, sometimes in the air, sometimes as if from within the bosom of the earth. At length they died away, and a holy stillness settled on the place. The cavalier gazed around with bewildered eye. There was neither chapel nor convent, nor humble hermitage to be seen. Nothing but a moss-grown stone pinnacle, rising out of the center of the area, surmounted by a cross. The greensward around appeared to have been sacred from the tread of man or beast, and the surrounding trees bent toward the cross, as if in adoration. The cavalier felt a sensation of holy awe. He alighted and tethered his steed on the skirts of the forest, where he might crop the tender herbage. Then approaching the cross, he knelt and poured forth his evening prayers before this relic of the Christian days of Spain. His orisons being concluded, he laid himself down at the foot of the pinnacle, and reclining his head against one of its stones, fell into a deep sleep. About midnight, he was awakened by the tolling of a bell, and found himself lying before the gate of an ancient convent. A train of nuns passed by, each bearing a taper. The cavalier rose and followed them into the chapel, in the center of which was a bier, on which lay the corpse of an aged nun. The organ performed a solemn requiem, the nuns joining in chorus. When the funeral service was finished, a melodious voice chanted, "Requiescat in pace! May she rest in peace!" The lights immediately vanished. The whole passed away as a dream, and the cavalier found himself at the foot of the cross, and beheld, by the faint rays of the rising moon, his steed quietly grazing near him. When the day dawned, the cavalier descended the hill, and following the course of a small brook, came to a cave, at the entrance of which was seated an ancient man, clad in hermit's garb with rosary and cross, and a beard that descended to his girdle. He was one of those holy anchorites permitted by the Moors to live unmolested in dens and caves, and humble hermitages, and even to practice the rites of their religion. The cavalier checked his horse, and dismounting, knelt and craved a benediction. He then related all that had befallen him in the night, and besought the hermit to explain the mystery. "What thou hast heard and seen, my son," replied the other, "is but type and shadow of the woes of Spain." He then related the foregoing story of the miraculous deliverance of the convent. 40 years, added the holy man, have elapsed since this event, yet the bells of that sacred edifice are still heard, from time to time, sounding from underground, together with the pealing of the organ and the chanting of the choir. The Moors avoid this neighborhood, as haunted ground, and the whole place, as thou mayest perceive, has become covered with a thick and lonely forest. The cavalier listened with wonder to the story of this engulfed convent, as related by the holy man. For 3 days and nights did they keep vigils beside the cross, but nothing more was to be seen of nun or convent. It is supposed that, 40 years having elapsed, the natural lives of all the nuns were finished, and that the cavalier had beheld the obsequies of the last of the sisterhood. Certain it is that from that time bell and organ and choral chant have never more been heard. The mouldering pinnacle, surmounted by the cross, still remains an object of pious pilgrimage. Some say that it anciently stood in front of the convent, but others assert that it was the spire of the sacred edifice, and that, when the main body of the building sank, this remained above ground, like the topmast of some tall ship that has foundered. These pious believers maintain that the convent is miraculously preserved entire in the center of the mountain, where, if proper excavations were made, it would be found, with all its treasures and monuments and shrines and relics, and the tombs of its virgin nuns. Should anyone doubt the truth of this marvelous interposition of the Virgin, to protect the vestal purity of her votaries, let him read the excellent work entitled España Triumphanti, written by Padre Fray Antonio de Sancta Maria, a barefoot friar of the Carmelite order, and he will doubt no longer. The Count Van Horn. During the minority of Louis XV, while the Duke of Orleans was regent of France, a young Flemish nobleman, the Count Antoine Joseph Van Horn, made his sudden appearance in Paris, and by his character, conduct, and the subsequent disasters in which he became involved, created a great sensation in the high circles of the proud aristocracy. He was about 22 years of age, tall, finely formed, with a pale, romantic countenance, and eyes of remarkable brilliancy and wildness. He was of one of the most ancient and highly esteemed families of European nobility, being of the line of the princes of Horn and Overyke, sovereign counts of Hautkirk, and hereditary grand veneurs of the empire. The family took its name from the little town and seigneury of Horn in Brabant, and was known as early as the 11th century among the little dynasties of the Netherlands, and since that time by a long line of illustrious generations. At the Peace of Utrecht, when the Netherlands passed under subjection to Austria, the House of Van Horn came under the domination of the emperor. At the time we treat of, 2 of the branches of this ancient house were extinct. The third and only surviving branch was represented by the reigning prince, Maximilian Emmanuel Van Horn, 24 years of age, who resided in honorable and courtly style on his hereditary domains at Bossigny, in the Netherlands, and his brother, the Count Antoine Joseph, who is the subject of this memoir. The ancient house of Van Horn, by the intermarriage of its various branches with the noble families of the continent, had become widely connected and interwoven with the high aristocracy of Europe. The Count Antoine, therefore, could claim relationship to many of the proudest names in Paris. In fact, he was grandson, by the mother's side, of the Prince de Ligne, and even might boast of affinity to the regent, the Duke of Orleans himself. There were circumstances, however, connected with his sudden appearance in Paris and his previous story, that placed him in what is termed a false position, a word of baleful significance in the fashionable vocabulary of France. The young count had been a captain in the service of Austria, but had been cashiered for irregular conduct, and for disrespect to Prince Louis of Baden, commander-in-chief. To check him in his wild career and bring him to sober reflection, His brother the prince caused him to be arrested and sent to the old castle of Van Wert, in the domains of Hoorn. This was the same castle in which, in former times, John van Hoorn, stadtholder of Geldres, had imprisoned his father, a circumstance which has furnished Rembrandt with the subject of an admirable painting. The governor of the castle was one Van Wert, grandson of the famous John van Wert, the hero of many a popular song and legend. It was the intention of the prince that his brother should be held in honorable durance, for his object was to sober and improve, not to punish and afflict him. Van Wert, however, was a stern, harsh man of violent passions. He treated the youth in a manner that prisoners and offenders were treated in the strongholds of the robber counts of Germany in old times, confined him in a dungeon and inflicted on him such hardships and indignities that the irritable temperament of the young count was roused to continual fury, which ended in insanity. For 6 months was the unfortunate youth kept in this horrible state, without his brother the prince being informed of his melancholy condition or of the cruel treatment to which he was subjected. At length, one day, in a paroxysm of frenzy, the count knocked down 2 of his jailers with a beetle, escaped from the castle of Van Wert, and eluded all pursuit, and after roving about in a state of distraction, made his way to Beausigny and appeared like a scepter before his brother. The prince was shocked at his wretched, emaciated appearance and his lamentable state of mental alienation. He received him with the most compassionate tenderness, lodged him in his own room, appointed 3 servants to attend and watch over him day and night, and endeavored by the most soothing and affectionate assiduity to atone for the past act of rigor with which he reproached himself. When he learned, however, the manner in which his unfortunate brother had been treated in confinement, and the course of brutalities that had led to his mental malady, he was roused to indignation. His first step was to cashier Van Wert from his command. That violent man set the prince at defiance, and attempted to maintain himself in his government and his castle by instigating the peasants, for several leagues round, to revolt. His insurrection might have been formidable against the power of a petty prince, but he was put under the ban of the empire and seized as a state prisoner. The memory of his grandfather, the oft-sung John van Wert, alone saved him from a gibbet, but he was imprisoned in the strong tower of Hoorn op Zee. There he remained until he was 82 years of age, savage, violent, and unconquered to the last, for we are told that he never ceased fighting and thumping as long as he could close a fist or wield a cudgel. In the meantime, a course of kind and gentle treatment and wholesome regimen, and, above all, the tender and affectionate assiduity of his brother, the prince, produced the most salutary effects upon Count Antoine. He gradually recovered his reason, but a degree of violence seemed always lurking at the bottom of his character, and he required to be treated with the greatest caution and mildness, for the least contradiction exasperated him. In this state of mental convalescence, he began to find the supervision and restraints of brotherly affection insupportable. So he left the Netherlands furtively, and repaired to Paris, whither, in fact, it is said he was called by motives of interest, to make arrangements concerning a valuable estate which he inherited from his relative, the Princess d'Épinay. On his arrival in Paris, he called upon the Marquis of Crequy, and other of the high nobility with whom he was connected. He was received with great courtesy, but, as he brought no letters from his elder brother, the prince, and as various circumstances of his previous history had transpired, they did not receive him into their families, nor introduce him to their ladies. Still they fêted him in bachelor style, gave him gay and elegant suppers at their separate apartments, and took him to their boxes at the theaters. He was often noticed, too, at the doors of the most fashionable churches, taking his stand among the young men of fashion, and at such times his tall, elegant figure, his pale but handsome countenance, and his flashing eyes distinguished him from among the crowd, and the ladies declared that it was almost impossible to support his ardent gaze. The Count did not afflict himself much at his limited circulation in the fastidious circles of the high aristocracy. He relished society of a wilder and less ceremonious caste, and meeting with loose companions to his taste, soon ran into all the excesses of the capital in that most licentious period. It is said that, in the course of his wild career, he had an intrigue with a lady of quality, a favorite of the regent, that he was surprised by that prince in one of his interviews, that sharp words passed between them, and that the jealousy and vengeance thus awakened ended only with his life. About this time, the famous Mississippi scheme of law was at its height, or rather it began to threaten that disastrous catastrophe which convulsed the whole financial world. Every effort was making to keep the bubble inflated. The vagrant population of France was swept off from the streets at night and conveyed to Havre de Grace, to be shipped to the projected colonies. Even laboring people and mechanics were thus crimped and spirited away. As Count Antoine was in the habit of sallying forth at night, in disguise in pursuit of his pleasures, he came near being carried off by a gang of crimps. It seemed, in fact, as if they had been lying in wait for him, as he had experienced very rough treatment at their hands. Complaint was made of his case by his relation, the Marquis de Crequy, who took much interest in the youth. But the Marquis received mysterious intimations not to interfere in the matter, but to advise the Count to quit Paris immediately. If he lingers, he is lost. This has been cited as a proof that vengeance was dogging at the heels of the unfortunate youth, and only watching for an opportunity to destroy him. Such opportunity occurred but too soon. Among the loose companions with whom the Count had become intimate were two who lodged in the same hotel with him. One was a youth only 20 years of age, who passed himself off as the Chevalier d'Etampes, but whose real name was Lestang, the prodigal son of a Flemish banker. The other, named Laurent de Mille, a Piedmontese, was a cashiered captain, and at the time an esquire in the service of the dissolute Princess de Carrigan, who kept gambling tables in her palace. It is probable that gambling propensities had driven these young men together, and that their losses had brought them to desperate measures. Certain it is that all Paris was suddenly astounded by a murder which they were said to have committed. What made the crime more startling was that it seemed connected with the great Mississippi scheme, at that time the fruitful source of all kinds of panics and agitations. A Jew, a stockbroker who dealt largely in shares of the Bank of Law, founded on the Mississippi scheme, was the victim. The story of his death is variously related. The darkest account states that the Jew was decoyed by these young men into an obscure tavern, under pretext of negotiating with him for bank shares to the amount of 100,000 crowns, which he had with him in his pocketbook. Lestang kept watch upon the stairs. The Count and de Mille entered with the Jew into a chamber. In a little while there were heard cries and struggles from within. A waiter passing by the room looked in, and seeing the Jew weltering in his blood, shut the door again, double-locked it, and alarmed the house. Lestang rushed downstairs, made his way to the hotel, secured his most portable effects, and fled the country. The Count and de Mille endeavored to escape by the window, but were both taken and conducted to prison. A circumstance which occurs in this part of the Count's story seems to point him out as a fated man. His mother and his brother, the Prince Van Horn, had received intelligence some time before at Beausigny of the dissolute life the Count was leading at Paris, and of his losses at play. They dispatched a gentleman of the prince's household to Paris, to pay the debts of the Count, and persuade him to return to Flanders, or, if he should refuse, to obtain an order from the regent for him to quit the capital. Unfortunately, the gentleman did not arrive at Paris until the day after the murder. The news of the Count's arrest and imprisonment on a charge of murder caused a violent sensation among the high aristocracy. All those connected with him, who had treated him hitherto with indifference, found their dignity deeply involved in the question of his guilt or innocence. A general convocation was held at the hotel of the Marquis de Crequy, of all the relatives and allies of the House of Horn. It was an assemblage of the most proud and aristocratic personages of Paris. Inquiries were made into the circumstances of the affair. It was ascertained beyond a doubt that the Jew was dead, and that he had been killed by several stabs of a poniard. In escaping by the window, it was said that the Count had fallen and been immediately taken, but that de Mille had fled through the streets pursued by the populace, and had been arrested at some distance from the scene of the murder, that the Count had declared himself innocent of the death of the Jew, and that he had risked his own life in endeavoring to protect him, but that de Mille, on being brought back to the tavern, confessed to a plot to murder the broker and rob him of his pocket-book, and inculpated the Count in the crime. Another version of the story was that the Count Van Horn had deposited with the broker bank shares to the amount of 88,000 livres, that he had sought him in this tavern, which was one of his resorts, and had demanded the shares, that the Jew had denied the deposit, that a quarrel had ensued, in the course of which the Jew struck the Count in the face, that the latter, transported with rage, had snatched up a knife from a table and wounded the Jew in the shoulder, and that Thereupon DeMille, who was present, and who had likewise been defrauded by the broker, fell on him and dispatched him with blows of a poniard, and seized upon his pocketbook, that he had offered to divide the contents of the latter with the Count pro rata of what the usurer had defrauded them, that the latter had refused the proposition with disdain, and that, at a noise of persons approaching, both had attempted to escape from the premises, but had been taken. Regard the story in any way they might, appearances were terribly against the Count, and the noble assemblage was in great consternation. What was to be done to ward off so foul a disgrace, and to save their illustrious escutcheons from this murderous stain of blood? Their first attempt was to prevent the affair from going to trial, and their relative from being dragged before a criminal tribunal on so horrible and degrading a charge. They applied, therefore, to the regent to intervene his power, to treat the Count as having acted under an access of his mental malady, and to shut him up in a madhouse. The regent was deaf to their solicitations. He replied coldly that if the Count was a madman, one could not get rid too quickly of madmen who were furious in their insanity. The crime was too public and atrocious to be hushed up or slurred over. Justice must take its course. Seeing there was no avoiding the humiliating scene of a public trial, the noble relatives of the Count endeavored to predispose the minds of the magistrates before whom he was to be arraigned. They accordingly made urgent and eloquent representations of the high descent and noble and powerful connections of the Count, set forth the circumstances of his early history, his mental malady, the nervous irritability to which he was subject, and his extreme sensitiveness to insult or contradiction. By these means they sought to prepare the judges to interpret everything in favor of the Count, and, even if it should prove that he had inflicted the mortal blow on the usurer, to attribute it to access of insanity, provoked by insult. To give full effect to these representations, the noble conclave determined to bring upon the judges the dazzling rays of the whole assembled aristocracy. Accordingly, on the day that the trial took place, the relations of the Count, to the number of 57 persons of both sexes and of the highest rank, repaired in a body to the Palace of Justice, and took their stations in a long corridor which led to the courtroom. Here, as the judges entered, they had to pass in review this array of lofty and noble personages, who saluted them mournfully and significantly as they passed. Anyone conversant with the stately pride and jealous dignity of the French noblesse of that day may imagine the extreme state of sensitiveness that produced this self-abasement. It was confidently presumed, however, by the noble suppliants that having once brought themselves to this measure, their influence over the tribunal would be irresistible. There was one lady present, however, Madame de Beauformont, who was affected with the Scottish gift of second sight, and related such dismal and sinister apparitions as passing before her eyes, that many of her female companions were filled with doleful presentiments. Unfortunately for the Count, there was another interest at work, more powerful even than the high aristocracy. The all-potent Abbé du Bois, the grand favorite and bosom counselor of the regent, was deeply interested in the scheme of law, and the prosperity of his bank, and of course in the security of the stockbrokers. Indeed, the regent himself is said to have dipped deep in the Mississippi scheme. Du Bois and Law, therefore, exerted their influence to the utmost to have the tragic affair pushed to the extremity of the law, and the murder of the broker punished in the most signal and appalling manner. Certain it is, the trial was neither long nor intricate. The Count and his fellow prisoner were equally inculpated in the crime, and both were condemned to a death the most horrible and ignominious, to be broken alive on the wheel. As soon as the sentence of the court was made public, all the nobility, in any degree related to the house of Van Horn, went into mourning. Another grand aristocratical assemblage was held, and a petition to the regent on behalf of the Count was drawn out and left with the Marquis de Crequy for signature. This petition set forth the previous insanity of the Count, and showed that it was a hereditary malady of his family. It stated various circumstances in mitigation of his offense, and implored that his sentence might be commuted to perpetual imprisonment. Upward of 50 names of the highest nobility, beginning with the Prince de Ligne, and including cardinals, archbishops, dukes, marquises, etc., together with ladies of equal rank, were signed to this petition. By one of the caprices of human pride and vanity, it became an object of ambition to get enrolled among the illustrious suppliants, a kind of testimonial of noble blood, to prove relationship to a murderer. The Marquis de Crequy was absolutely besieged by applicants to sign, and had to refer their claims to this singular honor to the Prince de Ligne, the grandfather of the Count. Many who were excluded were highly incensed, and numerous feuds took place. Nay, the affronts thus given to the morbid pride of some aristocratical families passed from generation to generation. For 50 years afterward, the Duchess of Mazarin complained of a slight which her father had received from the Marquis de Crequy, which proved to be something connected with the signature of this petition. This important document being completed, the illustrious body of petitioners, male and female, on Saturday evening, the eve of Palm Sunday, repaired to the Palais Royal, the residence of the regent, and were ushered, with great ceremony but profound silence, into his hall of council. They had appointed 4 of their number as deputies to present the petition, viz. the Cardinal de Rohan, the Duc de Havre, the Prince de Ligne, and the Marquis de Crequy. After a little while, the deputies were summoned to the cabinet of the regent. They entered, leaving the assembled petitioners in a state of the greatest anxiety. As time slowly wore away, and the evening advanced, the gloom of the company increased. Several of the ladies prayed devoutly. The good Princess of Armagnac told her beads. The petition was received by the regent with a most unpropitious aspect. "In asking the pardon of the criminal," said he, "you display more zeal for the house of Van Horn than for the service of the king." The noble deputies enforced the petition by every argument in their power. They supplicated the regent to consider that the infamous punishment in question would reach not merely the person of the condemned, not merely the house of Van Horn, but also the genealogies of princely and illustrious families, in whose armorial bearings might be found quarterings of this dishonored name. "Gentlemen," replied the regent, "it appears to me the disgrace consists in the crime, rather than in the punishment." The Prince de Ligne spoke with warmth. "I have in my genealogical standard," said he, 4 escutcheons of Van Horn, and of course have 4 ancestors of that house. I must have them erased and effaced, and there would be so many blank spaces, like holes in my heraldic ensigns. There is not a sovereign family which would not suffer, through the rigor of your royal highness. Nay, all the world knows, that in the 32 quarterings of Madame, your mother, there is an escutcheon of Van Horn. "Very well," replied the regent. "I will share the disgrace with you, gentlemen." Seeing that a pardon could not be obtained, the Cardinal de Rohan and the Marquis de Crequy left the cabinet. But the Prince de Ligne and the Duc de Havre remained behind. The honor of their houses, more than the life of the unhappy count, was the great object of their solicitude. They now endeavored to obtain a minor grace. They represented that in the Netherlands and in Germany there was an important difference in the public mind as to the mode of inflicting the punishment of death upon persons of quality. That decapitation had no influence on the fortunes of the family of the executed, but that the punishment of the wheel was such an infamy that the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters of the criminal and his whole family, for 3 succeeding generations, were excluded from all noble chapters, princely abbeys, sovereign bishoprics, and even Teutonic commanderies of the Order of Malta. They showed how this would operate immediately upon the fortunes of a sister of the Count, who was on the point of being received as a canoness into one of the noble chapters. While this scene was going on in the cabinet of the regent, the illustrious assemblage of petitioners remained in the hall of council, in the most gloomy state of suspense. The re-entrance from the cabinet of the Cardinal de Rohan and the Marquis de Crequy, with pale, downcast countenances, had struck a chill into every heart. Still they lingered until near midnight, to learn the result of the after-application. At length the cabinet conference was at an end. The regent came forth, and saluted the high personages of the assemblage in a courtly manner. One old lady of quality, Madame de Guyenne, whom he had known in his infancy, he kissed on the cheek, calling her his good aunt. He made a most ceremonious salutation to the stately Marchioness de Crequy, telling her he was charmed to see her at the Palais Royal. "A compliment very ill-timed," said the Marchioness, "considering the circumstance which brought me there." He then conducted the ladies to the door of the second saloon, and there dismissed them with the most ceremonious politeness. The application of the Prince de Ligne and the Duc de Havre, for a change of the mode of punishment, had, after much difficulty, been successful. The regent had promised solemnly to send a letter of commutation to the Attorney General on Holy Monday, the 25th of March, at 5 o'clock in the morning. According to the same promise, A scaffold would be arranged in the cloister of the conciergerie, or prison, where the count would be beheaded on the same morning, immediately after having received absolution. This mitigation of the form of punishment gave but little consolation to the great body of petitioners, who had been anxious for the pardon of the youth. It was looked upon as all-important, however, by the Prince de Ligne, who, as has been before observed, was exquisitely alive to the dignity of his family. The Bishop of Bayeux and the Marquis de Crequy visited the unfortunate youth in prison. He had just received the communion in the chapel of the conciergerie, and was kneeling before the altar, listening to a mass for the dead, which was performed at his request. He protested his innocence of any intention to murder the Jew, but did not deign to allude to the accusation of robbery. He made the bishop and the marquis promise to see his brother the prince, and inform him of this his dying asseveration. Two other of his relations, the Prince Rebec Montmorency and the Marshal van Isengien, visited him secretly and offered him poison, as a means of evading the disgrace of a public execution. On his refusing to take it, they left him with high indignation. "Miserable man," said they, "you are fit only to perish by the hand of the executioner." The Marquis de Crequy sought the executioner of Paris to bespeak an easy and decent death for the unfortunate youth. "Do not make him suffer," said he. "Uncover no part of him but the neck, and have his body placed in a coffin before you deliver it to his family." The executioner promised all that was requested, but declined a rouleau of 100 louis d'ors which the Marquis would have put into his hand. "I am paid by the king for fulfilling my office," said he, and added that he had already refused a like sum, offered by another relation of the Marquis. The Marquis de Crequy returned home in a state of deep affliction. There he found a letter from the Duc de Saint-Simon, the familiar friend of the regent, repeating the promise of that prince, that the punishment of the wheel should be commuted to decapitation. "Imagine," says the Marchioness de Crequy, who in her memoirs gives a detailed account of this affair, "imagine what we experienced and what was our astonishment, our grief and indignation, when on Tuesday, the 26th of March, an hour after midday, word was brought us that the Count Van Horn had been exposed on the wheel, in the Place de Grève, since 6:30 in the morning, on the same scaffold with the Piedmontese de Mille, and that he had been tortured previous to execution." One more scene of aristocratic pride closed this tragic story. The Marquis de Crequy, on receiving this astounding news, immediately arrayed himself in the uniform of a general officer, with his cordon of nobility on the coat. He ordered 6 valets to attend him in grand livery, and 2 of his carriages, each with 6 horses, to be brought forth. In this sumptuous state, he set off for the Place de Grève, where he had been preceded by the Princes de Ligne, de Rohan, de Cruy, and the Duc de Havre. The Count Van Horn was already dead, and it was believed that the executioner had had the charity to give him the coup de grâce, or death blow, at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the evening, when the judge-commissary left his post at the Hôtel de Ville, these noblemen, with their own hands, aided to detach the mutilated remains of their relation. The Marquis de Crequy placed them in one of his carriages, and bore them off to his hotel to receive the last sad obsequies. The conduct of the regent in this affair excited general indignation. His needless severity was attributed by some to vindictive jealousy, by others to the persevering machinations of law. The House of Van Horn, and the high nobility of Flanders and Germany, considered themselves flagrantly outraged. Many schemes of vengeance were talked of, and a hatred engendered against the regent, that followed him through life, and was wreaked with bitterness upon his memory after his death. The following letter is said to have been written to the regent by the Prince Van Horn, to whom the former had adjudged the confiscated effects of the Count. "I do not complain, sir, of the death of my brother, but I complain that your Royal Highness has violated in his person the rights of the kingdom, the nobility, and the nation. I thank you for the confiscation of his effects, but I should think myself as much disgraced as he, should I accept any favor at your hands. I hope that God and the King may render to you as strict justice as you have rendered to my unfortunate brother." Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Fall's Audiobook, signing off.